everybody. My name is Cooper Davis, and I'm the Executive Director of Intercompass Initiative. Intercompass Initiative is a nonprofit organization that helps people make more informed choices about taking and safely tapering off psychiatric drugs, while we also work to shift culture, science, and policy away from medicalized responses to human suffering. And over the last 12 months, Intercompass Initiative has been called upon by this administration, by agencies within HHS, and by outstanding partner organizations, such as our host today, MAHA Institute, to help inform mental health reform efforts. Intercompass Initiative is unique in a number of ways, but I think most of all because our work is grounded in direct experience of what we talk about. Each member of our team was once one of the 65 million Americans currently taking a psychiatric drug of some kind. Everyone on our team has some personal experiences with psychiatric diagnosis, psychiatric drug treatment, and/or withdrawal. And also, we have shared experiences of discovering at some point that what was presented as help may also have been causing harm, sometimes significant harm. That experience shapes our approach. I want to be clear, we are not anti-medication. We are just committed to true informed choice, and those things should not be confused. And we believe true informed choice is in fact a human right. This morning's opening feature, before we get into the main program of the day, is what we're calling a lived experience panel. This isn't the formal kickoff to the full summit program. That'll be at 10 in about an hour following this session. But we felt it was really important to sort of set the tone and begin the day by hearing directly from 4 young people whose experiences speak to some of the most urgent questions that this summit is here to address. These experiences are far more common than our culture often allows us to acknowledge, and too often when people speak about them, their stories are dismissed as merely anecdotal or unfortunate. But anecdotes are in fact evidence. Subjective experience matters. And in fact, when we're talking about a cultural shift, which is what we believe is necessary, it's indispensable. One brief bit of housekeeping for members of the press. In addition to the people you'll hear from here on stage, there's a number of people here in the audience and in attendance and who will be coming a little bit later, who also bring their own direct experience and are prepared to speak with the media depending on the story you're looking to write. If you're looking for that human interest element, there's people who have come here for that purpose. And if you're trying to be connected with somebody like that, please ask at registration or find our friend Meredith back there whose hand is raised, and she can help direct you to these people who have come, some of them from quite far away, to share their story with anybody who's willing to listen. And with that, I am very pleased and honored to welcome Congressman Glenn Grothman from the great state of Wisconsin to offer a couple introductory remarks.
First of all, I'd like to thank the MAHA Institute and Intercompass for all the work they did putting this on. As was just mentioned, the number of people on some sort of drugs, frequently antidepressants, but other drugs as well, has doubled in this country in the last 20 years. It's not surprising. I've been in Congress now for 10 years, and it amazes me the hold that special interests have over Congress. Given the amount of money that flows through the pharmaceutical industry, it's not surprising that this explosion in medication has not been met with appropriate education, appropriate regulation. I've long been interested in this topic. Years ago when I was in the state legislature, I had formed a special committee dealing with the effect of drugs on young people, and as was mentioned, I just got done with chairing a subcommittee, a forum on this issue. That's where I met Laura Delano for the first time, and I will tell you, it would be great if we were able to do something with the government, but even if we don't get something done on the government, it's important through forums like this that we educate the public. I have read Laura's book. I think it should be mandatory reading if you have a child of If you have a child of 12 or 13 years old, so you know what you're up against and you understand what the mental health establishment is planning for your child. So in any event, I won't be here too late today, but I'm reliably told I'll be able to watch the whole thing either tonight or tomorrow night, which I intend to do. And we hope to introduce some sort of legislation sometime in the next 5 or 6 weeks. Maybe I'll be in contact with some of you with assistance on that. And we'll see if we can shame Congress into some sort of action. So again, I look forward to all you're going to say. And one other thing, I'd like to thank the press for being here. Okay, because like I said, the pharmaceutical industry has a vice-like grip on the government, but they don't have a vice-like grip on the press. And if you do a good job, the press, of getting out what you hear today, that will could even save people's lives. So thank you again.
Thank you, Congressman. So without further ado, I want us to get into this first panel. It's going to be moderated by my dear friend Kim Witzak. And just for the sake of expediency, I'll just introduce by name, since I don't think, if you're looking for full bios for any of the people on the stage, I think that can be found on the website or in the program somewhere, I think, somewhere. Cameron Labar, Danielle Gansky, Lauren Friedman, and Nick Tabor have come quite a ways to talk to us today, and I can say from my own experience, it's not always easy to talk about difficult things that have happened in your own life, and so I think we owe them a debt of gratitude for coming out here, and you guys have the floor. Thanks.
Good morning. My name's Kim Witzak, and I'm super honored to be moderating this panel because I think this is really the heart of what this whole day is really about. These are real people's lives that are being impacted by decisions that we are making every single day, whether it's, at the FDA, in Congress, but these are the people who live with the consequences. And a little bit about me and why I'm sitting up here is I too had a personal experience 20-some years ago, 22. My husband was given an antidepressant for insomnia with no history of depression. 5 weeks later, took his own life. And we helped to get the black box suicide warnings added. And I also know there's some other people in this, although we're not going to be really talking about the suicide issue today, there are some other people, my good friend Karen, her sister Beth, also 7 days on Paxil, took her life. And I know there's some other, and to be honest with you, this issue is still going on. So I just want to say thank you for being here, and thank you for just sit here with an open heart, because these are the people that we don't always hear from, and they're not anecdotes. So I feel very honored, and I know it's not easy telling your story, but here's the deal. I think just speak from your heart and tell us, your experiences, because these are not anecdotes, these are real lives. And I'm going to start with you, Danny. You have been on, you were first prescribed at age 7. Age 7. She just had her 30th birthday last week, so happy birthday. But that's an entire lifetime, and so I would love for you to just tell us your journey and where you've been and how you're doing today.
Thank you so much. So I have a brain injury from antidepressants. At just 7 years old, I was prescribed psychiatric drugs. I was far too young to understand what they were, let alone the lasting impact they would have on my developing brain. It started in the 2nd grade when a teacher noticed I was fidgety, distracted, and not fully keeping up academically. My parents were advised to take me to see a psychiatrist for an ADHD evaluation, and I was quickly diagnosed, labeled, and medicated. They even told me I had a learning disability. Ironically, the drugs later created the very disability they claimed that I had. It began with ADHD stimulants like Adderall and Ritalin, and I still remember how agitated and moody they made me feel. This was completely out of character for me, as I was a happy, sweet, silly kid. Adverse side effects were interpreted as new diagnoses, and more drugs were prescribed to treat the problems that the medications themselves had caused. This spiraled into a prescription cascade of antidepressants, benzodiazepines, mood stabilizers, and antipsychotics, all before my 10th birthday. None of it ever felt right, but I was a child, and I didn't have the words to explain what was happening, and I didn't have the authority to challenge it. My completely normal childhood behavior was pathologized. I wasn't in crisis. I wasn't struggling or acting out. I was simply a fidgety, shy, sensitive little girl who didn't fit the mold of how a child was supposed to behave in a classroom setting. Throughout my teens, every drug-induced effect that made me feel terrible was blamed on my so-called underlying disorder. As I got older, I found online forums of people describing their harms from antidepressants and began to realize the drugs might be the problem. I brought my concerns to my doctor and asked if the medications could be making me worse or even cause brain damage. He insisted that wasn't possible. He was the expert and he knew best and told me it was just my OCD and anxiety getting worse and that I needed higher doses of the SSRI to treat it effectively. My inner reality was dismissed at every turn, and the very harm I was told could never happen is exactly what I eventually lived through. As I got older, most of the other psychiatric drugs were eventually stopped, but SSRIs remained the one constant throughout my entire life. After college, at 23 years old, I wanted to see who I was underneath the chemicals that had been hijacking my brain for all those years. Although I had been on antidepressants my whole life, all while my brain was literally developing, my doctor tapered me off in just 6 weeks, which was far too fast. But my doctor wasn't acting recklessly. He was following the standard medical guidance doctors are taught to use. What followed was a severe full-body neurological crisis, a nonstop living nightmare of physical and psychological torment and suffering I didn't know was humanly possible. My brain felt like it was on fire. Waves of visceral terror and violent inner agitation ripped through me. I was crawling out of my skin for hours each day. I rocked back and forth in the fetal position on the floor, screaming in excruciating pain. Rage surged through me that was completely out of character, as I've never had this type of anger. I was always gentle and kind, but it brought out a violence in me that never existed. My brain and body were malfunctioning, feeling like I was being poisoned. It was an attack on my nervous system. Simply being alive felt unbearable. When I went back to my doctor and told him I was in withdrawal, I was told antidepressant withdrawal doesn't exist, that the medication was out of my system, and my symptoms were proof I needed the medication. His credentials and expertise automatically outweighed my lived experience, and the very injury caused by the drugs was used to justify putting me back on them. I spent months going in and out of hospitals, repeatedly dismissed. No one believed me. I had no medical support, and I became completely bedridden and unable to care for myself. After many torturous months of nonstop suffering, I had no choice but to reinstate the antidepressant, even though I felt as though it was poisoning me. Even after the reinstatement, the neurological effects did not go away. That proved it was not a simple, temporary, transient withdrawal. It was a lasting injury to my brain and nervous system that persisted even though the drug was back in my body. I went from being a vibrant, joyful, happy person who loved life to being chronically ill and disabled. It felt like I had been given a chemical lobotomy. My creativity, my intelligence, my emotions, everything that made me me was ripped away. I was bedridden and housebound for years. My 20s were spent grieving a life that I felt was taken from me far too soon, watching everyone else move forward while I remained stuck, trapped in a body that felt like a prison. Fast forward to today, I'm still trapped on the same SSRI I was prescribed as a child. I cannot come off it because of the severe, debilitating withdrawals. But withdrawal is a misnomer. This is a neurological injury that can persist for years and may be permanent for some. The suffering is so immense, many people end up taking their lives in withdrawal. I am now tapering extremely slowly using hyperbolic tapering, which is the safest method known. I reduce by just 1/10 of a milligram, for example, 53.6 milligrams down to 53.3. That's less than 1% because that's all my nervous system can handle. Even those tiny reductions are painfully disabling. I first tried to come off antidepressants at 23 years old. I am now 30. I've been in protracted withdrawal for the last 7 years, all caused by the standard, rapid, doctor-directed taper that damaged my nervous system. What happened to me is not rare. My story is just one window into a much larger, hidden public health crisis that is quietly devastating countless lives. And it's my life's mission to create changes to make sure this doesn't happen to anyone else. The label doesn't warn you that these drugs can fundamentally alter your brain so severely that coming off may be impossible, or that even one dose can cause irreversible loss of emotions and the ability to feel love, leaving you chemically castrated and mentally lobotomized. And when it does happen, you're left blindsided, gaslit, and without any medical support. People have a fundamental right to full and honest information about the harms of SSRIs before they ever take them. When those risks are withheld, it is not just unethical, it's a violation of basic human rights. We cannot give back the years that have been stolen from us. We cannot undo the lives that have already been devastated, but we can prevent this unnecessary suffering from happening to anyone else. We urgently need black box warnings that clearly warn patients about the true life-altering and sometimes permanent risk, and we need federally endorsed, evidence-based tapering guidelines so people can come off their antidepressants safely without risking a brain injury. We need research and funding so we can better understand these injuries and provide real support for those who are already suffering. Thank you to this administration and Secretary Kennedy for your leadership and courage in taking on this hidden public health crisis, as it will truly save countless lives.
Thank you. I know that's not easy sharing, and that is what's happening. There's somebody their entire childhood and now into young adult that were still the same drug that you were given at age 7. So thanks, Danny. I know it's not always easy. Now we're going to go over to Cam. Cam, you also were first medicated when you were a young child, and you're now in your 30s. You've been on it for 20-some years. And I would like for you to talk about something that we don't always hear a lot, and that is the withdrawal. We heard a little bit from Danny, but please tell us your story.
Thanks, Kim. My name's Cameron Labar. I was diagnosed at age 9 with anxiety, OCD, and Tourette syndrome. And we went into a neurologist's office in northern New Jersey and walked out with a prescription for Paxil. And so I started that SSRI when I was 9. I'm already on the verge of tears. It's ridiculous. But this is a win, honestly, that I'm even feeling this now, because it was really hard to even do this before. But anyways, so I'm 35 now. I've been on an SSRI. I was on Paxil for about 20 years, and then it switched over somewhere around 2020 to other SSRIs. But I've been on SSRIs for collectively almost 26 years now. My adolescence, I had other antipsychotics and other things that I took for the Tourette's, but I was always told that I had a chemical imbalance and that this was treating that. And it wasn't just the doctor that told me that, right? It was also the proxies of the doctor, which were my parents and my family. So, growing up, entering teenage years and even into adulthood, I was conditioned, and I believed that I needed this, and that I was treating something very targeted to help me to function. And it took a really long time for me to realize that the things that I thought were character traits about me, being tired, drowsy, forgetful, numb, indifferent to going out and doing things, or to having friends, or to starting a relationship. It took a really long time for me to end up figuring out that those weren't character traits, those weren't parts of my personality, but that those were side effects of a medication. And it wasn't until, about 3 years ago I stumbled, after hours and hours of watching videos and viewing, message boards and things like that, I stumbled across a video from Mark Horowitz, and he's here in this room too, and he'll be speaking later, I think. But that helped me to understand that side effects are so common, and that this isn't, it's not a part of who you are necessarily, but it also, another point I really want to make in this whole process is I was never approached, or we ever had a discussion about an off-ramp or a reducing of these medications. It was just every night I would take it, but there was never a discussion of when is the finish line. When am I done taking this? That discussion never happened. And anytime I tried to go off, there were a couple times when I was a teenager, a couple times during college. Anytime I tried to go off and follow doctor's advice of, okay, cutting a tablet in half and then waiting and seeing for a couple weeks, it would throw me into such a severe panic and response that, I would immediately go back up on the dose. And when you go and you talk to a doctor about that, a very common response is that, hey, that is a part of your underlying condition, and that you probably need the medication. But like I was saying, it wasn't until I, stumbled across a video from Mark that suggested that these, in reality, these responses are withdrawal symptoms, and that this isn't part of some underlying, part of who I am. And it took me 20 years to find that out. So trying to deal with that, and I'm still going through the process of tapering. I've been tapering about 3 years now. I'm down to about 7.5 milligrams of Lexapro. It's probably going to take me another 3, 4, or 5 years to get the rest of the way, just given how these drugs work. But imagine the fury, the rage of I could have figured this out a lot sooner, right? And that the way I'm functioning now on this lower level of a dose, that I haven't been on this level of a dose since I was, in adolescence, basically. But the way I'm functioning now, I could have functioned as a human being all along, right? And I could have had friendships, and I could have not been numb, and I could have formed relationships. I don't know how I'm doing on time. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Okay, but
Almost.
okay, almost. But this is, these were the things that I'm now struggling with is this portion of, now that I've gotten through a really hard part of withdrawal and I'm kind of taking a break over these last few months, now I'm dealing with the realization that I've missed a lot of life, and a lot of my experience year after year has been discounted and affected by these drugs, to where I never got to experience the full range of emotions and feeling of being human. And that's been really, really hard. But I'm here not necessarily because I want to be, but because of how important this really is, and how much it's affected me, and how much I'm really grateful as well that there's an audience to listen, and members of Congress to help get this going. So I'm really grateful to be here, and thank you.
Thanks, Cam. Thanks for sharing. So I have been doing this work for a long time. We hear these stories nonstop about, it's almost the exact same thing. You go in and you're being told it's your illness getting worse. And there's no discussion on even how to get off of them. And so I know that there's citizen petitions, there's callings on the FDA. We're going to be talking about it later today. But this is real. And imagine that you find out that your entire life was, and you thought it was you. And so I think there's a lot of work that we need to do around this area. So next I'm going to go to you, Lauren. You're going to talk about another part of, withdrawal is something that people aren't warned about. But there are some effects don't just last during the treatment or when you get off of them, but they could last long after stopping the medication. PSSD, post-sexual SSRI sexual dysfunction, is something many people still have not heard of or are told it's not real. What is PSSD, And what has it been like to be living with this, and living within a system that doesn't even fully acknowledge your life experience?
Yeah, so I'm living with a condition called post-SSRI sexual dysfunction. Sexual dysfunction is one of the most common and reliable side effects of SSRIs. In fact, 50 to 70% of all patients taking these will have sexual side effects. What patients are not warned about is that these side effects can be permanent long after you stop the last drug dose. And PSSD is not just low libido, it is a full nervous system injury in which you lose total sexual function neurologically through essentially nervous system damage. So the hallmark symptom of PSSD is genital numbness. Yes, like complete loss of sensation in your genitals. For me, I clearly hate to talk about this, but my clitoris is completely numb as if it's the back of my elbow. I have no sensation internally. I'm 23 years old. Sufferers also lose the ability to orgasm permanently, like for the rest of their lives, and their libido entirely, which for me and what a lot of other people experience is like a sudden onset, like chemical asexuality that just never goes away. And in my opinion, I don't think it's sensational to say that this is a form of chemical castration, that it is permanent. But beyond that, PSSD is not just a loss of sexual function, but a loss for some people of emotional function as well. That has been the case for me. Before this, I was a super emotional, empathetic, loving, caring, like Sylvia Plath reading and resonating girl. And the day I woke up with this injury, I quite literally felt my soul leave my body. Like, I'm so serious. It was the most unbelievable, inorganic thing I've ever experienced, and it's a common symptom of people who have this condition. To this day, it's been years for me. I'm 23 now. I can't feel love from my own mother, which is the hardest thing on earth. I can't feel connection or love for my friends, or even pleasure in music, which was the bane of my existence. I was a songwriter since I was a child. It was my outlet. And it's been completely neurologically severed from these medications. And I just like to say there's a reason that, you know, every song on the radio, every movie on your television, every piece of art since the beginning of humanity centers on sex and love. And not just romantic love, but platonic, familial love. And that is because these are the most central, intoxicating, worthwhile, and fulfilling parts of the human experience. These aren't luxuries. And to remove someone's ability to participate, not just physically through sex, which is completely horrific on its own, but to remove someone's ability to emotionally connect with another human being is a crime against humanity. And I say crime against humanity because there is evidence that Eli Lilly, who created the first SSRI Prozac, knew their drugs could cause permanent sexual dysfunction and emotional numbness in children especially. And they withheld this from the public because they knew it would be a threat to the bottom line. I mean, I hope I'm not the only one who believes that there's nothing more criminal or dystopian to withhold from patients and parents of patients that your medication can permanently chemically castrate and emotionally numb its user for the rest of their life. PSSD is not on the drug label. It's not even in the fine print. I quite literally had no way of knowing that this is possible or that this could happen to me. The FDA actually received a citizen's petition from sufferers in 2018, begging the risk be added to the label, and it was completely ignored. I took Zoloft in 2022. If this correction was made, I would have had full informed consent. I could have chosen an alternative. I would have been spared from the most inorganic, inhumane suffering I could have never imagined. I mean, we think these parts of us are immutable, and I'd argue that they are, but when you introduce a chemical agent so perverse, these things that are so central are able to be removed, and it's horrific. But what makes PSSD so torturous is that we've been blindsided, betrayed, and maimed by the industry that we were told and instructed to trust, and we trusted fully given we took these medications. And now we've been offered no way back to our lives or humanities. I'd like to add, I think it's pretty clear I don't want to be here. I hope it's not surprising that I feel so deeply humiliated and dehumanized to share to a group of strangers in the press and inevitably the internet that I've quite literally, I'm sexually defunct and emotionally lobotomized, which is the antithesis of who I was before this. I'm a senior in college at Vanderbilt. I go back in the fall. I'd rather my peers not know this about me, but this is what the situation requires. People with PSSD, everyone on the stage has had to forgo their dignities, their privacy, to be able to fight for recognition so that we might be able to find the help we need to regain our lives and humanities. Had I known that this medication had the capacity to cause permanent loss of sexual and emotional function, I would have sought alternatives. Had I known SSRIs are prescribed off-label to chemically castrate sex offenders, I would have never taken this medication. Had I known that the leading sexual medicine doctors in the world are finding SSRIs cause fibrosis of the genitals similar to elderly patients with cardiovascular disease, I would have never taken this medication. But that decision was made for me because of pharmaceutical greed and regulatory failure that has kept the general public in the dark about the truth of these drugs. I am hopeful, though, that this administration might correct what has gone egregiously wrong here. I am grateful that this administration is the first to seriously and thoroughly look into the devastation these medications are causing. But more than anything, I'm hopeful that this condition may be recognized, which it has been in many other countries, and funding might be allocated to research what is driving it, because there is evidence that this may be reversible with intervention, and we as human beings, I think we can agree, deserve a road back to our lives. Losing your sexual and emotional function is not trivial. In fact, these things are why we're on Earth, and many young Americans have ended their lives due to the hopelessness of PSSD. Young 20-year-old women and men like myself have ended their lives because I think we can agree life is not worth living when you can't feel it or participate in it. I'm here to represent them and their families and show that these medications are far from benign. People deserve to know the truth. And beyond that, people should not pay with their lives for trusting the medical system wholeheartedly like everyone on the stage did. And that's why I'm here today. And I hope that everyone in the everyone in this room can be receptive to what you hear today in this room. You're going to hear a lot of information. And I hope you can realize that there are people on the receiving end of the suffering who committed no crime but trusting the instruction that we've all been given, which is to seek help and trust your provider. And I think it's time we challenge that, or at least push back and look into what that entails. So thank you for having me, everyone, and I hope that you are receptive to what you hear today.
Thanks, Lauren. I know that that's a really tough thing to be putting out there. So I just want to say thank you, and thank you because you're telling that story for a lot of other people too. And same goes for all of you guys. Now, these are real things. We, for a long time, like she said, Eli Lilly and these companies, I've seen this exact same behaviors from a lot of these side effects that have been hidden from the public. And I think it all starts with this idea that we blindly trust. We trust the system. We go into the doctors. We believe that the help we're going to get is going to be better and it's going to actually help us. And so I think that is just another, as we're looking at this bigger, as Cooper said, cultural shift. We got to start even, now we're going to shift this conversation a little bit before we go into questions. And I want to go upstream a little bit. And I say upstream because I think we need to start talking about the shift. And what that could look like. And I'm going to have Nick, because Nick, too, was medicated when he was younger, but has been really thinking a lot about this idea of, and I've seen it, and we're going to hear panels today talking about childhood, this idea of labeling and living into labels, and what does that do to a psyche? You know, you're thinking it's you. We hear this all the time. Oh, it's your disease getting worse. And we're gaslit. This is not an uncommon thing. So, Nick, I would like to ask you to take us, you know, you can briefly talk about your experience, but I'd love to hear some of your thoughts on the idea of labeling, and what does that do to a child? And what does it do for the future? I mean, here we've got these amazing young people up here. So thanks, Nick, for being here.
Thank you, Kim. Great to be here. In order to answer this, I need to say a quick word about the context in which this arises. Last I checked, the estimate from the CDC is around 21% of kids are diagnosed with a psychiatric disorder. So this is a defining aspect of the current management of the young population. And for many of us, we're simply having valid responses to the environments we're in. For example, many of us are in families that are psychologically abusive in ways that are socially acceptable and normal. In a context like this, the kids' feelings and reactions to an insufferable situation get recategorized as a medical problem, as a way of denying reality and maintaining the status quo. There's a similar pattern in the school system. Are most schools in this country places that are conducive to psychological well-being and the development of human potential? To the school system, are you someone with a sovereign personal destiny? Or are you a unit to be managed, categorized, evaluated, surveilled, and conditioned? Well, in the face of all of that, things like inattention, acting out behavior, emotional reactivity, and addictive behavior are predictable and expected responses, not evidence of an innate brain disorder. So many young people are in environments that are demanding their self-erasure. And some kids generate friction against those environments because they sense it's wrong and because they have a backbone. And it's in that context that these mental health services are tools. They are tools for that self-erasure and for forcing kids to adapt to these cultures that shouldn't be tolerated. And so getting to the core of your question, Kim, this is about the erasure of traits that are inconvenient to authoritarian and broken child-rearing environments. And in these environments, inconvenient traits are often the ones that are the most healthy. And when you eliminate those, you make people radically incomplete, broken, and suffering. Some such traits would be having a backbone, being self-possessed, knowing what's important to you, intolerance for lies, empathy for the suffering of others, creativity, and so on. And so this gets to the core of how we're shaped by this kind of medicalization. We end up with a dense conditioning of not having ourselves. I can't tell you how many people I know who had these mental health services done to them as kids and end up feeling like shells of themselves. And this was certainly my experience for a long time. Because, and this is the key, we have lost our internal signals that tell us where to go and what to do, that tell us who and what is safe and not safe, what we value in life, what matters, etc. And very often, mental health services for kids are about actively disconnecting you from those signals. Even in the best of conditions, all of that isn't easy to navigate as a young person. It is a lot more precarious when you have 40 feet of excrement piled on you in the form of this clinical harassment. Another key aspect of how we get shaped is we buy into what we've been told about ourselves and our lives. We no longer see the truth of our lives and our unfolding selves because it's been dismantled and colonized by mental health authorities. So the psychiatric labeling and medicating of kids is very much a facet of a larger question of what I think of as governance of the human self. It isn't separate from these other structures and cultures kids are in. It's an extension of them. The youth mental health system acts as a kind of interpersonal carceral state. And in this question of governance of the human self, this widespread mental health diagnosing, medicating, and often also therapy for kids altogether is an affront to more humanistic values and priorities. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. I know I remember years ago about working with some kids that were in the foster system with a program that I brought. And I remember that they were all, like every one of those kids at the foster system were given a cup of Meds-Cal, and it was their behavior medicine. And I remember, and they were told that they were broken in the labeling. And so I really think that is something that we do have to talk about on a bigger system and being human. I just got back from a conference last week where I spoke on something totally different, but talking about the human life, you know, the experience of life, suffering, grief. And how many people came up to me with saying that they've been on medications for years for things like breakups, divorces. I mean, this is real life, what's happening. And so I'm really grateful for this audience today and MAHA Institute and Intercompass and this administration to allow us to hear from the other side, because as we heard from the congressman, the industry is always out there pushing benefit, benefit, benefit. And it's really important that we do hear the other side to level set. And almost every single one of you here had the exact same experience, which was we were not told. Nobody told us. Nobody told your parents. And now we're sitting here having this conversation. So I do want to open it up for questions from the press. I think press is a really important part of helping tell the story, and also to not be afraid of having the counter argument that you are constantly hearing, that they save lives. I mean, anecdotes, that is why if you see people walking around with these buttons, there are people in the audience, that's another way to see that these are people who have real lives. So feel free to actually, if you don't ask a question here, stop them. But these were made in 2006. We were using them because we were told that these were anecdotes. But anecdotes, as Cooper said, are data points. They're signals. And we are now at a crisis moment that we do have to start having this conversation. So look for these buttons. So thank you. And now I'm going to open up for questions. Yes.
Hi, I'm Marianne Davidovich, and I would like to ask a question of everybody who shared your stories. Thank you, by the way, that took a lot of courage. Can you go back and maybe talk a little bit more on how this originated? What was the root? What was like flagged? How did this start where somebody told you that you needed to go see a doctor?
Great question. Who and where did it all start? Like, where did the diagnosis, who told you that something was wrong with you and you needed to go down the psychiatric route? So, all right.
So I think a big part of this is, I mean, it starts with family upbringing and stuff, but for me, so I was a middle child of 5, 9 years old. Dad was working 80 hours a week in the city. My mom was handling all 5 of us. And the way she always described it is that I was paralyzed with fear. Like something happened, either in upbringing or whenever things got a little bit too intense, or there were too many instructions on a chalkboard, where I would kind of just curl over and I'd just be paralyzed, like I couldn't do anything. And so that was kind of the starting point of like, it seems like he can't function. And I just don't think there was enough conversation past that to ask the questions of, what's his sleep look like? Is he sharing a room with a sibling who gets up way earlier than he does? What is his diet like? Did he just move somewhere to another state where he's not outside and playing and in the sun as much as he used to be? All of these different types of questions I don't think were ever asked, and it was just kind of like a very quick labeling from a neurologist that I had a problem, and it was a chemical imbalance and it needed to be fixed. That's my answer.
Right. Does anybody else want to answer? Do you want to start with Seb? You told a little bit in your story, but
Yeah, so for me, it did start in the school system, just from not paying attention or having sloppy handwriting, and they told my parents to take me to see a psychiatrist, and I was very quickly led to a prescription cascade and diagnosis, and I was a very sensitive child. I did have a lot of anxiety, but there was other methods in which that could have been handled. I did not need to be on medication. It only ever made me feel worse. But yeah, those methods weren't given to me, and it ultimately led to me being medicated, and I really should not have. And yeah.
yeah, school. Boy, I'd be in big trouble with handwriting. And it's just so funny to me because I'm looking at these, I'm a lot older. I could be their aunts. Anyway, but I look at it and I go, they didn't do this back in the day when I was in school. And so it's pretty relatively new in the last several years. Do either of you want to answer this question?
Yeah, sure. I was always a very anxious and depressed child. I like to repackage that now. It's just highly sensitive. But it wasn't until I got to college that I was entered into a world where everyone was psychiatrized, if that's a word. I started my freshman year at Amherst, and I seemed to just, everything coalesced. I was playing lacrosse there, and being in an elite institution and a highly competitive athletic world, I found myself feeling very hopeless and afraid and scared. But it wasn't so much, it was my peers who were like, you shouldn't feel like that. And I was finally thrown into this world where, everyone was an Exeter and Andover girl and were medicalized pretty early as well, since they had access to these things. And for that reason, I was like, I didn't even know that anxiety and depression were things that you could treat. And because of that, I was pushed by my friends, and I saw a psychiatrist, and I remember thinking two things during my appointment, which was, he told me I had a chemical imbalance, and I immediately was kind of like, this isn't super scientific, is it? Like, I didn't take a test. Like, it seems like if I was diabetic and I walked in and said I'm peeing a lot and I'm very thirsty, I wouldn't be given insulin, I would take a test, right? And secondly, I consider myself someone who's pretty articulate about my feelings. It became pretty clear to me that I'm pretty sure if I had omitted things or changed my wording, I would have received a diagnosis, and it just seemed all completely unscientific to me. But since I was standing in front of a man with a white coat and an MD at the end of his name, and I was freshly out of high school, I assumed I was missing something. I was like, clearly this man went to med school, I must not know what's going on here. And I wish that I had trusted that gut instinct, because it would have saved me a lot of suffering in the end. But that's where it started for me. It was more like cultural thing than anything.
Yeah, well, thanks. I also think about when you just said the test, the simple test, and I think there's something to do with intuition and trusting that. But I don't know if you want to comment on it, or I can take another question.
I'll just respond really fast. I was also a very sensitive child, or was said to be one, so I think that's definitely a theme here. And it was just kind of a narrative, I guess, in kindergarten maybe, or in my family of origin, but very young, just sort of part of a narrative that I started to live in.
Thanks. Good question. Anyone else?
As a urologist for 40 years, I think they knew about sexual dysfunction because they wanted us to prescribe these medications for premature ejaculation. So, and this was going back maybe 15, 20 years. Very low doses would so they knew, getting to your point, they knew that the higher doses would clearly make a big difference. So they were coming to our offices to getting us to prescribe lower doses of Paxil or Zoloft in order to help men get premature ejaculation. So I think at the higher doses, it gets to your point. I'm sorry for your experience, but thank you for doing what you do.
Thank you, and I
Yeah.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks for the comment. I see another hand.
Yes, Bruce Martin with the Mac Martin Foundation. As a father of a dead child, your story is breaking my heart. And we deal with a lot of patients that suffer from repetitive brain trauma from contact sports and military blast exposure. We're finding now that there are holistic ways to look at these chemical imbalances through blood tests and balancing the brain with nutraceuticals and non-pharmaceutical innovations. Were any of you ever offered that option as you were going through these horrific journeys, that there are natural approaches to balancing the brain health that can assist with the impacts that mental health has on an imbalanced brain?
Does anybody want to answer? Was anybody?
Yeah. I mean, for me, it was really early on. We're talking early 2000s. So that was never really a discussion that I remember at all. I mean, I do remember a couple times of something happened where they wanted me to get blood work, but trying to get a full picture of that blood work of let me see all the biomarkers, let me see everything of all vitamin, mineral, hormone levels, all that. Trying to get that information has always been tricky in the system. It's not, until the last couple years at least, where that's starting to open up more and patients have more freedom to get things like a fully comprehensive lab kit, right? I mean, these are things that, in the last 3 years now I'm starting to do as I try to taper, but as far as it being a recommendation, not that I recall. No, not really.
And I see, I was going to say, somebody from the media, the press.
Hi,
Times. Thank you all for telling your story. Obviously very painful. The question I'd ask you is sort of what you think the government can do to alter prescribing, and what you think might have made a difference in your own case, either through HHS or the FDA, or what can the government do?
Great question. That was going to be one of my questions to ask them, so thank you. One of you guys want to take this?
I could take it.
You take it, and then we'll go.
I believe that we need evidence-based tapering guidelines to help people safely come off these drugs. Like Lauren said with her story, if she was warned that these drugs could cause irreversible damage to core human bodily functions, she would have possibly made a very different decision. So we need to be warned about the risk of this and have informed consent. So we need informed consent, tapering guidelines, black box warnings, because this is a very serious life-altering risk, and it deserves a black box warning. We need national awareness of this to get the word out there. People need to be aware this can happen to them so they can truly make informed decisions.
Does anybody else want to answer?
Yeah, something I've seen, I think there's some legislature, or at least in Tennessee, where lawmakers or harm patients are trying to require written informed consent from patients so that they have to sign off on being notified of all the risks of side effects before taking a psychiatric drug, which some might say is a high standard. But I think when the brain and nervous system are involved, it should be nothing should be withheld when it's your nervous system, in my opinion. So many of these injuries my psychiatrist knew about this. Very little know about PSSD, but when I came back to him 6 months saying, nothing's returned, I have this, do you know what PSSD is? I'm worried that I have this. He was like, yeah, that's rare. And I was like, what do you mean, you've heard of this? And he was like, I just thought you wouldn't get it. I'm like, well, that was my decision to make. And I think that I think psychiatric drugs should be held to a different standard or a different protocol, and that patients have to be warned about everything, because the risk of permanence, it's like a different kind of suffering when it's your brain and nervous system, because it's your reality. And I don't know how plausible that is, but it's something that people are working on now in different states, and I think that's the best way forward. People just deserve to know, and it should be a requirement that they know.
And especially, having been very involved in helping get those black box suicide warnings on, I do think there is something that our FDA can do to warn, in addition to the written and informed consent. So thanks for that question. Anybody else? Because I know we're getting close to the end of the panel. So I'd love if there's anybody from the media. Oh, Bob.
Not with the media, but Kim. Thanks, Kim, and everyone. Very courageous, everyone on the panel there. Question I have to ask is when you saw the psychiatrist, was it about the next prescription, or to handle the adverse event or something that you were having? Did they ever dive into maybe talk therapy or diet, exercise, or sleep, or was it about just treating the next symptom that you were having?
Good question. Anybody want to take? I know you guys are.
I'll do it.
Looking over on this side.
Yeah, I'll do it. I think there were times where doctors had recommended that. I can't tell you if that was the first thing that was recommended when I was a kid, right? But I will say, I did end up going back to a doctor in 2018. Now, this is before any of this, right? Before I tapered anything. It's 2018. I've been on the meds for 18 years for Paxil. And I had a panic attack at kind of a summer camp that I was helping at, not enough sleep, too much caffeine. And I went and told this doctor, just normal, doctor, it was a psychiatrist. And I walked out with a benzo, with a Klonopin. There was no discussion of, well, what happened, at the summer camp. Any of these, things that I just mentioned of sleep or caffeine or a new place, different, sleeping with, as a counselor with 12 campers in a cabin, right? What are all these things that could have been avoided. I think there were a lot of other conversations I could have had, but I walked out with Klonopin instead, and then I ended up having to taper that, and a couple years ago. But
Yeah, thank you. I know we're coming down to the end, so I just want to say that this is very, very common, where people go in with their side effects and they end up with another, and it could be the drug side effect, and they end up going out with another, as you said, another prescription. So I just want to say thank you for being here today, being willing to listen to these really heart-wrenching and real stories. I've been around it, like I said, for 20-some years. We are at a crisis moment, so please ask people that you see with buttons and get their perspectives, because this needs to be addressed. And I just want to say thank you for being and allowing us to be up here to kick this off, because this is the heart of why we're here.
Well, I mean, I want to thank all the panelists. I mean, that was really deeply moving. It's definitely, when I was writing my speech, I thought, okay, here I really got, closer to the mic. Okay, I thought, all right, I'm writing a hard-hitting speech here, but after that, I mean, I don't even know. And I'd like to start by thanking the team at the MAHA Institute that has done such a great job putting this together. It's been a privilege to work with everybody. I'm Mark Gorton. I am the president of the MAHA Institute, and I am here to officially welcome you to today's summit on the overmedicalization of mental health in the United States. Today's program was developed in partnership with the Inner Compass Initiative, founded by Lauren Delano and led by Executive Director Cooper Davis. ICI is at the forefront of helping people make truly informed decisions about psychiatric drugs while working to shift culture, science, and policy beyond medicalized approaches to human suffering. And we're going to get to hear from Laura later in our program. Over 4 million children ages 5 to 17 are on psychiatric medications today. SSRI use in children has more than doubled since 2005. Despite and perhaps because of this massive drugging of America's children, during the same time period, clinically diagnosed depression and suicide in this age group have increased by more than 60%. Today's kids are medicated at rates that would have been unthinkable a generation ago. This medicalization of normal human experiences defies common sense. We now medicate kids who won't sit still in class and for the struggles of being a teenager. Nearly 40 million Americans are currently on antidepressants. The system we have produced is pathological. Our out-of-control medical system may not make sense in terms of improving mental health, but it makes perfect sense in terms of money. Inspired by the blockbuster success of Thorazine in the 1950s, business leaders at pharmaceutical companies saw the potential to leverage rationales for drugs to treat depression into a huge business. Despite thin supporting evidence, they poured money into pushing the chemical imbalance theory and promoted the idea that depression was a chemical problem and hence subject to chemical solutions. A wall of pharma money drove the direction of science. Unethical and profit maximizing, the drug companies deployed a system guaranteed to generate blockbuster drugs, whether or not they helped or hurt. The scientific foundation upon which psych meds are based is completely distorted. The medical system that brought us the opioid epidemic has done it again. The pharmaceutical industry has run the same playbook with psych meds as Purdue Pharma did with OxyContin. For those of you who are not familiar with how money can be spent to generate manufactured science, allow me to outline this playbook. Once a product and a target market are chosen, the drug companies fund an array of studies, frequently paying top academics to lend their names to research done by company researchers, thus making this research look independent. Research money is steered towards studies that show drugs are useful. Researchers who do studies undermining drugs are cut off from funding and watch their careers suffer. Favorable studies are published while negative studies are shelved. A 2008 study of antidepressant drug trials submitted to the FDA found that pharmaceutical companies published 97% of trials with positive results, but only 39% of studies with negative or questionable results. Studies are structured to find narrow, short-term benefits, while studies that do long-term follow-up, look at side effects, or consider multi-drug interactions are avoided. Study methodologies are manipulated to generate the desired results. These flawed studies are then published by medical journals funded by pharmaceutical company advertising and the bulk sale of reprints to articles favorable to drug companies. To give you a sense of how bad this problem is, listen to the people who have run the journal. Marcia Angell was the editor-in-chief of the New England Journal of Medicine, the most prestigious medical journal in the U.S. In 2009, she said, "It's simply no longer possible to believe much of the clinical research that is published or to rely on the judgment of trusted physicians or authoritative medical guidelines. I take no pleasure in this conclusion, which I reached slowly and reluctantly over my 2 decades as an editor of the New England Journal of Medicine." Richard Horton was the editor-in-chief of The Lancet, the most prestigious medical journal in the world. He said, "Much of the scientific literature, perhaps half, may simply be untrue." This shoddy science is then handed off to regulators who greenlight the questionable products and practices. Compliant regulators who play ball get a lucrative second career funded by drug companies. Critical regulators are shut out from this financial windfall. Historically, the political leadership of health agencies has rewarded farmer-friendly staff. The FDA officials who said that opioids were not addictive were rewarded with promotions and moved into important leadership positions. Marketing then educate doctors about their products. Industry leaders are paid to give endorsements, and medical trade associations are funded to ensure support. Doctors are happy to have another billable service. Pharma money helps enshrine their products in the standard of care, and corporatized medical practices guided by MBAs encourage prescribing of profitable medications. And huge pharma ad spending ensures a favorable media environment and shapes public opinion. All of this is supported by a system that does few long-term follow-up studies and little monitoring of the effectiveness of these drugs. By manipulating this system, the big drug companies are able to manufacture the appearance of successful products, even if they're harmful. Remember, this is the system that told us that opioids were not addictive. Opioids and psych meds are not exceptions. This playbook is the norm for a large fraction of the medical treatments offered in the U.S. The hugely medicalized system that we think of as normal health care in the U.S. was designed, built, bought, and paid for by profit-seeking corporations. Our system of experts and leading physicians is a cathedral of lies paid for in large part by the pharmaceutical industry and guided with the purpose of maximizing corporate profits, not public health. The U.S. pays more than 2 times as much as a percentage of GDP on health care compared to every other advanced country in the world, and we have the worst health outcomes. From these facts alone, we can derive that the majority of treatments in the U.S. are fraud and waste, and on average, these treatments harm people. This massive over-medicalization of our population has been incredibly profitable. Medicaid spending on psychiatric drugs has exploded, rising 5-fold since 1997. Medicare and Medicaid have spent a staggering $335 billion on psychiatric drugs over the last decade. This $300 billion creates a self-reinforcing ecosystem. In addition to the massive flow of money that distorts science, regulation, and medical practice, drug profits allow the pharmaceutical industry to give more money to politicians than any other industry and supports nearly 2,000 lobbyists working on their behalf in D.C. Stopping this freight train of spending isn't easy. The system doesn't want to be reformed. Too many people are making too much money. The fight against medical system corruption is daunting, but the scope of the problem has grown so large that it has generated a political movement which is pushing back. Nearly every family in the country has a loved one who has been badly mistreated by our medical system. The MAHA movement has won a place in our government, and we now have people in senior positions in our federal health agencies determined to restore the integrity of our health system. I know I've been critical of health bureaucrats, and many of them do deserve criticism, but I also know that a large fraction of the people working in our health agencies care deeply about improving health. They work in agencies that have been captured by Big Pharma for so long that they don't know if it's safe to push to make necessary reforms. It shouldn't require courage to stand up for the interests of children, but in our money-oriented system, unfortunately, it does. All of us need to work to create a political environment where reforming our twisted system is safe for the reformers in government. We are lucky to have with us today a number of these brave leaders who are on the front lines working to address the over-medicalization of mental health in America. Joining us from the federal government are Admiral Brian Christine, Assistant Secretary of Health at HHS, Chris Carrer, Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary at the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Agencies, Alex Adams, Assistant Secretary at the Administration for Children and Families, Dr. Marta Sokolowska, Deputy Center Director for Substance Abuse and Behavioral Health at the Food and Drug Administration, Andrea Beckel-Michner, PhD, Deputy Director of the NIH Brain Initiative, and Dr. Tim Westlake, Chief of Staff of the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Agency. We are also joined by researchers and clinicians from UCLA, Florida State, King's College London, and the University of South Florida. And at 4:30 p.m. today, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Secretary of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, will join us. I now have the privilege to introduce our first speaker. Admiral Brian Christine is the 18th Assistant Secretary of Health at HHS, a Senate-confirmed physician and head of the U.S. Public Health Service Commission Corps, who has made restoring public trust and radical transparency the defining mission of his tenure. Admiral Christine.
Well, good morning. Thank you for having me here today. I am the Assistant Secretary for Health, and in my 3-decade career as a urologic surgeon with a practice focused primarily on men's health, I've sat across from thousands of patients, but it's an honor to be here with you this morning here at the MAHA Institute. I'm incredibly proud to be in a room where people are willing to ask some of the harder questions about the state of health in this country, because there are a few conversations we've avoided for too long, and one of them is the quiet crisis unfolding among men in this country. About 3 years ago, I was referred a patient for low testosterone, pretty typical referral for me. Before I walked into the exam room, I took a look at his labs, and everything was stone cold normal. His testosterone level was completely normal. So I went into the exam room, and then I started a conversation with this patient. I actually started to talk to him to see what was going on. He was in his late 30s. He was married, had a couple of great kids, ran a successful plumbing business. But he told me, he said, Doc, he said, I just don't feel right. Something's not right with me. I go to work, I come home, I go to bed, then I do it all over again. I feel like I'm just going through the motions. But then he said this. He said, you know, I just want to work. I want to take care of my wife and kids. I just want to try to be the man that my parents told me that I should be. But I keep hearing that men like me are toxic, that traditional masculinity is somehow wrong. Now, he didn't have low testosterone. He was suffering from depression. All you had to do was actually talk to him, spend some time with him, to listen to him. He didn't need a shot of hormones. He needed compassion. He needed someone willing to listen to him. And unfortunately, this story is not unique. I've heard it time and time again, and the reality is that in many cases, our response to that crisis for men has been to medicate rather than to truly understand it. We are in a serious moment in public health. United States. The average life expectancy is 5 to 6 years less. Of the 10 leading causes of death, men lead in 9 of them. Men have higher rates of obesity, they have higher rates of diabetes, they have higher rates of cardiovascular disease. We're focused on treating, on understanding, on conquering chronic disease at the Department of Health and Human Services, and men lead in virtually every category. It's not something to be proud of, but it's something to address. And though rates of depression between men and women are about the same, men are less likely to seek help, they're more likely to isolate, and they are far more likely to die by suicide. And right now, men account for about nearly 80% of suicides in this country. That's not a marginal difference, that's a warning sign. If you look at younger men, the trend is not stabilizing, it's getting worse. Culturally, and even within our systems, we have not fully treated the men's health crisis as the crisis that it is. Now, men don't typically come in saying they're depressed. That's just not how it shows up. They come in exhausted. They come in and say they're feeling off, their relationships are strained, their energy is gone, and a lot of them say the same thing in different ways. They say, I just don't feel like myself anymore. I've had that conversation time and time again. Now, I am not a mental health practitioner, but I certainly know good ones who are willing to talk to patients, ones who are willing to spend time with them, ones who are willing to not simply pull out a prescription pad. Too often, unfortunately, what follows is a prescription before really asking what's going on and why. And to be clear, medication has a role. There's no question about that. But we must also be willing to talk honestly about the effects of these medications, as we heard this morning on the panel. The SSRIs are among the most commonly prescribed medications in the United States, and amazingly, roughly 1 in 8 Americans take an antidepressant or a medication of some type. And these medications aren't without consequences. Again, as we have heard, sexual side effects are common. Up to 70% of patients taking SSRIs, experience a loss of libido, they experience erectile dysfunction, they experience difficulty with orgasm, they experience somatic effects, as we heard from these incredibly brave young people talking to us this morning. And as we've also heard, in some cases, these issues do not fully resolve after stopping the medication. And we can see the downstream effects of that. When someone feels like they've lost a part of their life, it doesn't stay compartmentalized. It affects confidence, it affects relationships, it affects how they see themselves. And unfortunately, often the conversations are not had until it's too late. And there's also emerging evidence pointing to the physical health risks associated with long-term antidepressant use. A large systematic review and meta-analysis covering more than 15 million patients found that the use of SSRIs is associated with an increased risk of bone fractures, particularly in the hip and the vertebra. Now that matters, especially as patients age, because a hip fracture is not just an injury. For an older adult, it can be a life-altering event. There's a loss of mobility, a loss of independence, and in some cases begins a downward health trajectory that can be impossible to reverse and can lead to death. These medications are not neutral interventions. They have real whole body consequences. Too often, with little guidance as to what comes next. Poor practitioner counseling around tapering SSRIs can lead to syndromes patients were never warned about. Again, exactly what we've heard this morning. These can include sexual dysfunction, somatic symptoms, a body that doesn't feel like your own. I don't need to go through them again because, again, you heard this morning. The decision to prescribe SSRIs should always come with a full understanding of both the benefits and the risk and a willingness to explore what is driving the symptoms in the first place. Don't just write a prescription, talk to your patient. We must pause. And we have to ask something bigger, though. Why are so many people, especially men, struggling in the first place? Because it's not just a medical issue. This is a cultural issue. It's a societal issue. As a men's health practitioner, of course, I look at the world through the lens of men's health. It's not that I don't care about women's health. In the Office of the Assistant Secretary for Health, one of my largest offices is the Office of Women's Health. I care deeply about women's health. But I do know that we've created a culture where a lot of men feel like they are on the outside looking in. Their traditional anchors, work, family, responsibility, they don't feel as stable as they once did. In some spaces, the message is that masculinity itself is something to be minimized, something to be criticized, and by some, something to be demonized. And we can see the effects. We see boys falling behind in school. We see young men stepping away from the workforce. We see a quiet but a growing sense that they are not needed. And when that takes hold, it doesn't usually explode overnight. Rather, it builds gradually. It builds under the surface until it turns into something much harder to pull a person back from. And so what's the answer? Is it simply more medication? No. Or do we need to think about more broadly about what health actually means? Health is not just whether symptoms are managed. It's also whether someone has a purpose. It's whether they feel connected, whether they feel their life has direction. We talk about lifespan, but I think it's more important to talk about health span. Engage vigorously in the things you want to do. Carry out the tasks that you need to, the desires that you have. I believe also that faith has a role in people's lives. I believe it matters not just privately, but I believe it also matters how people experience their life and experience meaning. I think it speaks to dignity and to identity, and the idea that your life has value beyond what you simply produce. Because when any of those things are missing, we cannot expect medication alone to fill that gap. When men are struggling mentally, it doesn't stay isolated to the individual. When men are struggling, families feel it. Marriages are strained, relationships are damaged, children can grow up in instability. There's lost productivity, there's disengagement, and there's rising health care costs. But it's really the human costs that are the most important. It's the human costs that really stay with you. Disconnection, loneliness, relationships that don't recover. In some cases, we've seen these cycles repeat generation after generation. So where do we go? What do we do? Well, I certainly don't have all the answers, but I do think we need to be more honest about over-medicalization in this country. And I'm so glad, Laura, that we have this conference, that all of you are participating today, because it's an incredibly important topic. There are times when we've moved too quickly as physicians and as therapists and as practitioners. Too often, we're quick to pull out the prescription pad and the pen and write the prescription, as opposed to talking to the patient or finding ways to treat them besides medications. We need a more complete view of health. Mental health is not just brain chemistry, it's sleep, it's nutrition, it's movement, it's relationships, and ultimately, it's about having a purpose. Clearly, we need more transparency. Patients deserve to understand the full impact of the treatment that they are being offered. Finally, we need to support our patients, men and women. For men, we need to support them. We need not to dismiss them. We need to meet men and women suffering with mental health issues and challenges where they are and remove the stigma around speaking up. We need a true focus on men's health. I believe that. We need a true focus on mental health. We should look outside the box and try to embrace non-medical and novel therapies. And I'm proud to say, under Secretary Kennedy, I think we are doing just that. For the first time in my career, again, over 3 decades as a physician, as a surgeon, I've seen excitement around healthcare and changing healthcare and addressing these issues like I've never seen it before. When I was getting ready to close my practice down after I'd been nominated by the President for this role, patients, and my patients were almost exclusively men, but patients, old, young, race didn't matter, But when they heard that I was going to work with Robert F. Kennedy Jr., they were incredibly excited for me. They didn't like losing their doctor that many of them had for years, but they were excited to see what was happening with health care and how we were going to change things under Bobby Kennedy. Now understand, if we don't get this right, the consequences don't stay contained. They ripple outwards into families, into communities, and into the future of the country. So this can't be just another discussion that we're having about over-medicalization. It has to be a shift. It has to be a willingness to look deeper, to ask hard questions, and to build a system that treats the whole person, not just the symptoms, a system that relies more upon things other than medications. It has to be a system that really is changed from the ground up. And I think we are trying to do that at the Department of Health and Human Services. We might not get it right all the time, but we're trying. I very much appreciate the opportunity to be here with you today. I very much appreciate the opportunity to speak with you, to interact with you, perhaps to answer questions, to meet more of you. And I thank you all for being here. I do thank you for all the great work that is being done. This country desperately needs it. But let me say, God bless you all. God bless the men and the women of this country. God bless the panel this morning, those courageous men and women who are up here talking about things that were so personal. It takes courage to do that. It takes incredible courage. And if any of you are in the office, I'm incredibly proud of you for being up here and doing that. So God bless all of you. Certainly God bless Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and God bless our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'd like to now welcome Alex Adams, the Assistant Secretary for the Administration for Children and Families. Thank you.
Certainly, thank you for the opportunity to be here. Always tough to follow Admiral Christine. If you look at the bios, you'll see I was a pharmacist, but before you get out your tomatoes and start warming up your rotator cuffs, let me just state unequivocally, this is an area where we can do better and where we must do better. So we appreciate the invitation to be here today and bring this dialogue forward. I'm here on behalf of the Administration for Children and Families, or ACF for short. If you're not familiar with ACF, it's one of the operating divisions within HHS. We are the and human services side of Health and Human Services. We finance and oversee programs that ripple throughout communities, states, and community partners like Head Start, Child Care Development Fund, TANF, child support, and most central to the conversation today is the foster care system. As Admiral Christine said, if we don't get ahead of this problem early, this ripples throughout programs, and we see that specifically in our foster care system, which I'll talk about today. At ACF, our North Star for foster care is simple. We have a campaign called A Home for Every Child, because children grow best in families, not systems. Right now, the numbers tell a different story. If I have 100 foster care kids coming into the system nationwide, I only have 57 homes to care for them. When that's not just a math problem. When there's not enough homes for kids, they end up in non-traditional settings. They end up in group homes such as congregate care facilities. They end up separated from siblings. They shuffle from placement to placement. Many states have placed them in either hotels, Airbnbs, or government office spaces. So by focusing on this ratio of homes to kids, it gives ACF two targets to shoot at. We can recruit and retain more foster homes, or most importantly, we can shrink the number of kids coming into the foster care system by addressing the root causes. The two most proximate causes are both substance use disorder and mental health issues, traditionally among the parents, but more recently and increasingly common is among the children. In my previous job, I ran Idaho's HHS agency, and in my state, 18% of the kids coming into my foster care system were coming in because the child themselves had a substance use disorder issue or a mental health issue. Again, we can do better, and we must do better. Too often, the foster care system responds to the trauma and instability they see in the lives of kids. They respond with medication as the most accessible response rather than as one component of coordinated care. Psychotropic medications can play an important role in treatment, but when they are used appropriately as part of a broader coordinated care plan. Our Home for Every Child campaign is designed to address that imbalance by increasing family-based placements, strengthening kinship care, supporting caregivers, and reducing unnecessary entries into foster care. That matters for this conversation because instability is not just a foster care placement issue, it's a mental health issue. When children lack consistent caregivers and environments, systems respond to the resulting behaviors with medication rather than addressing underlying instability. So today I'll focus on three things. First, what is the data telling us? And again, I'm focused specifically on the child welfare foster care system, what this looks like in practice, and most importantly, what we at ACF are doing and what we can all collectively do to improve it. So first, what the data is telling us. Children involved in the child welfare system have significantly elevated behavioral health needs, with 40% receiving a diagnosis. But what stands out to me is not just the level of need, it's how the system responds. Foster youth are prescribed psychotropic medications at rates substantially higher than other Medicaid-enrolled children. In 5 selected states, children in foster care were prescribed these medications at rates 2.7 to 4.5 times higher than non-foster children on Medicaid. In recent peer-reviewed research using Medicaid claims data has found that approximately 35% of foster youth received at least one psychotropic medication prescription compared to 8% of non-foster youth who are also enrolled in Medicaid. Rates vary widely across states and across placement types, suggesting that system factors, not just clinical need, shape treatment decisions. And placement matters. Youth placed in congregate care settings experience substantially higher rates of psychotropic medication use than those in family-based placements. Federal survey data found that children in group homes or residential treatment centers were prescribed psychotropic medications at a rate of 48%, compared to 14% in non-relative foster homes and 12% in kinship homes. Studies show that reducing reliance on congregate care and strengthening kinship and family-based placements are associated with improved well-being and lower rates of psychotropic medication use. That tells us something important. Where a child is placed shapes how they are treated, and it reinforces a core point. Strengthening family-based placements is not just about permanency, it's about better mental health outcomes. In other words, why we are focused on a home for every child. In practice, over-medicalization is not just a single decision, it's a pattern. Children often enter foster care already on medications, and over time those medications accumulate, layered without coordination, often without access to the therapies that should accompany them. Many children receive psychotropic medications in foster care who did not receive recommended psychosocial or traumatic or trauma-informed therapies. And in the foster care system, questions of legal consent present a significant and underexamined vulnerability for children. Unlike children living with their parents, children in foster care may have their medication decisions made by caseworkers, courts, or agency officials with varying levels of engagement from biological parents, foster parents, or the children themselves. Continuity is also a major challenge in foster care. When placements change because of instability, medication management often does not follow smoothly, creating risks of both overprescribing and abrupt discontinuation. For youth who age out of foster care, these risks increase. Many lose both system support and medication oversight at the same time, with little data to help understand the long-term outcomes. Let me be clear, ACF's goal is not to eliminate medication, it's to ensure that when medication is used, it is appropriate, it's coordinated, and it's part of a comprehensive plan. So why does overprescribing happen in the foster care system? There's 4 variables I would highlight. First is instability. When there's not enough homes for kids, children experience frequent placement changes that disrupts continuity of care and increases the likelihood of new prescriptions. Second is access. In many communities, trauma-informed services are limited or delayed while medication is readily available. Third, workforce shortages, especially in child psychiatry. And fourth, fragmentation. This is an area where child welfare, Medicaid, and behavioral health systems often operate with disconnected data and limited coordination, and no single entity has a complete picture of a child's history. In that environment, medication can become a default, not because it's the best option, but because it's the easiest one. So what does federal law require? What does ACF statutes require? Well, federal law requires states to maintain healthcare oversight and coordination plans for children, including protocols for the use and monitoring of psychotropic medications. Too often audits show that those are not strong policies at the state level. So what I would do is I would highlight a couple proven practices that have shown either promise or real results. Centralized medication reviews, second opinion programs where specialists consult before certain medications are prescribed, psychotropic medication advisory committees, red flag monitoring systems, and required informed consent procedures. GAO, the Government Accountability Office, has specifically recommended that HHS convene state child welfare, Medicaid, and other stakeholders to promote collaboration and information sharing on psychotropic medication oversight. And you can rest assured that those conversations are ongoing, and very soon this summer, we will be convening those entities to talk about how to align not just policies but practices. ACF's role is not to determine individual treatment decisions, but to ensure that children and families are supported by systems that are safe, coordinated, and grounded in evidence-based care. And one of the most significant federal tools that we have for addressing the conditions that contribute to behavioral health challenges is the Family First Prevention Services Act. Family First authorizes funding for up to 12 months of evidence-based prevention services, including mental health treatment, substance use services, and in-home parenting programs for children at imminent risk of entering foster care. Too often, we have put red tape and barriers to states being able to access funding for those programs. So we are hacking through the regulatory rainforest to clear away the red tape and allow states to maximize their prevention funding to treat families early and prevent kids from ending up in foster care in the first place. Children in foster care are entitled to comprehensive behavioral services through Medicaid. All children in foster care are categorically eligible for Medicaid. So we are having significant conversations with our colleagues at Medicaid. Dr. Oz has brought in an all-star team, including folks who have experience at the state level, who have overseen both child welfare as well as state Medicaid programs. We have been in talks with them about breaking out data that gets reported for children as part of the STAR ratings program, segmenting data for foster youth versus non-foster youth so that ACF can more objectively intervene in states whose data demonstrably shows weak practices. And we are committed to addressing the cross-system challenges, working through our partnerships with federal and state agencies, both in behavioral health and Medicaid. So at ACF, we are focused on getting the fundamentals right. Children need stable families, they need consistent caregivers, and they need access to the right services at the right time. When those elements are in place, everything else changes. Medication has a role, but it should never substitute for stability, connection, and comprehensive care. ACF's A Home for Every Child initiative is about building that foundation so that fewer children reach crisis, fewer systems rely on medication as the first response. If we align our policies, funding, and partnership around that goal, we can move from managing symptoms to supporting real healing. And we can give every child not just a placement, but the chance to grow up in a stable, healthy, and connected family. Please join us in this journey. Thank you.
Thank you. Please welcome Laura Delano, founder of Inner Compass Initiative.
Thank you, Deborah, and thank you so much to the MAHA Institute for making this day possible. It's really an honor and privilege to be here. And thank you to Admiral Christine and Assistant Secretary Adams, and of course Mark for your opening remarks. It means a lot to me to be up on stage with you all. So my name is Laura Delano. I founded Inner Compass Initiative nearly a decade ago to help people make informed choices about taking and safely tapering off psychiatric drugs. My decision to start ICI came after I realized that my parents and I had never actually made a truly informed choice about any of my 14 years in the American mental health industry. I grew up on psychiatric drugs, accumulating an alphabet soup of diagnoses through my teens and 20s. Over those years, as I carefully complied with my treatment, my physical health, creativity, sexuality, relationships, connection to God and nature and meaning and purpose, all of it was overtaken by medicalization. I became a list of symptoms to be managed. During those psychiatrized years, as I like to call them, I was in endless therapy and admitted myself to many programs and hospitals. I was on 2 meds, then 3, then 4, then 5. Along the way, life fell apart. At age 25, told by my psychiatrist I was so severely mentally ill that I was now resistant to all treatment, I tried to kill myself. I am far from the only one. Not a day goes by that I don't thank my lucky stars I made it through alive, and that I eventually realized this medicalized understanding of myself had become a prison. I made the decision to abandon all my diagnoses and come off all the meds I'd been told I'd need forever to stay alive. That was 16 years ago now. I want to pause here to define this word medicalization. Since this day, and the mandate of HHS under the leadership of Secretary Kennedy, is about addressing that we are doing far too much of it. Medicalization is what happens when we take complex human struggles and call them a disease. It's the act of pathologizing natural, understandable, even commonsensical responses to our individual lives and the broader world in which we live. To be clear, questioning medicalization isn't about denying suffering or denying that many people experience real benefit from psychiatric treatments, especially in the short term. It's about asking what our culture has sacrificed by telling generations of Americans that being human is a disease. Millions of our young people now grow up convinced something is wrong with them. They've been taught to take their despair and self-doubt and loneliness, their shame and obsession and alienation, their struggles in friendship and romance, their fear and angst and grief, and translate all of these experiences into symptoms of incurable brain pathology requiring lifelong pharmaceutical use. They've grown convinced, like I once was, that their life's main purpose is symptom management with endless pills and therapy and programs. They are convinced the only way the depth of their pain can be seen, understood, and validated is through medicalizing it. They are convinced the only people qualified to help them are those with letters after their names. And when they've done all this, and their dysfunction and disability have only worsened, they're told this means their illness has progressed, that the reason their psychiatric treatments aren't helping is that their brain disease is just too far gone. This is a story of hopelessness, and it's a story that I and countless others have grown up believing in deeply. 50 years ago, the philosopher and social critic Ivan Illich warned of the deep harm caused when a culture becomes overly medicalized. What he called cultural iatrogenesis occurs when health professions inadvertently, quote, destroy the potential of people to deal with their human weakness, vulnerability, and uniqueness in a personal and autonomous way, end quote. We are now living with these consequences. Tens of millions of Americans are convinced that their suffering is a sign that they are permanently broken, rather than a signal about the world they're trying to live in. A world of screens and social media, broken sleep, too much stress, too little sunlight, too little movement, too little real food, too little solitude, too little face-to-face time with others in local, meaningful community. Nearly 1 in 4 adults has a psychiatric diagnosis. 40% of high schoolers report being persistently hopeless, with 9% attempting suicide. Suicide rates have climbed sharply across nearly every age group since the late 1990s. Nearly 50,000 Americans killed themselves in 2023, the highest number ever recorded. At the same time, nearly 65 million Americans are taking psychiatric drugs, including around 4 million children. We're told this is a mental health crisis. But what if this crisis is in large part fueled by misinterpretation, by medicalizing struggles that were never medical to begin with and don't have medical solutions? Just as we have woken up to the misleading story sold to us by the pain management industry, that all physical pain is a problem to be eradicated with safe, effective pharmaceuticals that are not dependence-forming, we are now waking up to the false promises of this industry of mental health, an industry that's taught us emotional pain is a symptom to eradicate with safe, effective pharmaceuticals you'll likely need for life, but if not, don't worry, you can easily stop. Time has run out on this deceptive mythology. Our culture sees through it now. A couple of years ago, I never in my wildest dreams would have imagined we would reach this tipping point. Yet here we are. Look around this room. Among us are current and former patients, family members of long struggling people, some of whom have taken their own lives, grassroots advocates, entrepreneurs working to address overmedicalization at every age, mental health professionals trapped by the limits of the systems around them, knowing in their hearts that this isn't how it's meant to be. This isn't why they came to this work. Prescribers who are losing faith in their own prescription pads. Leadership and staff across Health and Human Services and Capitol Hill. We are a family here, or at least we should be. For a long time, it's been mostly patients sounding the alarm on overmedicalization. People who have lived its consequences firsthand, realized there was in fact a future beyond chronic illness, and had no choice but to develop safe psychiatric medication tapering protocols because their doctors couldn't or wouldn't help them. Prescribers are trained to put people on psychiatric medications, not help them safely taper off. They aren't taught about the dependence-forming nature of all psychiatric medications, not just benzodiazepines, or that the difficulties patients face when stopping their medications may well be withdrawal, not relapse. They don't realize that tapering slowly doesn't mean over days, weeks, or months, but possibly over years. Patients had no choice but to develop the world's safest tapering protocols for themselves and build online communities to share them freely with one another because there was nowhere else to turn for reliable information. It's why I founded Intercompass Initiative. Thank goodness this is now changing. Prescribers and mental health professionals are realizing that they, like us patients, have been misled by the quick fix promises of the industry they work in. They came to this work because they wanted to help suffering people and were not given the information they needed. This is an information problem we are all in together. There are many out there who want to keep us divided. They want to polarize and politicize this conversation, making it about right versus left, patient versus doctor, us versus them, quackery versus science, pro versus anti-medication. We mustn't let them. This should not be a war zone. This should be a community table where we come together to learn from one another and embrace vulnerability, humility, and curiosity, working together to once and for all address this national crisis. We owe it to the 65 million Americans on these medications to build safe off-ramps that should have been provided all along for those who want or need them. And we owe it to our children who hold the future of this country in their sweet, sensitive, impressionable hearts to remember what it means to be human, that emotional pain is part of being alive, that meaningful help comes in countless forms beyond a pill bottle. Only then will the world they've inherited begin to make sense again. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. It's good to cry. I hope there's a lot of crying today. I cry all the time. I love it. We are 10 minutes ahead of schedule, so why don't we take a 10-minute break, and then we'll reconvene with the first panel at 11 o'clock. Thank you. I think it's really important as we come together to talk about where we want to move forward, how we want to reform policies and practice, to start by actually taking stock of what has brought us to this situation we are in as a country. And I can think of no better three colleagues and friends to tell that story to this summit. And I'm just going to read their bios, and then each of them is going to will start by sharing their own prepared remarks, and then we'll move into some questions. So David Cohen, PhD, MSW, has studied medicalization of children's problems, iatrogenic harms of psychotropic drug treatments, cultural factors driving psychoactive drug policies, and sparse accountability for coercive psychiatric care. He asks whether the sharp but non-scientific divide between approved and illicit drugs obscures their shared psychoactive effects and undermines sound and comprehensive harm reduction policies. He's authored or co-authored over 130 publications, 11 books, including Mad Science and Your Drug May Be Your Problem, and created award-winning tools like Critical Think RX to help child welfare practitioners make informed choices about psychiatric medications. More recently, he produced the first contemporary count of involuntary psychiatric detentions in the U.S. A former Fulbright Distinguished Chair, he is Professor of Social Welfare and Associate Dean at UCLA's Luskin School of Public Affairs. Next is Gretchen Lefevre-Watson, PhD, who is a licensed clinical psychologist whose research and intervention projects have received scholarly and media attention. She's served as a professor of pediatrics, psychiatry, behavioral sciences, and education at universities and medical schools in the U.S. and abroad, and as director of patient safety at a large healthcare system. She received millions of grant dollars to study the epidemiology of psychotropic drug use in children and non-drug alternatives. She's an academic affiliate at the University of South Carolina and a member of the Southern Network on Adverse Reactions, or SONAR, a national post-marketing drug surveillance initiative, and the author of the forthcoming book, Prescription Affliction, the Overuse of Psychiatric Drugs in Children. And lastly, Jeffrey Lacasse, PhD, MSW, is a researcher and educator who's spent nearly 25 years challenging conventional thinking about mental health care. He focuses on psychiatric diagnosis and medication, asking important questions about what truly helps people in distress and what barriers may prevent better outcomes. He's written widely on topics such as the chemical imbalance theory of depression, direct-to-consumer drug advertising, medical ghostwriting, and the high rates of psychotropic medication use among children in the child welfare system. With roughly 75 publications, nearly 2,900 citations, and an H-index of 25, and I don't even know what that means, but it sounds like a great thing. His scholarship has helped spark vital conversations about evidence-based, humane approaches to mental health. Dr. Lacasse has received approximately $500,000 in research funding, including projects evaluating medication education programs for child welfare workers. Above all, he's committed to bridging research and policy so that people experiencing mental distress receive support grounded in solid science and genuine compassion. So I was thinking, as I mentioned, each of these panelists will share prepared remarks to kick us off, and I'd come to them with this question and ask them to share their thoughts about it. Over the past several decades, we've seen sharply rising rates of psychiatric diagnosis and long-term psychotropic medication use across all age groups. At the same time, many indicators of mental health outcomes, especially for children and young adults, have not improved and in some cases have worsened. Each of you has studied different pieces of this story. How did we get here? What are the key historical, institutional, and structural forces that have shaped today's dominant approach, and what have been the consequences? So David will kick us off. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So So it's an honor to be here and to succeed people who have, this morning we had a panel of exemplifying harm. That is the first outcome, really, of any system after it matures. It no longer works and it begins to hurt. So we saw that. So it's a piece of the puzzle that we'll have to put together, but that's what we got. We got tales, narratives of harm. People get hurt. They don't just get help. All healers know. First, do no harm. It's there. So we heard it. That's part of the picture. The second picture is the drug industry. We got this amazing speech from Mark Gordon. Straight out, this is it. That's what it's about. So we don't have to put it together now, but it's a data point. We'll assemble it eventually. So I'm delighted to follow that. I just want to give you a little historical background for the U.S., but elsewhere. As Laura defined it, but maybe more, medicalization means to define a problem that's looked at from a social point of view, a moral point of view. What do I do? How do I live without hurting others? If I'm in conflict with them, for example, my family, for example. A legal problem. How do I live in this society according to the laws and public order? An existential problem. What does it mean for me to be me? An interpersonal problem. How do I get along with these people whom I depend on, who depend on me, etc. We look at these kinds of problems and we reframe them or define them as a medical problem. And therefore we look for or we use medical means like diagnoses, treatments, public health methods to address this problem. That's what medicalization means. And it starts about 400 years ago in the West, as it moves from an age of faith to an age of science. We start to look for actual mechanisms behind unseen forces that ecclesiastical authorities tell us are the workings of the divine or the workings of spirits. And it kind of works for us because we seem to know more. It helps a bit better. And that's, for example, maybe one of the first examples of medicalization that many centuries ago was when we began to redefine people who had committed suicide from sinners to mad people. That is, people who were suffering from a disease that had robbed them of their free will. Why did we do that? Because we wanted to spare their cadavers from being mutilated and their families from having their goods confiscated because these suicidees had violated an important religious norm which made perfect sense at that time. In that way, we were bootlegging humanism. That is, we were promoting ideals of tolerance and acceptance of people under the guise of increasing medical knowledge. So we were promoting a sort of a technical fix to continue managing our social, legal, moral, ethical, religious problems in a different way. Medicalization has grown exponentially, of course, over now, let's get closer, 120 years. Then we were worried about a few insane or mad dependent people in some faraway asylums. Today, we're concerned about the health of the entire nation, the mental health of the whole country. We have a socio-political, psycho-bio-industrial medical complex with at least 2 million professionals in the workforce dedicated to identifying, like those children who get sent. Why? Someone asked, how did it start? Where did you go? Why were you sent to a doctor? Because that's just what we do. We have a workforce that identifies, looks for people to send them to these approved, credentialed experts. And every person on that panel this morning was provided with the most approved, conventional, credentialed help available. This is the norm today. So a couple of other figures, nearly half the U.S. population is going to meet criteria for a lifetime diagnosis of mental disorder. And more so, 65% of adults in a nationwide poll in 2024 reported concerns with their own or a family member's mental health, and 77% ranked mental health in the country as a major concern on par with the economy. So what does that mean? This is it. We are in the late advanced stage of medicalization in our society, where mental health framing into everyday life is just what it is. It's just, this is the way it is. We can't quite see that we've shifted into something from something else. We're deeply in it, and we are stuck in it for now. We have no other words to even speak of the concerns than mental health language. That recent explosion began in 1968 with the arrival of DSM-3, the third edition of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders of the American Psychiatric Association. Overnight, DSM-3 dropped on the doorstep over 100 refurbished or brand new diagnoses: ADD, attention deficit disorder, borderline personality disorder, panic disorder, oppositional defiant disorder, that instantly, for different reasons that only historians can really well understand by taking into account the context of those times, but instantly they medicalize every challenge of human existence, as Laura Delano talked about. In other words, every struggle, every developmental challenge, every moral dilemma, every obsession, every distraction, every misbehavior became a mental health concern to be treated by mental health professionals. DSM proposed these low inference descriptive phrases, stripped of all context, as if they were talking about a piece of wood, stripped of all context that could give any complaint, any pain, any misbehavior, any meaning was gone, and said that they promised that if you group people in these categories, it would help us to discover how the people in the categories differed physiologically from the people outside the categories, to discover the physiological basis, because after all, these were diseases. So we need a way to find what are their physiological causes. And so let's put them in these categories so we can now search the physiology of these similar people and see how it differs from the normals outside the categories. And after only a tiny hesitation, the burgeoning mental health professions rushed in to join in that relabeling of virtually everything that plagues us in life. But that scientific promise never materialized. After 46 years of the DSM, after DSM-3, not a single mental disorder in that book ever graduated to a general medical condition. Not one. They still remain that special species of something medical, but not quite that we could define any way we want, but it's a medical problem. In other words, we know a mental disorder when we see it, but no one can tell you, what is it? After a while, the reframing becomes the thing itself. We are stuck. The DSM has been battered by insider-outsider critiques. It's been deserted by 3 or 4 of its task force leaders. It's been repudiated by the former head of the NIMH. You name it. But it's lost all pretense to validity. It will not allow us to discover reliable biomarkers that accompany, let alone explain, why a person is receiving that diagnosis. It's all just eyeballing you and saying, you've got a brain disorder. So total scientific failure, but astounding cultural success. Astounding. Who doesn't know? 5 diagnoses that you applied to friends, coworkers, family members, yourself, without any diagnostician. And this thing is a complete part of the culture, and especially American culture. Why? because in America, the DSM has remained our only way to determine a person's eligibility for help using public funds or third-party reimbursement during times of distress or misbehavior. Asking for help, being a resident or a citizen, just won't do it. We've got to pronounce your problem as a disease or a medical problem before we respond to it with companionship, shelter, or drugs. Now, the role of drugs, I'm finishing soon, the role of drugs, both as vectors, transporters, and consequences of medicalization has been discussed endlessly. It's obvious to many of you. But first, let me say, from a large vat of drugs with varied psychoactive properties, sedation, activation, blunting, what have you, we selected some that we refined further for the treatment of these mental disorders, which is life, everything in life, every problem in life. And this reinforced a divide between other similar or identical drugs used in unregulated or illicit markets. The divide became sharper over time. We painted a portrait of patients with legitimate illnesses, prescribed safe and effective drugs, and people with illegitimate motives using dangerous drugs. We went to every length to uplift prescribed psychoactive drugs as conventional medical remedies, neutral, standardized, no whiff of undesirable psychoactive effect, no dependence, no withdrawal, certainly no pleasurable properties that might lead you to divert them or anything like that, just guided missiles to malfunctioning brains. And the more we emphasize that imagery with each new crop of prescribed sedatives and stimulants and soon-to-be hallucinogens, the more we had to medicalize what was being medicated. And I believe that goes a really long way to explain that absolutely unwavering commitment in biological psychiatry to view any personal problem that doesn't remit easily as a serious biological disease. That's over-medicalization. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. I'm Gretchen Watson, and as Laura said, my background is in clinical and pediatric psychology with expertise in public health. And the reason I'm here today, in part, is because back in the 1990s and 2000s, I led a research team that uncovered the epicenter for the overprescription of psychiatric drugs in children. That place was Hampton Roads, Virginia. It's where I live, a region of 1.8 million people that includes numerous cities, including Norfolk and Virginia Beach. Having discovered the country's first ADHD hotspot, offered lessons largely ignored. But it's not too late to learn from Hampton Roads. So what did we find? By 1999, 19% of the elementary school children in that region had been diagnosed with ADHD. 84% of them had been medicated for the condition. More troubling, 28% of the ADHD medicated children were on 2 or more psychotropics simultaneously. 9% were on 3 or more. Back then, a quarter of a century ago, that level of prescribing was completely unheard of in children. What did all that medication do? Well, ironically, the ADHD-diagnosed children who were medicated had worse educational outcomes than the ADHD-diagnosed children who were not medicated. At the time, we were surprised by that finding, but since then, National Institutes of Mental Health Research has made it abundantly clear that long-term use of ADHD drug therapy leads to a deterioration, not only in academic outcomes, but also in social-emotional functioning.
When we shared those findings with the Hampton Roads community, they were alarmed, but they tackled the problem systematically. Within 4 years, the community reduced the rate of ADHD diagnoses by 32%. And they did that while implementing non-drug interventions that were associated with educational improvements. These included a 70% reduction in discipline referrals, significant decreases in ADHD symptoms from the beginning to the end of the school year, and higher test scores on every subject of the statewide academic testing. Unfortunately, that work was sidelined. Since then, that localized problem of psychiatric overtreatment has become a national crisis. Today, 11% of American children, more than 11%, have been diagnosed with ADHD. And while that average is too high, there are many places within our country where the rate is still higher and on par with what we observed in Hampton Roads 25 years ago. As for Hampton Roads, things haven't gone well. In 2022, it had to open a psychiatric hospital for children to contend with the continual uptick in psychiatric emergencies and police reports of violence among children treated for mental health problems. In 2023, the region made national headlines when an ADHD medicated 6-year-old went to school and intentionally shot his school teacher. Once large numbers of children were medicated with stimulants, the barrier came down to using other drugs to treat them. It wasn't long before it seemed reasonable, even responsible, to reach for a prescription to deal with anxiety, sadness, irritability, or trouble sleeping. While psychiatric drugs can suppress certain behaviors over the short term, they are rarely effective long term. And as you've been hearing, when used for more than a few months, any psychiatric drug can and usually does induce physiological dependence. So when stopped, the withdrawal symptoms can be worse than the problems for which the drug was first prescribed. And unfortunately, clinicians commonly misinterpret those symptoms as evidence of a worsening condition or the emergence of a new condition, as we heard so clearly this morning. This pattern of prescribing medication to treat the effects of other medications is known as the prescribing cascade, and it accounts for a significant portion of children in this country who experience psychiatric emergencies. It's now evident with the benefit of hindsight that ADHD is a gateway diagnosis that opened the door to the medicalization of childhood and to drug cocktails for young children. By 2015, more than 40% of ADHD diagnosed children in this country between the ages of 2 and 24 were taking multiple psychiatric drugs. That's according to pediatrics. In addition to stimulants, their drug combinations often included antidepressants and antipsychotics. Antidepressants, as we've heard, increase the risk of interference with sexual development. They also increase the risk of suicide. And we know for certain that antipsychotics, which are powerfully sedating drugs, cause weight gain, diabetes, and tardive dyskinesia, a permanent, debilitating neurological condition. Children in foster care, again, as we've heard, receive all these medications at exponentially higher rates. We have a generation of children that has been growing up under the influence of psychiatric drugs. Even more insidious still, psychiatric diagnoses themselves can damage a child's sense of self, convincing them that they need to take drugs for the rest of their lives just to function normally. Too many children are victims of what I call a prescription affliction. By this I mean the unintended harm that occurs when common emotional struggles and behaviors are recast as psychiatric illnesses requiring drug therapy, typically with too little attention paid to long-term consequences, withdrawal risks, and non-drug alternatives. This prescription affliction must end before it ensnares another generation. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jeff Lacasse. I'm a research fellow at the Intercompass Institute and an associate professor at Florida State University. I've been obsessed with the idea of chemical imbalance, which came up through both Cam and Lauren, for about 26 years. And I'm hopeful you won't find my obsession to be worthy of being medicalized, because I've been truly obsessed with this idea. I might have had some friends and romantic partners that thought I was a little too obsessed with the idea of chemical imbalance. Following DSM-3, which David Cohen mentioned and talked about so well, the other idea that paired with this to really send us down a road of full-blown medicalization, in my opinion, is this idea of chemical imbalance. And one of the chief events that fueled that will be the FDA approval and release of the drug Prozac. And if you're Gen X or older, you probably remember that vividly. If you're not, I'm going to just describe that context a little bit for you. In 1989, when Prozac was approved and then marketed, we didn't have direct-to-consumer advertising yet, but it was marketed to physicians, obviously, so they would prescribe it. Companies like Eli Lilly, Big Pharma, and its other allies reshaped not just how we would think about a specific antidepressant, or the marketplace of ideas around the treatment of depression, but the very idea of who we were, what feelings were, and other existential topics, I think David would say, that were being medicalized for corporate profit, basically. And importantly, Prozac was not just marketed as a psychoactive medication that might help your symptoms of depression or improve your quality of life to some degree. It was importantly marketed as a drug that would correct a known chemical imbalance in your brain. Now, and Cam and Lauren spoke so capably about this, but if I was sitting across from a person in a white coat with an MD that told me I had something wrong with my brain chemistry and they had the remedy, I think I would have to be crazy to not at least strongly consider that. And I believe that's fueled a lot of the medicalization. So the proposed, and it was theoretical, we used the word putative, the proposed mechanism of action of Prozac and drugs like Zoloft and Paxil became an explanation or a description of the symptoms of depression. And not just depression, this is where it got confusing in terms of the veracity of this theory, because serotonin imbalance not only caused depression, they claimed, but post-traumatic stress disorder, generalized anxiety disorder, premenstrual dysphoric disorder. And so the theory began to not make a lot of logical sense very quickly, but it was nonetheless very, very popular. This was just a brilliant and seductive marketing campaign. After convincing physicians to tell their patients this, it filtered down throughout the mental health system. Perhaps the reason I'm so obsessed with this idea and have written papers critiquing it and discussing how we might actually talk to patients about their problems was that when I worked in a state mental hospital, I told my clients that taking Prozac was just like taking insulin for diabetes. That is not true. Perhaps this is my penance for saying that over and over again. We get direct-to-consumer advertising in the late 90s, which is just the perfect storm to spread this idea even further. Many of you will remember the Zoloft advertisements with the miserable ovoid creature bouncing around and whimpering until his or her serotonin was corrected by the drug. What makes this an interesting case example, if we're going to talk about psychiatric science and how we got here, is those Zoloft ads are inconsistent with the psychiatric textbooks at the time they're being aired. The serotonin theory is said to be falsified, or at least at best an implausible hypothesis in the literature by the late 90s, early 2000s. but it continues in clinical practice and guides decision-making. It also guided entire cultural narratives, I would say. I recently rewatched The Sopranos, and I came across a scene where Tony Soprano is explaining to Chrissy, his lieutenant, that since he's down and sad, he probably has a chemical imbalance in his brain. So this narrative really overwhelmed alternative theories and hypotheses. So it's pretty well known at this point that this theory was implausible, and probably we never had any good reason to believe this theory if I'm to give you the short, strong version of it. We could debate about when we became aware of that. There are some academics who would tell you by the 1970s, we should have known there was nothing to this theory. NIH did very important research in the 1990s that seemed to falsify it. If you ask ChatGPT, which I did this morning because I was curious, it will tell you by 2005, 6, 7, the theory is dead. And the advertisements disappeared by 2008, 9, making any claims of serotonin imbalance. It still happened regularly in clinical interactions. I don't know if you could put the serotonergic toothpaste back in the tube. I teach aspiring social workers, and every single semester I hear from students who have been told this theory recently. And the self-correcting nature of science, there's a couple lessons here. One is the self-correcting nature of science did not work as far as the knowledge dissemination, the advice to clinicians, and the general public. There was decades and decades of a theory that's now falsified, but at the time was known to be implausible, being perpetuated over and over again. And I collected data with a colleague in 2024, because one thing you might think about is, okay, well, that's not being advertised to the public anymore. Clinicians can't be learning that serotonin deficiency is the root of depression any longer. So what does the general public think? Well, in our survey, 88% of the public endorsed the statement that depression is caused by a chemical imbalance. And 48% of recently diagnosed women, they were diagnosed with depression, said that their prescriber had mentioned this as one of the potential explanations. So sort of a zombie theory that goes on and on and on. So there's a lot of lessons we might learn from this. I use this as a case example of one situation where the science didn't work right, the dissemination efforts didn't work right, and people were misled, as Cam and Lauren talked about so powerfully. But a couple final points. First of all, the lack of causal findings in psychiatry, which David had referred to, the fact that we cannot find the etiology of what we're labeling mental illnesses, creates this vacuum. People want an explanation. And corporate power was happy to go in and fill that. And clinicians, including some, I'm sure, unwittingly, went along with it. We preferred, as a society, a simple wrong answer to a complicated right answer. The other thing I think this raises for us is I focused on one issue. I think it's a huge one, the chemical imbalance issue. But it's a situation where the science was not self-correcting as it should have been, and we've reaped the consequences of that. To move forward, to do better in the future, I think we need to acknowledge issues like this, and I think we need to look pretty hard for other examples. This is just one case example that everyone would be familiar with, the idea of chemical imbalance, but there are probably dozens of issues that are similar to this, where the science, the dissemination, and the practice have now lined up well with data. Thank you.
Thank you, David, Gretchen, and Jeff. You guys really painted a great overview of the backstory that's brought us here. And I want to get into some more specifics. And Gretchen, I want to start with you. So, of course, there's widespread concern about this mental health crisis among youth in our country. And in response, many schools have begun to implement mental health screenings, as they're called, which are brief assessments designed to identify students who might benefit from being taken to a mental health professional of some kind. And last year, Illinois actually passed a law mandating universal screenings in all public schools for grades K to 12. And I know you have concerns about these screenings, and I'd like to ask you to explain what your concerns are.
Thank you.
I want to grab a mic. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Well, at first glance, screening sounds like a great idea. But since 1968, when the World Health Organization published its first report on screening, which is now seminal, and ever since, leading experts have recognized that the idea of early detection and treatment sounds simple, but is actually incredibly complex. It easily causes more harm than good. And universal mental health screening is absolutely no exception. And it's actually not only ineffective, it's proving harmful, and that makes sense because it violates two of the core, fundamental, and indisputable principles of screening. First, to screen a condition, the condition must be valid and reliably diagnosable. Psychiatric diagnoses fail miserably on both of those counts, as we've heard. It routinely converts normal behaviors into pathological terminology. On that basis alone, the idea of universal screenings is troublesome. But the second core principle is that when you screen, the treatment must be readily available. And it's not. The American Psychological Association and the American Psychiatric Association have both warned that the demand for child services already far exceeds the number of available clinicians to provide that kind of treatment. Families are facing long wait lists or no treatment at all. And this is caused in part by universal screenings, which are happening in a third of American schools now. And if we continue down this path, it will only get worse. Yet, in pediatric practices across the country and emergency departments across the country, children are routinely being screened. Parents are asked to step out of the exam room, where their children are, sometimes as young as 8, are asked these leading questions about suicide, and I think it's important that you actually hear them. 1, in the past few weeks, have you wished you were dead? 2, in the past few weeks, have you felt that you or your family would be better off if you were dead? 3, in the past week, have you been having thoughts about killing yourself? 4, have you ever tried to kill yourself? If yes, how? When? 5, are you having thoughts of killing yourself right now? If yes, please describe. Those self-harm questions are incorporated in universal school-based mental health screenings, along with questions about anxiety and depression and general mental health. So let me read to you some of the general mental health questions. How often have you felt that you have something important to contribute to society? What strategies have you found helpful in managing your mental health? Now, as an 8-year-old, how would you have answered those questions? How about at 13? I can assure you as a young student, I was not thinking about my contribution to society, nor about managing my mental health. And I don't think it's really healthy to be asking young children to think in those terms. In fact, you've got to wonder if these questions aren't planting confusing ideas in young children's minds, priming them for anxiety and depression. Regardless, research has shown that school-based universal mental health screenings identify 90% of the children they identify as at risk are actually normal. So this leads to unnecessary diagnosis, treatment, and harm. And I want to mention Teen Screen. It's one of the most popular screening instruments out there. It's highly controversial, yet it's been used in 43 different states. It was developed at Columbia University, but its development and promotion was funded by the National Alliance of the Mentally Ill, NAMI, which many in this audience may recognize is heavily funded by the drug industry, basically a front group for the drug industry. That screening instrument identifies 84% false positive. So most of the kids it identifies are perfectly normal. This raises the question, are these screenings actually marketing tools for psychotropics, creating a pipeline from school screenings to referrals to the outside? Most serious mental illness emerges during adolescence or young adulthood. So we have a lot we can learn from the Veterans Administration, which has been screening older but also young veterans for depression since 2016. And Derek Blumke, who is here, will talk about that in more detail later, I'm sure. But that screening initiative has led to more veterans being diagnosed with depression and being given antidepressants. But those factors correlate with increases in suicide, not decreases in suicide. While that program continues and is problematic, the VA deserves great credit for working very hard right now to obtain written informed consent to make it law for veterans. Well, I would say children deserve no less protection. Unfortunately, when these screenings are done in schools, written parental consent is rarely part of the program, and school counselors are encouraged to share results with other school personnel, often creating self-fulfilling prophecies. So this is, troubling on so many levels. And a 2025 review found that school-based screening is largely not beneficial at all, 0 to no benefit, but the few benefits that are reported are process measures, things like the number of children referred for services, not actual improvements in mental health outcomes. So screening is not prevention. It does not address root causes. And instead of pouring money into that, I think we really need to find ways to reduce the overuse of psychiatric labels and drugs and to prevent mental health problems before they develop.
Thank you, Gretchen. Jeff, is there anything you want to add?
Yeah, quickly. I think we need to realize that diagnosis and treatment are not always automatically and unmitigated good. They're often used as proxy measures for something positive. It's way more complicated than that. We also need to acknowledge the bias in the system overall, and this is whether it's the media, the mental health system, just the general narratives around mental health care. Positive outcomes are overemphasized and sometimes exaggerated. Harms, especially long-term harms, are omitted or minimized. That needs to be our frame for thinking about how everyone's thinking right now about mental health. But following up on what Gretchen said about the screening, I just want to talk about diagnosis for 1 second. After the kid is screened and sent to a clinician, then they then will use the DSM to diagnose that child. And the first panel, which I found so compelling and touching, their stories are not idiosyncratic in that mental health diagnosis is highly subjective. It's rare, statistically, that independent clinicians will agree on a diagnosis for the same client. We have not been able to solve that problem. And Gretchen mentioned root causes. Couple examples for you. A child could live in a home where the parents get drunk and fight till 3 in the morning every night, and they can still be diagnosed with ADHD. The DSM does not preclude that. You could eat a diet that consists only of Taco Bell, and that will not be part of the DSM process. Now, there are good clinicians, that we have some in the room, that would think about these things and ask about these things, but psychosocial clinicians especially are not trained to think about diet, exercise. You could use social media 14 hours a day, and that's not going to be part of the formal DSM assessment. So once they've been screened, sent to be assessed, I know there are good clinicians out there, but as someone who teaches this process to students, I worry that that is a non-holistic, non-integrative diagnostic system we're using.
Thanks, Jeff. I want to move to the research side of things. And David, the federal government, through NIMH, for example, has funded a number of studies evaluating the effectiveness of different psychiatric drug treatments. Have these studies contributed valuable knowledge in your estimation, or have they ended up actually playing a part in this overmedicalization crisis?
The federal government certainly has been involved in funding evaluation studies of drugs, and, riffing off of Gretchen's point about the children, one of the famous studies I'm thinking of now is the MTA, multimodal treatment of ADHD study. Starts in 1992 and ends up almost a dozen years later with long follow-ups. Very interesting study. And the issue here is what is measured, what is considered to be what we pay attention to as a primary outcome, how is it measured, and then how is it reported later on? And maybe what is the role of the funder of the study possibly to kind of rein in or check what is said about the study? But essentially they enroll 500 children, they put them into 4 groups, randomly assign them to a ADHD, to a medication, stimulant medication. I believe at the time it was Ritalin, methylphenidate, and then a behavioral treatment group, and then a group that has behavioral and drugs, and then a usual treatment group, and they follow them for 14 months. Guess what? At the end of the first 14 months, the medication group has had the ADHD core symptoms, inattentiveness, hyperactivity, reduced. They were also measuring more social domains, academic functioning, parent-child relations. And when they looked at those outcomes, the behaviorally treated group was doing better. But because the study was proposed as really with the primary measure being the treatment of ADHD, so the symptoms, well, the takeaway headline was ADHD medication is a potent reducer of ADHD symptoms. And the rest sort of fell by the wayside a little bit. And then you had follow-ups 2 years later, 3 to 4 years later, up until the kids went into adulthood. By then, all differences between groups had vanished. Whether you'd been assigned a drug to begin with, or you were in behavioral treatment, or just usual treatment in the community, whatever that meant, it's just outside the study, you were really kind of doing the same. With the only difference, the kids who had started on the medication were about half an inch shorter. So that was really sort of the trace of it all. But what happens when you look at what the MTA really did? If you look at if you look it up on ChatGPT or Grok, you'll see that, it really confirmed for a generation of practitioners that stimulant medication reduces ADHD symptoms. And the other problems, the long-term outcomes, the child-parent relationships, the hostility, we find that those in the study, they were all associated with, well, what was the kind of social context you were growing in? And what kind of how severe was this problem when you began in the study? Those things just did not take, it wasn't so important to discuss them because, again, the study was presented as treatment of symptoms. And so that's kind of a takeaway message. I'm thinking of another one, more recent, but bigger, and that was the STAR-D study, part of a triad of major drug effectiveness, real-world interventions funded by the National Institute of Mental Health, looking at antipsychotics, SSRI antidepressants, and the bevy of different drugs we use for bipolar disorder. And if we focus on that STAR-D study, again, a study, they take 4,000 people recruited from general medical clinics, psychiatric clinics, and they bring them, and no control groups, just we're going to submit them to a series of successive, sequenced alternatives of treatments to relieve depression, STAR-D, and expecting that the first wave would fail. And the first drug was citalopram, Celexa. That was the first wave. They put in 3,000 people. The findings first came out in 2006. And they showed out of those 3,000 people who entered that first 14-week, 84 days or so wave, only 27% had a remission. And then the rest of them were some who did not remit and so forth, went on to other waves with other drugs. 5 other drugs were all tried. On and on and on until they went through the end of the study. everything kind of went wrong with that study because the researchers began to deviate from the proposed protocol that they had, that was funded by the NIMH. And they kind of changed the rating instrument they said they would use to make it easier for people who had not remitted to be considered remitters. That is, who were responding positively to their medication. Now, they had a whole bevy of symptoms that were left over. So everything was kind of changed. And then because of the obtuse design and the complex study, people going from one phase to another, with many dropping out, remitting, responding, relapsing, going into another phase, it became very complicated. So every time they went on, fewer and fewer people were getting better, as you can imagine, after 4 waves of treatment. But then when they published the study, the first findings of the wave, again, 2006, they say there's a theoretical cumulative remission rate of 70%, 70%, which made it look like, well, that's totally on par with any medical treatment out there for any condition. 70%, that's pretty darn good. And that's what left over, reported repeatedly, no later than a year ago in the New York Times, in a lead paper in the New York Times, repeating the 70% effectiveness rate for SSRIs. But there were reanalyses that were done shortly after. But no one cared about those because the first findings were, if you keep trying, it works 70% of the time. That's what people took away from it. In reality, only 3% of the 4,000 people did not drop out of the study, remitted, and stayed better for the year. 3%. So when you put a good spin on it, it's up to 15%, and recently people say, well, maybe 35%. But in a whole generation of psychiatrists, they were trained to say, this is the standard for treating treatment-resistant depression. Keep trying successively, it'll work 70% of the time. And so that's where you get this lots of money going into fund a study. The elite of psychopharmacology in the United States. You know, how could you say these findings are strange? Or we need much more independent analyses in studies that are going to have such scale, such impact. We need independent analyses. We need sort of self-checking mechanisms in that process from the start. So the funders have to, you know, it's the 2020s, folks. It's a new era. We need checks and balances on the studies themselves. Just like a Supreme Court gives a dissenting opinion and publishes that with the major decision, we need the alternative analyses by qualified people of the data that goes out with the study. There's no one narrative that the researchers own and must impose on society for 25 years. So STAR-D came out in 2006. We're in 2025, and it's only last year that the cover of Psychiatric Times finally aired, you know, with a headline, STAR-D dethroned, meaning it took 17, 18 years since the study was published for the profession to sort of like look at the issue in the eye and say, maybe we were fooled. So it's beyond the science itself. It's the management of the science, of course, as we know, that makes a huge difference in this field.
Thanks, David. And the end of your response there got to the last question I wanted to ask each of you. And before I ask it to Jeff and Gretchen, you know, to this idea of what do we need to do? What needs to be done to address the things you've mapped out? You talked a bit about how these independent analyses need to be funded and enabled. And I also wanted to ask you to share briefly with everyone about the role of withdrawal in general psychiatric drug research that you've discovered through the systematic review you did a few years ago. If you could briefly explain about that too and the issue there.
Right, where to begin, but let me try to get at one point that's central. What's important here is the role of taking people off medications that has been prescribed to them. Yanking them off medication is central in psychopharmacology research. In other words, again, I'm going to repeat that, the intentional yanking people away from a drug that they've been habituated to for some time in a study is central to making inferences about whether the drug is effective for other people. I'm not saying it should be central, but it is. We think that, well, this is not done. You don't put someone on a drug and then take it off them abruptly in 2 weeks or the same day, switch it to placebo, unbeknownst to them, and then watch as they muddle about in big distress to then conclude, oh, look, relapse. It's a relapse of the disorder. And on that basis to then recommend to everyone else, keep your patients on medications because they'll relapse. So it's not, all I'm saying again in different words, it's not a mysterious happening. Studies sponsored by the pharmaceutical industry and other entities and approved by the FDA use the withdrawal, usually abrupt, as a central feature of the design of the studies. They know it could be withdrawal. They have instruments to measure withdrawal, but they always conclude, 90% of the time, it's relapse. You wonder, they say withdrawal will mimic the symptoms of relapse. Withdrawal is severe. It'll cause all kinds of disruptions to your health, to your mental health, to your well-being. It looks like the problem you're treating, but when they see it, they say, no, it's not withdrawal, it's relapse. In other words, it's central for the industry to continue to say that the drugs are useful because they use removing people from the drugs as a central feature. And not only that, in the clinic now, forget the studies, then that's the darker side is now withdrawal is exploited in another way. In the clinic with your patients, you're going to say, no, it's not withdrawal. Withdrawal couldn't do that. In other words, we use withdrawal as a central feature to understand the effects of drugs. But when people are reporting to us, here's what it's doing to me, many professionals will respond, withdrawal has nothing to do with this. So it's this double-edged problem that hits the patients on medications.
Thanks for explaining that, David. So we only have 3 minutes left. In the final minutes, Jeff and Gretchen, perhaps we'll start with you, Jeff. If in your estimation, what is one of the most important next steps that can be done, that should be done to address the things you talked about today?
Yeah, in practical terms, there's a few things that could be done. You could de-link reimbursement from diagnosis and provide help to people without requiring a mental health diagnosis at all, as some localities have attempted. Also, you could integrate a stepped care model, which is the norm in many fields of medicine, such as orthopedics, where you slowly increase the intensity of the interventions and try to make them as uninvasive as possible.
Question, how about you?
I would say that we really need to raise awareness about this problem at the local level, because you saw what happened. You know, if I tell you more than 11% of kids in this country have ADHD, it's a big number. People shake their heads. It seems too high. But when you know what the numbers are for your own community, it suddenly matters to you differently. And just as a quick example, the ADHD rates, as I mentioned, vary tremendously from one place in the country to another. We also now have solid national research that shows the level of ADHD drug prescribing to children in a school predicts the level of drug abuse in that school. So, you know, I say to people, is this happening in your community? How would you even know? But we have electronic health records that data can be readily accessed without violating patient privacy and confidentiality. We already do it for opioid prescription rates by zip code, asthma and diabetes rates by census tract and the like. And I think it's time that we use that data to report on psychotropic prescribing rates at the local level so people can decide whether it's a problem for them in their own community. And I like to remind people, you know, many of us in this room will remember the public service ad, it's 10 p.m., do you know where your children are? Well, I think today maybe it's, you know, what's the level of psychotropic prescribing in your child's school, and are you comfortable with that? Thank you.
Thank you, Gretchen. Before everyone heads out to lunch, Deborah, do you want to make some announcements about the lunch?
Thanks, Laura.
Yeah, and thank you.
Do you want to wrap?
Okay. I just want to say that we're going to break for lunch now, and as we break for lunch, you'll need to take everything out of the room with you. You cannot leave any bags. On the way back in, because Secretary Kennedy is joining us for the second part of the program, we will have to have everyone go through a metal detector, and only registered guests will be allowed back in. You'll have to have both your badge, so please don't forget your badge, and an ID card. And you will have to check your bags as well before re-entering the room. I also wanted to mention, because of that, it's probably wise to return at around 12:30, 12:45. I know that doesn't give us a lot of time. Bree put together a list of kind of grab-and-go lunch options pretty close by. There's Café du Parc right in the Willard Hotel. So hopefully you'll find something that is easy and quick, but I highly encourage everyone to come back by 12:30, 12:45, latest. Thank you so much.
Fabulous, absolutely fabulous. Gretchen, I didn't know you were on staff at USC.
They'll finish at 2:05. Hi, if everyone could find a seat, we're going to get started here in just a minute. Bree, are you here? Meredith, Bree?
Is this, you can hear me? Okay. Hi, everyone. We're going to get started now, even though there are still folks coming in, just in the interest of time. Hope you all had a nice break and some food. So we're going to jump in now we're going to take a deeper dive into the psychiatric drug topic, and really, from this perspective of informed choice. What does it take to make it? What are the consequences when you don't have the information needed to do so? And we have this incredible lineup of panelists. In the interest of time, I'm not going to share more. I'll let them just share about who they are and the questions I'll be asking them. But we have a panel that represents both the upstream angle of this issue. What do people need to know prior to starting these drugs, especially what they aren't yet being told, what needs to change, and for those who are already on these medications and may end up deciding they no longer wish to take them anymore, what information do they need to have to taper off as safely as possible? So, without further ado, I'm going to jump in here and start with Kim. And I think because you represent this really broad-ranging perspective, both as a family member, losing Woody, as you shared earlier today, and as someone who served for 9 years as a consumer rep on the FDA Psychopharmacologic Advisory Committee. Do I have that right? And with your background in marketing, 25 years in the marketing world, you have this really interesting facets of perspective here. So I want to start with you. And before I dive in, I want to first ask you to share a little bit more. I know you shared this morning, but for people who have come in since, share a little bit more about what brought you to this work.
I like to call myself an accidental advocate because I got thrown into this world blindly. It'll be 23 years in August, married to my husband for 10 years. He had just started his dream job with a startup company, having trouble sleeping. He was a guy who went to his physician, his family doctor that he loved and trusted, and was sent home with a 3-week sample pack for sleep. I happened to be out of the country in New Zealand, so I wasn't home during the first 3 weeks he got on the drug. But I come home, and he literally was sitting on the floor telling me his head's outside his body, looking in, he's bawling. Calmed him down. We called the doctor, and the doctor said, you got to give it 4 to 6 weeks to kick in. There was nothing that would have thought anything would go wrong. I go out of town because it was my busy time of season. I did not hear from him, so I go, hey, Dad, do me a favor, go check him on our house because he's having trouble sleeping. My dad's the one that called me in the middle of the night, or still shooting, saying, it's bad, he's dead. And I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, he's hanging. And that, in a second, my entire life, I got thrown into this world, and that was 23 years ago. And that night when he passed, the Minneapolis coroner came to our house and asked me a simple question, was, would he taking any medication? The only thing he was taking was Zoloft. And she said it might have something to do with his death. They took it with her. So that was clue number one. The front page of our newspaper had an article that said the UK finds link between antidepressants and suicide in teens. So that really became our mission, and that's how I got thrown into this world.
Thank you. And I'm sure it's the same with you as it is with me. People ask, what do you wish you'd known before starting? What do you wish you and Woody had known? What do I wish my parents had known prior to starting a psychiatric medication? When you think back to that first appointment he had with whomever wrote him that prescription, and from this unique position you're in all these decades later, what do you think a truly informed choice would have looked like for him about Zoloft?
Sure. So I would say number one, should that have been the first line of defense, given him an antidepressant? It wasn't even approved for sleep. So it would have been nice, hey, you're getting this drug off-label. We didn't even know what off-label meant, and that, for those of you, it means that it was never approved by the FDA for that specific reason. So that could have been number one. Then if he would have been told it was an antidepressant, he might have said, well, I'm not depressed. And we had no information on to be closely watched if there were any changes in behavior. And I happened to, like I said, be out of the country. Nobody was watching him. So I think that in itself, and the idea that at this point, remember, we didn't have suicide warnings on it, but when we actually went and looked that night when the coroner said that simple question, we went and Googled Zoloft and suicide. We had no idea that the FDA had hearings in 1991 on the title of the hearing, the emergence of violence and suicide with Prozac. And all those advisory committee members took money from pharmaceutical. So we had no information. And so I think this idea, really from the beginning, should have been like, is that the first thing? You're not sleeping. And it was an antidepressant. But I think the reality is I've met so many people in my decades of doing this work that didn't get it for depression. They're getting it for test anxiety, public speaking anxiety, even what you said earlier today about how it was for, approved for depression, and then it gets used for, all these different things that, I wish we would have known what we didn't know, and we also blindly trusted, and because the doctors, we've been told as a society that doctors know best.
Thank you for sharing all that. And as you said, you went on to become really involved in getting the box warnings, what we often call black box warnings for increased risk of suicide on the drug labels in kids for increased risk of suicide in kids back in 2004, and then expanded to it also include young adults in 2006. And at the same time as in the time since those labels have been added, antidepressant use in children has more than doubled. From 2007 to 2021, the suicide rate among youth aged 10 to 24 increased by 62%, and the suicide rate among children ages 10 to 14 more than tripled from 2007 to 2018. The warnings are on the label in large part because of your advocacy work, but why aren't they reaching prescribers and parents and patients in a way that actually changes behavior? I'm curious what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, well, it's very interesting. Black box warnings, I think there's this kind of, it's almost because I blame a little bit of my industry advertising with the drug. Everything, causes suicide. If you think about, we've become so desensitized, number one. So I think that is an issue. But black box warnings, if your doctor doesn't explain what that is, they assume that the pharmacist is going to tell you. And so I don't think there's ever even a conversation about suicide or the side effect that leads to it, akathisia. And so I think that's one thing. And I also believe that I've had several conversations with physicians who will say, oh, they have to put that on the label for legal reasons. And they don't even understand it. And so when I look at the black box warning, and I bring this binder because this were all documents. I did have a big lawsuit against Pfizer where we got a bunch of information out, not my information about Woody, but the company's information and the drug company and the FDA, that they've known about this and have not told the public. And so I think there's this, we need to have another whole conversation because we worked really hard to get those warnings. And I will say this, that the drug doesn't know. I think we're losing a lot of common sense in this world, that you're 24 today, but tomorrow you're 25, so you're no longer at risk. That doesn't make any sense. And the documents here show that, and it was Pfizer's studies, that the highest rate in their own clinical trials from original, but they had to present it to the UK, as that 31 to 40 years old, 50 milligrams, and 31 and 1 to 30 days. All three of those were my husband. And so when you see this, and you know the prescribing rates that we hear about from veterans, and we don't have this conversation, I think people just assume it's the depression that's why you kill yourself. And that is not true. Even one of the documents where they talk about akathisia, Pfizer's own chief medical officer talked about if a patient gets it bad enough, not because it's drug-induced, quote unquote, death can be a welcome result. Now that was a journal article, but what wasn't made public was that they sent out a note to all their sales staff that attached journal article is not suitable for general practitioners, but may be of interest to neurobiologically inclined psychiatrists. So when you see that, you also know that there was an intentional kind of keeping this information from our physicians, the ones that are prescribing, from pediatricians to general practitioners, and it's a big business.
And it ties into what I was saying earlier about this being an information problem that affects all of us on both sides of the proverbial locked door, not just patients and their family members, but prescribers and other mental health professionals too. This is not an us and them thing. We have all not been given the information we needed to make true choices, whether as clinicians or as patients. So Derek Blumke, I want to move to you next, because the lack of informed choice regarding psychiatric drugs has had massive consequences for the veteran population, of which you count yourself. You've spent years devoted to addressing this issue after living it firsthand. Before we get into all of that, can you paint a brief picture for us of what your own introduction to psych drugs looked like? What were you first prescribed? What was the context? And what were you told about the prescription?
Thanks, Laura. Well, I first want to recognize all the veterans in the audience. If there's any veterans in the room, if you'd please stand. I just want to recognize you for your service. And I also want to recognize the families, the surviving families who lost loved ones as well. We're here fighting for you, and we're still devastated for all of your losses. Like I think everybody here has gone through one of these experiences, long story short, I went in the military at high school, did 6 years in active duty, deployed 3 times, first 2 to a place where there was a we'd later learn chemical weapons and yellow cake uranium. We would not know that for another 18 years. Got out of the military, wound up at school at the University of Michigan, started an organization called Student Veterans of America, ran that for its first 3 years, helped to pass the post 9/11 GI Bill that's now sent several million veterans to college, working with our friends at the VFW and other veterans groups. I was having a rocket ship of career. I got recruited to run a national mental health program for the VA, did that for about a year and a half, moved to New York City, I got into tech startups, and it was around that time I was starting my own technology company. I got behind in my classes. I was doing a full-time MBA course load. And instead of, when I went to the psychiatrist, remembering, hey, I got diagnosed with ADHD as a kid, maybe this is still an issue, maybe this is what the problem is, instead of the psychiatrist saying, Derek, you're starting a technology company, raising venture capital, and going to college full-time and doing an MBA course load. Pick one. You can't do both. And instead, started with Adderall, then not long after, Ambien, because I couldn't sleep, transferred my care to the VA at that time, a couple other meds were added, 6-drug cocktail at that time, and my company comes undone, all my relationships come undone, one of my best friends hauls me back to Michigan in a U-Haul, and I end up bouncing around the VA's definition of homeless, the story, bouncing from Airbnbs, crappy hotels, always wondering if I'm going to have enough money to put gas in the tank. That was the biggest fear. And it was around that time I started counting up how many medications I was on. And I hit my second hand, and I was just like, what is happening? How did this happen? And when I tried to get off the medications, I was clean with everything with the exception of Zoloft. And when I was going through my withdrawal, it took me a year to get off the drug. Mark Horowitz's work had not been out yet. I think he and I might have been going through similar experiences during similar times. And I had to get off the medication by myself because my doctor didn't believe me, the withdrawal effects that I was having. And so that's what entered me into this world, and I think it's devastating because all this is caused knowingly.
And can you share more about this legislation you've been involved with pushing forward that would require doctors to properly inform veterans prior to initiating these drugs? Tell us about the Written Informed Consent Act. What would it require?
Well, the bill that's introduced solves a problem. The problem is that over 155,000 veterans have taken their own lives since 2001. If you could, there's been a 108% increase in 18 to 34-year-old veteran suicides since 2001. We've spent close to $200 billion in mental health and suicide prevention programming for veterans at the VA and nationwide in mental health outreach programs. And this is the outcome we're getting. And this is suicide rates at the VA. And so this is a population that can actually control and treat. But as we heard earlier from Gretchen and others, we're screening everybody. Every time somebody comes in the door, you call the veterans, the VA phone line. It tells you, are you thinking about hurting yourself? Press this button. And what that results in is going down the path that I entered now 15 years ago. And many veterans don't understand what they're getting into. Their families don't understand what they're getting into. In many cases, we're making them sicker. We have veterans receiving disability benefits for secondary connections to, say, PTSD. They get prescribed an SSRI for that PTSD, which efficacy is junk with that treatment. And we're paying them disability benefits for sexual dysfunction that we caused from a prescription. And it's astounding. And so what we have today is, I've been working on this for several years with the Grunstyle Foundation. We've, the past year and a half, hosted 4 conferences, one at the U.S. Capitol, film screening and medicating normal with Lynn Cunningham here, and a press conference. And we actually just held another press conference last Wednesday calling for the passage of the Written Consent Act that would require written consent for psychotropics VA-wide. Anytime one of these drugs is prescribed, a doctor and the patient has to sign saying, I understand this discussion occurred, these are the potential outcomes, alternative options, and what would result if they did not choose treatment. And this is fresh on the toes of we're waiting for the VA to make this public announcement, but one of our allies is John Rich of the country music band Big and Rich. And he's held meetings with VA Secretary Collins advocating for us, and he asked John Rich to post an update video that the VA would be implementing written consent through a VHA directive VA-wide, and we're just patiently waiting on that announcement.
I just want to, in brief passing, mention that and hear briefly what your thoughts are on why this might be happening. But this past December, the American Psychiatric Association led a letter against this Written Informed Consent Act, which you would think would make no sense. Why would anyone not want their patients to be making informed choices? 6 other organizations signed on to this letter: the American Academy of Family Physicians, the American Academy of Neurology, the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, the American Psychological Association's lobbying arm, Mental Health America, and the National Association of Social Workers. Their stated objection is that the VA already has existing informed consent policy, and that the bill is for high-risk treatments, and that the bill would duplicate existing processes and slow down care. Briefly, what's your response to that?
I mean, I don't want to say they've been helping to kill veterans for 20 years or so. I don't want to say that out loud. Did I just say that out loud? The reality is that the VA's Office of Inspector General has done multiple inspections, investigations. 2 health systems, they found most veterans' health records show no documentation of informed consent. 2 other health systems, 27 and 30%, no documentation of informed consent. They also have examples of OIG investigations of individual deaths. Young man, Hunter Whitley, 23 years old, prescribed 2 different psychiatric medications. When they did the investigation, the prescriber even admitted to investigators that she did not provide informed consent to that young man who was within the box warning. The problem that we're facing is a pernicious one, and it is a challenge because the people we trust to not just provide us our care and our treatment are the same people that are also dictating policy. And what they've done, in 2010, there was House Veterans Affairs Committee hearings investigating, a huge set of hearings going through this issue, role of medications to veteran suicides. In the past 10 years, 4 different examples of the APA involving themselves in killing legislation that would have made prescribing practices safer at the VA by requiring written consent. It's lunacy, because if they're saying that they're already doing it, why do they need to pose written consent? Because they're saying it's going to take so much extra time. Well, signing a form after you've already discussed all these things should only take a minute. Where'd that other 10 minutes go that you're saying it's going to take you to spend with each additional patient? And the answer is that 35 national veterans groups signed a letter calling for the passage of the Written Consent Act. 35. This doesn't happen often. This is huge. So, yeah. And we're also looking upstream, because a lot of times in our engagements with the VA mental health leadership, they're saying, oh, that has to come from HHS. That has to come from FDA. That has to come from DA. Well, HHS is here now and doing things, and I'm looking forward to that. So.
Thank you, Derek. So I'm going to pivot now to Anders Sorensen and Mark Horowitz, who will spend the next 20 minutes or so each presenting around this issue of safe off-ramps. So Anders, who's a clinical psychologist who's come all the way from Denmark, specializes in tapering in his practice, and also is a researcher who's looked at hyperbolic receptor occupancy rates and all kinds of other aspects related to tapering. So Anders, you've spent the past decade immersed in this world, both from that perspective as a researcher and as a clinician working every day with patients who are trying to come off these medications. We have roughly 65 million Americans currently on them, and most, if not all, of them have not been meaningfully informed about how to come off safely at the end of that journey if they decide they don't want to take them anymore. So I'd like to turn it over to you to present some remarks about this information crisis around psychiatric drug withdrawal that we're in. You know, what is happening here? Why are we having this problem where people do not know this?
Thank you.
And Anders, turn that up.
Like so? Perfect. Thank you. So in 2018, a study was published in the BMJ asking one very simple question. Do parachutes reduce the risk of death when jumping from an aircraft. The researchers compared two groups, one jumping with and one without. The result, no significant difference between the groups. Parachutes, it seemed, offered no protective effect compared to those jumping without one. But there was one small detail hidden in the methods section, which you, of course, always remember to read. All participants had jumped from an aircraft parked on the ground from an average of half a meter. And as the authors noted, one should be cautious in extrapolating their findings to real-world high-altitude jumps. We might laugh at this silly study, but it stops being funny when you realize we're doing something very similar in psychiatry today. Fast forward to 2025, a study in the American Journal of Medicine compared how long antidepressants were studied in the randomized trials we rely on compared to how long people actually take them. The median duration of the trials was 8 weeks, meaning that most participants had only been on these drugs for 2 months. And the median duration of real-world use in the US, 5 years. So we're using short-term evidence to guide long-term treatment. And that gap matters, especially when it comes to dependence and withdrawal. Time matters, because the body adapts. If you alter brain chemistry for long enough, the body adapts. Not overnight, but gradually over weeks and years and months. And the longer that adaptation has been building, the more sensitive it becomes to change and the harder it gets to come off the medication. In many cases, that can mean tapering over years. Because when you then remove the drug or reduce the dose too quickly, the system is thrown out of balance, and that imbalance is what we call withdrawal. An imbalance between what the system expects and what it now gets at the lower dose. Since 1997, SSRI withdrawal has been described as mostly mild and self-limiting, lasting a week or two, mentioning only a handful of the more than 80 reported symptoms. That's what the guidelines say, because they're based on short-term trials far from reality. So what happens in practice? People who've been on these drugs for years, decades, are tapered off as if they've been taking them for months, often by aggressively halving the dose, halving again, and then stopping. And when that goes wrong, which it often does, they call it a relapse of an underlying condition. Conclusion, you still need the medication. So back on the drug, symptoms resolve, and the therapeutic illusion is complete. It looks like the drug is treating an underlying illness, when in fact, it might be just relieving withdrawal. But before we conclude a relapse, which of course could be the case, withdrawal has to be ruled out first. And the trick is to understand withdrawal symptoms for what it is. Communication from a body trying to adapt to too big a change too quickly. They say nothing about how you're doing underneath, or who you are, or how your patients are doing underneath, or who they are. What's confusing is that withdrawal from psychiatric drug isn't just physical symptoms. It's not just dizziness, nausea, headaches, muscle pain, shaking, burning sensations, fatigue. I mean, it's that too. But it's also anxiety, insomnia, irritability, depressed mood, mood swings, brain fog, difficulty concentrating, intrusive thoughts. Withdrawal can mimic relapse or new diagnosis, for which there are also drugs. The symptoms overlap. And if you don't recognize withdrawal, you will misinterpret it. And this happens in research too. In the 3 main meta-analyses of so-called relapse prevention trials that we have, people were taking off these drugs, and I'm quoting directly from the methods section again, in fewer than 11 days in one of the studies, on average 17 days, in less than a week. And any deterioration is then counted as relapse, making the drugs look incredibly protective. So these aren't really relapse prevention trials. In fact, we've got no relapse prevention trials because they're all biased. These are discontinuation trials showing what happens when you stop, not when you taper. If you don't recognize it, you'll misinterpret it. And that's how people end up on these drugs for years and decades. That's what drives much of the over-medicalization we're talking about today. So people are in withdrawal all the time, at least far more than we think, but they don't know it. Their doctors don't know it either, most of them, because they haven't been trained to recognize it, let alone how to manage it with proper tapering. And this is not because we don't know how to do it. It's because what we know isn't being used in mainstream psychiatry. That is why this is, in many ways, a hidden epidemic. It's here, now, hiding in plain sight. And just to be clear, this is not about addiction. Antidepressants are not addictive. We're not talking about cravings or uncontrollable use or people chasing the high. And clearly, anyone resorting to that line of criticism, you're saying they're addictive, is clearly trying to derail the conversation from the actual inconvenient issue, which is that psychiatric drugs, all psychiatric drugs, can be way harder to come off, and for far more people than we've been told, because of physical dependence. And let's define that clearly here, today, once and for all. Physical dependence, a state of adaptation manifested by withdrawal syndrome that can be produced by abrupt cessation or rapid dose reduction of the drug. That's it. I've sat and still sit with people through withdrawal reactions from antidepressants so severe you wouldn't believe they come from a drug, prescribed drug, taken exactly as prescribed. But people aren't told when they start. They're not informed. It's not in the guidelines. So they find themselves facing unexpected withdrawal, not realizing they've become dependent on their medication until they're already in the middle of it. And we've been here before, historically. We saw it with benzodiazepines, introduced first as safe and effective with minimal concern of dependence, until decades later, dependence and severe withdrawal became undeniable. Then we saw it again with opioids, again, aggressively marketed as safe and effective for chronic pain until we had an epidemic. The pattern is the same. A new drug is introduced, framed as safe and effective, gets widely prescribed. Then people start having trouble coming off it. Then research begins to confirm what patients are experiencing, but that research is pushed aside, ignored, because it challenges the prevailing paradigm. It's textbook paradigm shifts from Thomas Kuhn's 1962 classic. So prescribing continues, and recognition comes years, often decades later. And then the cycle repeats with new safe and effective drug until we understand this. The body doesn't care what we call the drug or what receptors it acts on. It just adapts, setting the stage for withdrawal and dependence. And with antidepressants and antipsychotics too, we're somewhere in that process now. For context, with benzodiazepines, it took over 40 years from when we knew we had the evidence to when it was formally acknowledged with the black box warning in 2020. And if we were to see a similar warning introduced to SSRIs just this year, we'll only be looking at a delay of around 35 years since the first reports of withdrawal began appearing in the 1990s. And today, we're still drawing conclusions from the ground about what happens at altitude. Thank you.
Thank you, Anders. So next up, Dr. Mark Horowitz, who comes to us from the UK, will share more about the technical side of tapering. So Anders laid out, why we are in this information crisis here around not understanding physiological dependence, withdrawal, and tapering. Now Mark's going to paint a picture for us of what safe tapering actually looks like. So take it away.
Thanks, Laura. So I'm an associate professor of psychiatry. I work in Australia and the UK, and a lot of what I understood about these drugs came not from what I learned in my lectures, but from my own experience of coming off these drugs. And so I want to convey to you what I've learned and what I've gathered from my research in the last few years in talking about why stopping psychiatric drugs is so difficult and how to do it safely in practice. I'm sorry, I'm giving the most technical talk of the day, so there's a handout, I'm afraid. I'm going to try and make it as painless as possible for you, but the pictures will make it easier to understand. Many people have tried multiple times to stop psychiatric drugs and very much want to get off them. Not everybody, but many. And the question is, why do so many people find it difficult to stop? The answer is not a lack of motivation or psychological dependence, as some people suggest. The reason is that the way we currently stop these drugs is biologically mismatched to how they work. If you turn to the bottom of page 3, you can see how these drugs act on the brain. This is an illustrative example of citalopram or Celexa, but the same principles apply to all psychiatric drugs. On the x-axis is dose, on the y-axis is effect on the brain, and the main point is this is not a straight line relationship. If you double the dose from 20 milligrams to 40 milligrams, these are commonly prescribed doses, it doesn't increase the effect on the brain very much at all. And even a tiny dose like 2 milligrams, much smaller than the smallest available tablet in the US, a 10 milligram tablet, actually has about half the effect of 40 milligrams. And this is because of the law of mass action, a fundamental pharmacological principle. In simple terms, this means that when there's not much drug in the system, all the receptors for that drug are open for business. And so every milligram of drug has a large effect on the brain. A bit like the game of musical chairs. It's easy to find a spot at the beginning of the game. As there's more and more drug in the system, the receptors fill up, becomes harder to find a spot, and you get diminishing returns. And that's why you get that shape. It's called a hyperbola. On the top of page 4, this shows what happens with typical tapering that a doctor might recommend. And most guidelines still recommend this kind of approach. You start off at 20 milligrams, go down to 15, 10, 5, 0. On paper, it looks gradual. If you look at the effect on the brain, that first reduction from 20 to 15 is a tiny little reduction of 3%. Next reduction, twice as large again. And going from 5 milligrams to 0 milligrams is over a 50% change. So what looks like a gentle taper actually involves jumping off a cliff at the end. And that corresponds exactly to what patients report. The beginning of the taper is fairly easy or easier, and they struggle most at the end. If you look at the second figure on page 4 at the bottom, it shows how tapering can be done differently. Instead of reducing by fixed amount of dose, you reduce so that each step produces a similar change in the brain, and this requires smaller and smaller dose reductions, so that the final reductions are very tiny doses, much smaller than the currently available tablets or capsules, so that you're not jumping off that cliff, you're walking down it step by step. And it's called, the jargon term is hyperbolic tapering, because it follows the hyperbola of the graph. As if you're walking down the curve, start off fairly quickly along a flat plane until it gets steeper and steeper and you've got to go down inch by inch. In practice, this approach has a few key features. First of all, it's gradual. For people who've been on these drugs long term, as Dr. Sorensen just mentioned, people adapt, and the time taken for the brain to get used to the drug not being there can be months or even years. And so tapering needs to be over the same period of time to let the brain reset while the drug is being reduced. We know from studies that longer tapering reduces withdrawal risk as well as the risk of relapse. It's a bit analogous to altitude sickness. You know, if you ascend a mountain too quickly, you get altitude sickness. The way to avoid it is to go up slowly. The same principle applies to coming off psychiatric drugs. I've already mentioned the second principle of coming off in a hyperbolic way. A good rule of thumb is to reduce by about 10% of your most recent dose each month, so it gets smaller and smaller, adjusted to how the person responds. And the third point is it should be individualised. Some people can go faster, some people need to go slower. There are some recognised risk factors, but the speed needs to be adjusted to the individual based on careful monitoring. Patients may need to hold, pause, or adjust the taper if symptoms become difficult. There's also a very important practical point. If you look at the figures on page 5, you can see that the smallest tablet or capsule of all antidepressants in the US, in fact all psychiatric drugs, the smallest dose available has about 80% of the effect of the drug's maximum licensed dose, which means that stopping at the smallest tablet is never a small step, but a large biological change. This is one of the main reasons why people get stuck on these drugs for so long. People are often told, you're just on a small dose, you can stop it, and that's never the case. You know, your body doesn't know that you're putting a small tablet in your mouth, it only cares about the effect on receptors. And so that is a trap that people get caught in. This approach is not just theoretical. If you look at page 6, there have been several cohort studies conducted looking at this approach. In one study of 900 patients, most of whom had previously been unable to stop their drugs with the traditional taper recommended by their doctors, almost 3/4 could stop with this gradual hyperbolic approach to coming off their drugs. They experienced fewer withdrawal effects, the traditional tapers, and even slower tapers could improve these rates further. The problem is that this approach is not supported well by the current healthcare system, and there are 4 major barriers I'll go through quickly. First is training. Most clinicians are not trained to recognise withdrawal or to take medications in this way. As a result, withdrawal symptoms are often misinterpreted as relapse, and treatment is continued unnecessarily. Many patients suffer severe withdrawal effects, sometimes for long periods, leading to escalating healthcare costs and often misdiagnosed as their conditions getting worse. Second, formulations of drugs. Many clinicians are not accustomed to prescribing liquids or compounded medications required for this technique. It's not possible to implement this with widely available tablets. Most psychiatric drugs in the US are available as liquids or can be made up with smaller doses by compounding pharmacies, and there are also at-home off-label options that people can pursue. Dosing less often, for example, every second day, often backfires because it leads to wildly oscillating levels in the blood. Many drugs that are considered self-tapering, like Prozac, you may have heard that, are not. Just because the drug leaves the system in a few weeks is not long enough to let the brain reset, and in fact these drugs have withdrawal risks almost as high as other drugs in the same class, so there is no free ride off these drugs. It would be useful if the FDA were to mandate liquids or small dose tablets for all psychiatric drugs in the same way as car manufacturers mandate brakes on cars. Third, guidance. Existing guidelines often only tepidly acknowledge withdrawal and do not provide practical detail. Clinicians are left without specific tapering schedules or strategies for managing symptoms. This is true of the recent American Society for Clinical Psychopharmacology guidance, which avoids these major issues and offers no practical help for clinicians on the ground. This is what we tried to solve with the Maudsley deprescribing guidelines, which offers advice to clinicians. And fourth is system design. Healthcare systems are set up to start medications quickly, but they do not provide the time, support, or infrastructure to help people come off them safely. To summarise, withdrawal is a physiological process that can be prolonged. Current tapering methods are often biologically mismatched to how these drugs work. Safer methods already exist based on aligning dose reductions with the brain's response, such as hyperbolic tapering. Knowledge about how to recognise withdrawal, distinguish it from relapse, and safely stop psychiatric drugs needs to be embedded in medical education as much as starting the drugs are. At the moment, there's a huge hole of education and service which is seen in escalating numbers of people on these drugs who cannot get off. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. So we have about 12, 13 minutes left. We're going to go a few minutes over the hour. So I'm going to do one final round of questions here. And I think I'm going to start with you, Anders. So Mark referenced recent mention of this idea of Prozac as a self-tapering drug. So some of you may have seen a New York Times piece that ran this past Friday, I believe, on a new set of deprescribing recommendations from the American Society of Clinical Psychopharmacology. And one of the authors of that, of those recommendations said in this piece that requiring slow tapering across the board is quote unquote rather unscientific. And the guidance suggests that, as mentioned, long half-life drugs like Prozac can generally be stopped abruptly because they auto-taper. So Anders, I'd love your reaction to that, both as a clinician and as someone who's been researching hyperbolic receptor occupancy rates and as someone who's been in this world for the past decade just listening to patient stories. What's your reaction to that?
That it's not true. I have many patients coming off Prozac, fluoxetine. It could be just as difficult as the other ones. And really, first, these are not tapering guidelines, just for everyone. This is a paper discussing when to deprescribe, not how. So these are definitely not taper guidelines. And I prepared two different answers to this question. One strategical,
about praising and thanking and welcoming this paper as a huge step forward and the strategical thing you do, and then one honest, which is I'll probably risk alienating myself from these people and from the American Society of Clinical Psychopharmacology, whoever that is. But I think it's a very interesting case of the disconnect between people in power and people with competence, truly. These are not necessarily the same groups. Clearly, these are people in power in the sense that for things to change, it has to come from them, the psychopharmacologists. So in that sense, they're in power. And these are the ones with that the authorities, the journalists, the politicians listen to. Yet, ironically, clearly, these are not the ones holding competence and tapering, because you would never, ever recommend self-tapering Prozac in that way. So I'm worried, since in the article they claim that fluoxetine is self-tapering, which is not. It has a longer half-life, that's true, but that often just means that the withdrawal reactions are delayed, not that they're absent. Simple as that. Yes, it's a good thing that a drug leaves the body a bit slower, because again, withdrawal is the drug leaving the body faster than the body can adapt. So it makes sense, but that doesn't mean that there are no withdrawals whatsoever. So I'm worried that if these MDs and psychopharmacologists got that wrong, what else did they get wrong? And from what I've read, I wouldn't trust these people with the massive job ahead of us of safe tapering, unless they start listening to the people who've been through it and the people who sit with these people every day. But that said, I appreciate the acknowledgement from mainstream psychiatry about psychiatric drug withdrawal, because, as I said, that's exactly the problem, them ignoring it. Again, it's textbook paradigm shift stuff. And so that would be my comment to that. Don't follow that advice. The hyperbolic curves of the occupancy is the exact same with fluoxetine as in any other SSRI.
So, Mark, I'm going to come to you next and then close us out with Kim and Derek. So you touched briefly at the end of your remarks on important, changes that could be made at the FDA around drug dosage availability, form and formulation availability. But from your perspective as someone who's been part of the reforms that are underway over in the UK around dependence, withdrawal, and tapering, how would you kind of outline the order of the most important policy reforms needed around dependence, withdrawal, and tapering, kind of the main, most important ones?
I'll try in 120 seconds to give a policy outline for this small country. This small and simple country. So I'll just say, first of all, a lot of what I'm going to outline here has already been advocated for by the Antidepressant Coalition for Education. So if you want any further information, talk to Morgan Stewart on the side there. So I broke it into 5 sections. First, patients need to be properly informed before starting. The FDA should require clear box warnings about withdrawal and dependence, similar to what was done for benzodiazepines. There needs to be standardised patient information and a Dear Healthcare Provider letter explaining that withdrawal symptoms can be severe, sometimes life-threatening and prolonged. Some people cannot stop their drugs due to withdrawal effects, and this is distinct from addiction. If the drug is started, informed consent should include expected duration of treatment and a plan to review and potentially stop right from the beginning. Patients should not begin these drugs assuming they are indefinite. During treatment, we need to end set and forget prescribing. Health systems and payers should require regular medication reviews at least every 6 months, evaluation of ongoing benefits versus harm, and a clear plan to continue or to stop. This could be implemented through reimbursement rules and quality metrics. Third, we need to make safe tapering routine and feasible. The FDA, NIMH, and AHRQ should commission practical national guidelines similar to that exists for benzodiazepines that recognises withdrawal symptoms, that recommends gradual hyperbolic tapering, that provides workable tapering guidelines, such as those found in the Morsley Prescribing Guidelines, and includes withdrawal experts and lived experience advocacy panels. You may also need, as we have in the UK, specialist deprescribing services for complex cases and integration widely into primary care. As I mentioned, the FDA should mandate the creation of those small doses. Training and accountability. So clinicians need training in recognising and managing withdrawal and distinguishing it from relapse. This can be delivered through existing systems. I know SAMHSA is already interested in this, in funding national training and embedding this in community mental health programs. CMS should require medication reviews and de-prescribing plans through reimbursement and quality metrics. And the CDC should monitor long-term prescribing, unsuccessful discontinuation and withdrawal-related harms. And finally, regulators should require better evidence. The FDA and NIMH should mandate or fund long-term discontinuation studies, measure withdrawal separately from relapse, and support trials comparing tapering strategies. But we should not delay action waiting for perfect evidence. There is already more than enough evidence of harm to act now.
Thank you, Mark. And thank you, Antidepressant Coalition for Education. So Derek, I'm going to go to you next, and then Kim, you'll bring us home. So as you shared, you've been spending years fighting for informed consent and building this incredible coalition, 35 vet organizations, nearly every major vet organization in the country. What gives you hope right now that genuine informed choice is actually within reach? And for the policymakers and legislators who might be listening right now, what would you ask them to do in the next 6 months that would move us closer to that?
I mean, right off the bat, I think I attended the MAHA Institute launch last year, and it was the first time ever that I walked into a room and felt accepted around this issue, because this has not been a very popular issue. I met with a congressional staffer on Capitol Hill, was introduced to her years ago when I first began this crusade, and when I said I co-founded Student Veterans America, and I'm working on the role of antidepressants and veteran suicide, she whips her head around and says, "Oh, you're the one." And today I'll say, yes, I am the one. This has been going on too long. Mark said it perfectly. We have enough evidence to do something now. I think that the hope is that we have leadership in this country that's willing to make some difficult decisions. President Trump, Secretary Kennedy were in the White House just weeks ago, signing an executive scheduling, opening up the door for research on all these things. The reality is that what we're doing is not working. 70% of all veterans under VA care are prescribed psychiatric medications, and this is the result. This is what we're getting, and we're getting what we paid for. And I'm wildly hopeful. Whether it's days, weeks, months, something's happening, something huge is afoot. And I think everybody that's been working on this for so many years feels it. And it's just, I think we're just staring each other in the face. It's I thought we were going to die destitute and yeah, we never thought all this energy we'd actually fix this. And the reality is, I think we are. And I think the changes that we need, the lawmakers in the room, congressional staff who are in here, thank you for joining. Those who are watching, thank you. What we need is written informed consent. It needs to be signed. Both parties need to say this is what happened. This is a discussion that occurred. I know there's new technologies and transcription and everything else. It's not enough. You guys have broke trust with too many people, and too many families have been destroyed, and we deserve better. When you're retraining the entire mental health workforce, social workers and psychologists have been told, stay in your lane, you do not discuss medications with patients. They're the ones that see the patients most often. Our doctors need to be retrained. There are doctors coming out of medical school today that have no idea about antidepressant withdrawal. And then reform deprescribing guidelines. Just publish that book and force everybody to Clockwork Orange, read it, and be trained on it. And that's where we should go.
Thank you, Derek. So Kim, to kind of piggyback on Derek, you've been fighting for this for decades, long before there was a movement and political attention and all of it. And one of the things you've long said is that this issue is purple for people. I love how you say that it cuts across every divide we have. And right now, as Derek just shared, as we can all feel, the conversation is shifting. Something is happening here. Patients are organizing, federal leaders are listening to us and taking action. Events like this are happening. Why do you think this issue is finally breaking through? Why now? And what do you want everyone in this room to walk out thinking about?
Sure. Well, first of all, I do like Purple for People. I remember this is not a political issue. I remember I've now worked across many administrations, different backgrounds, and I remember back in the day I said, this is not a red, the pills don't know if you're a red or blue. It's truly a purple for people, and we need to bring all of us back. I also am very hopeful because for the first time, and as you said, and Derek, you just articulated it, we've been doing this for a long time. And I think one of the reasons is, I look every single day when I get calls, and I just got one from a couple weeks ago from Sheree, who's here, her daughter, who took her life. Like this is still going on. And I think why is because people are finally rising up and they're done being dismissed, gaslit. I think we are organizing. There's communities that are happening. Back when I got involved, and as Corinne knows, we did not have social media and ways to actually. We had to show up. So we were out here like 40 times to the FDA, HHS. You had to show up, and I think that's the beautiful thing now. But you know what that also means? There's a lot of people who are harmed, and it's I could see it coming back. That's why I haven't quit, because I knew that this was going to have a time where people can't come together. So I will go back to this is not a political issue, and I'm really thankful for this administration who's willing to take a stand and do something about it. And same with like the FDA. And really, I think we have to put the power back into us as patients too. I want to encourage everyone to not just give away our agency, that we need to think a little bit before we actually just quickly take a pill for, life situations. So I'm actually hopeful, and I really am going to retire one day. So make it fast.
Thank you so much, Kim. Thank you, Honors Mark, Kim, and Derek for this incredible panel.
Excuse me, there's a quote that we kind of missed during this whole conversation. We were talking about why did this happen? Upton Sinclair once said, it is difficult to get a man to understand something. It is difficult to get a man to understand something when his salary depends on his not understanding of it. I thought that was prescient for our conversations today, so thank you.
Okay, welcome to our third panel of the day. Come on up, yep. You're going to sit right here, and Alex is going to sit beside you. Alex here? Yes. Are the mics on? Okay, great. Okay, great. Hi, everyone. I'm Deborah Sheldon, Vice President of MAHA Institute. So happy to be here with everyone today. I think it was Laura who earlier said if we weren't a family coming into this, we certainly are now, and it feels that way. I've really been enjoying all the stories that everyone has shared, and it's really great to see so many of you here. So this is the third panel, Children First, addressing the over-medicalization of childhood and fostering the future. So we have a really great panel, as you can see. We have federal agency leaders who have actual real authority over the systems that we've been examining here today, and who also have expressed the courage and political will to actually do something about it. Dr. Timothy Westlake, who is Chief of Staff at SAMHSA, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, and Alex Adams, who is the Assistant Secretary of the Administration for Children and Families. We're also joined by Amy Miller, who is our Director of States at MAHA Institute, who brings real on-the-ground, boots-on-the-ground knowledge of what's happening in the state houses throughout the country, and is also responsible for some of the great legislation that is actually protecting children in the states. Thank you, Amy, for that. We also have Samantha Fusey, a behavioral scientist who works inside the system every day and who can talk a little bit more about its architecture and how that looks and what the process actually feels like from an actual practitioner dealing with it day to day, as well as Dr. Christopher Kalibi, also a practicing child and adolescent psychiatrist who has been one of the field's most searching internal critics. Thank you, Dr. Kalibi. So I want to start just with a question for everyone on the panel, and we can, feel free to jump in if it seems like it's the most, if you're moved by the question. But each of us comes from a very different perspective and vantage point, and in some ways we each kind of have an answer to the sort of puzzle that we're trying to solve. Federal agencies, clinical practitioners, state advocates, people who are working in policy day to day. So from your vantage point, and I think our concern is all the same, we're seeing these alarming rising rates of psychiatrization. Am I saying that correctly? I've just learned that term recently. And overmedicalization of children, and especially very vulnerable children whose underlying conditions really are the things that we need to address, whether that's changing the environment of the home or really addressing some of the day-to-day lack of nourishment and basic needs being met. So from where you sit, what really is driving this broken system? What are the policies? What are the perverse incentives that are steering us away from looking at children's well-being as the true North Star? And I've taken the inspiration from your program, Alex, and using the North Star really here as the children's well-being. So from where you sit, what's driving the policies and practices that create this broken system? And if you feel encouraged to do so, what do you think is at least the greatest opportunity that we have right now during this administration
Are we starting with
to change that? Anyone who wants to start.
I think we should start with the administration to find out
Sure.
what that is.
Timothy?
So, boy, it's an honor to be here. I was just a practicing emergency physician in a community emergency department 4 weeks ago, and I'm here today now. And this area is kind of near and dear to my heart. I practiced in a small hospital for 30 years and saw the change of practice patterns. I became involved in the medical board and 15 years ago and kind of organically came up with a opioid reform strategy for prescription opioids for Wisconsin. And there's an eerie similarity between the prescribing. So, I mean, I think getting down to the root cause it's multifactorial. A lot of it has to do with the ease, I think, of prescribing. I think, there's a lot of pressures to be quick with who you're seeing. Primary care docs have 15 minutes to see a patient. It's much easier to see someone, they come in, they have an anxiety issue, give them a pill, send them out. And then we're not really doing a service for that. And so I feel like one of the things that I can do at SAMHSA, this is why I quit my emergency medicine career to come out here, was to see this opportunity with the MAHA initiative and the leadership of President Trump and Secretary Kennedy on this window of opportunity to change the fabric and the system of the culture and really realign it with, doctors and nurse practitioners and nurses. We want to help people. We want people to get better and be healthy and be healed. So the intention is that there's no nefarious intentions. It's what can we do as a system that can give them the tools to prescribe more appropriately. And it's sometimes medications are appropriate and sometimes they're not. But I think we got to look at the two classes of patients that are already taking them, and then how do we make sure that we're doing judicious treatments for everyone and not just, again, I think when it comes down to it, America is a pill culture. And I think, what can we do from, the framework of the government that can get us back to looking at really what is health and happiness and well-being.
Well, certainly, those of you that were here this morning heard a little bit of my spiel. At ACF, we are focused very heavily on improving the child welfare system, the foster care system specifically. And it's a particularly vulnerable subpopulation. And some of the themes I hit on that makes that population particularly vulnerable to overprescribing is placement instability. There's too few foster homes nationwide, so states often place kids in non-traditional settings, and then they move frequently. Each move exacerbates trauma, and sometimes we palliate that with, when I say we, the system palliates that with medication. Certainly why medication is preferred over some of the more appropriate alternatives or the things that makes it part of a comprehensive treatment plan is access challenges and workforce challenges, and then significant fragmentation across systems. Every child in the foster care system is under the custody of a child welfare agency, but they're also categorically eligible for Medicaid. And the Medicaid, child welfare systems, and behavioral health systems don't always talk. So certainly opportunities there. I'd echo what my colleague here said and say there is a window of opportunity. This is getting a conversation at the highest levels within HHS. And I would say ACF is coordinating with our partners in Medicaid and SAMHSA in ways that perhaps we haven't seen in the past. And I know in the very near future, ACF, SAMHSA, and CMS have a convening with some leadership within child welfare. That'll take place at the end of this month. And then this summer, we are looking at something broader for state Medicaid directors and state child welfare directors of how do we bridge some of these policies. So I'm bullish, I'm optimistic, and think that because of the high-level conversations going on at HHS, frankly elevated by rooms like this one, that there are meaningful actions that can be taken to address this.
From my perspective as a behavior scientist, I think, well, I echo what a lot of everyone has already said. One of the crucial drivers is obviously like the pathology first culture that has taken over. And I think we need to move more to reviewing context first before jumping to that. And it's also a systems design issue. And from being on the ground, behaviors are signals, right? And it's a lot of times a signal of chronic failure, fear, instructional mismatch, just aversive environments. And the system seems to be quick to dull the signals before they understand what those signals are telling us about the child. And the child has to no longer be the only unit of analysis because these systems are making the decisions. The systems are behaving too. And from a behavior science perspective, behavior is lawful. So we can apply some of these same principles to the system and start rearranging carefully, and it should be like done well, but rearranging the contingencies around the system to make the adults make better decisions for the children. And one of the other things that leads me to is on the ground, there's a very real policy to practice and research to practice gap. So there are oftentimes policies and practices that sound very trauma-informed and child-centered on paper, but when they meet the realities of what's going on in the systems and in those environments, they frequently don't produce the outcomes that they were intended to, and oftentimes they make the problems worse or they create new ones. And in order to, we have to be able to identify when those policy changes or when those research practices aren't producing those outcomes, and we need to be able to do it quicker. So I see a lot of the systems have a lot of data, but we don't necessarily use the data that we have to make decisions in real time. Like when I looked at Derek's graph of the suicide rates in veterans, right? It's clear that we should have had our finger on the pulse and we should have known something sooner. So but that goes to like the system. The adults are not necessarily trained, like the ones closest to the ground, to make decisions with the data. Like they don't have the expertise to do that, and that's not necessarily something that's always in the trainings that we get. So that's kind of my take on it.
Thanks, Sam. I'm Chris Kalevi. I'm a child psychiatrist, and as the child psychiatrist in the room, I'm going to talk about how the psychiatric system and the medical societies have really failed us. The American Psychiatric Association is the one who publishes the DSM, and they have taken a model of symptoms, and they sold us a model based on symptoms diagnosis, and then pretty much medication, right? So you have symptom, you have the diagnosis, you have the medication. And, you know, when a child is in one of these systems, they're in a system because stuff has gone, you know, very badly in their life, and they're going to have symptoms. And if you're just going to click down a list of symptoms and hand them a medication and send them out the door, which is what they get a lot of times, you're really harming that child. I mean, this is not how, you know, I wasn't taught that way. Over my career, it has got worse and worse. We used to have what's called the biopsychosocial model, where you really understood context, you understood that there's inter-psychic processes that we want to understand before we jump to an intervention. And in the old model, we would provide, you would look at things like nutrition, exercise, what their life is, how much time they're on, you know, TV, now social media, these type of things. All those things are important for these kids. And so I think, for one, we have to push back against what's really a very simple model. We do not have to diagnose people in primary care. We don't need all sorts of different providers. I think diagnosis is important, and we're going to need some diagnosis at some times. But we don't need to unleash all of the providers, all being able to click off a list and then provide psychotropic medications to kids. I think that's been a failed experiment. I think the other thing is that you have a systematic mistraining of really generations of now mental health professionals and psychiatrists and all this. So we've got a lot of work to do to roll all that back. So, you know, there's a lot to be done, but just the fact that we're in the room talking about it, finally planning, and hopefully getting some, you know, governmental support to kind of take on the current system.
My thoughts are tied to legislative. What's happening? What's happening is the same thing that's happening all over with every single issue in the medical space. You have legislators who are funded by lobbyists. The lobbyists go in, they pitch their industry pitch, and that's what's driving legislation getting across the finish line or not. And what I'm hopeful for now is that for such a time as this, the climate is changing. We have killed several bills across the states this year that were bad legislation that would continue to juggle the children in the system that's currently broken. And we've also passed good legislation that is more alternative thinking, such as, well, it shouldn't be alternative thinking, but really pushing the informed consent piece, bringing light to the court system, how that's feeding into the problem with all through the legislative process. So I think the big cause with legislative action is, where is this being pushed from, and are the legislators open to hearing what could be a possibility to really get these kids healed?
Okay, thanks, Amy, and thank you all. So I want to just kind of dive right into the federal level. And Alex and Tim, you both lead at the federal level, so we want to have a better understanding of what is actually possible. We're working with massive funding structures, grant requirements, training guidelines, data systems, and other oversight mechanisms that each of your agencies oversee. We know the system's failing, but we want to know specifically what we can do. So Tim, starting with you, I want to make sure we hear specifically about SAMHSA's funding and educational structures and what it would take to reorient them away from the screening, away from the medicalization pathways that are dominant right now, and toward sort of loving, caring approaches to meeting children's needs. And then Alex, I'd like for you to speak about ACF's oversight role in general and why you think that children in foster care are so disproportionately vulnerable, and how the federal government can work with the states to ensure greater accountability.
I think I'm going to cut back a little bit. I think what we're looking to accomplish with this, with what I see with this movement,
is really a cultural change. So we're looking for the cultural change of prescribing to make sure that that doctors and providers offer the best treatments for each individual patient, and that may include tapering them off that may hopefully include maybe not starting them if they don't have to be on it. So that, that's my background is with emergency medicine. When I look at what SAMHSA does, SAMHSA provides the grants and the funding for evidence-based guidance, training, and administering services like 988. And I think they've already, what we've already done is started looking at aligning the notice of funding opportunities with, with the outcomes that we're looking for with appropriate, judicious prescribing and the like. So I think the opportunity that we have with Secretary Kennedy and President Trump with looking at what is true health and what does that look like, and aligning the agency around that. Now, I've only been at the agency 2 weeks, but from what I'm very heartened by what I see and the partnership that I see. I was at a leadership summit with homelessness and addiction 2 weeks ago in the White House, even before I started, and seeing the partnership that's happening instead of the siloed, ACF working with SAMHSA, but even across agencies, HUD working with HHS, and I think that looking at it from a perspective, for me, the simple thing is, well, what would a system look like if you could design it from scratch that took care of American health? Not what have we cobbled together over the years through, program after program, and so it's not just about putting programs in place. It's making sure that those programs accomplish the goals that you have of making America healthy and treating our kids right,
So. I would say the first lever that we have available to us is financial. We send about $12 billion out to state and tribal governments for their child welfare systems, foster care specifically. It's a significant amount of money, but we are the minority shareholder in child welfare. For every dollar in child welfare nationally, about 57 cents is kicked in by state and local government, and 43 cents comes from the federal government. So we are the minority shareholder, but that $12 billion is a substantial amount that does go out to states, and it's the funding is conditioned on a number of things. My general observation at ACF is it's been a system that has been grown incrementally, not too dissimilar from how some of these medication regimens come together. And a lot of what you see in terms of our oversight role, it's been paperwork, narrative-driven, compliance-driven hoop jumping and box checking and Lilliputian rope dancing, and I don't think much of it amounts to much. I'll give you one example. We require each state through their child welfare system to submit an annual progress report to us. On average, they were 280 pages long with a Fleisch-Kincaid reading score of 27, meaning it's very difficult to read. On average, it took 7 hours to read just based on average reading time. And I can tell you empirically, there is not one person in my organization who read that start to finish. There is not one person in my organization who made a meaningful decision based on it. And prior to this federal role, I ran a state child welfare agency. My report was 250 pages, and I'm here to confess I never read it. And I never made a meaningful decision on it, and I mostly recycled content from the prior year and probably ChatGPT'd the delta. So we're trying to transform from a lot of paperwork to focus. I just threw out the entire annual progress report and told states, submit 5 pages of your most meaningful updates, and I will personally read them. So we need to do the same with this issue. Right now, states are evaluated on their medication management plan in the Child and Family Services plan that they submit to us. And again, it's a narrative-driven, paperwork-heavy process. I would rather want to know the data. So if all foster kids are in Medicaid and all of these medications are billed to Medicaid, and we know that foster youth in round numbers have 2 to 5 times more psychotropics than non-foster youth, when CMS reports on the child core measure set, why don't we segment out the data for foster youth and non-foster youth, and then I can look at the foster youth data and see which states are doing well and which states are not doing well, and those numbers don't lie. I would rather look at that data than these hundreds of pages of reports and have a bunch of social workers reviewing them for what they like and what they don't like. The other thing we can do is when we segment that data, which is in motion with CMS, we can isolate best practices. I shared some best practices that I believe work earlier this morning: secondary opinion, centralized review of some of those things. But I would rather take the data from CMS and use that to drive our best practices and outcomes. So I'm excited about our partnership. I'm excited about segmenting the data and looking at hard data as opposed to just paperwork-driven, compliance-driven processes.
Thank you so much. I think there are a lot of people here who are looking forward to getting that data too. I think that's been a very big kind of, everyone wants to know, how can we find out exactly how many children are on psych meds? And that has been a long quest by a lot of people in this room to actually, can we get the data so that we can use it to advocate for different outcomes? And can we find out what's driving it so that we can advocate for different approaches? So I'm very grateful for that change. I think that's going to be very significant.
The only other thing I would add, certainly there is appropriate prescribing, there's inappropriate prescribing. We're not anti-prescribing. We want it to be appropriate. We want it to be part of a comprehensive treatment plan. The other thing, I'd just reiterate what our child psychiatrist said. When a child enters foster care, there is significant trauma associated with being removed from that family and entering into that system. And that should be the tool of absolute resort. And we need to be much more diligent about making that decision. So a couple other things that we're looking at is we've talked a lot about predictive risk modeling and predictive analytics and using that to underpin some of those decisions at intake rather than relying alone on human judgment. And we are looking at cutting a lot of the red tape around how states access prevention funding, because this is an area where an ounce of prevention certainly is worth more than a pound of cure.
Yeah, certainly. Amy, did you want to weigh in on that?
I think it's really important that we start looking at the outcomes that we actually want instead of the outcomes that the programs are giving us right now. And one specific example that I always go back to is, so it's simple, but it's mind-blowing. In Tennessee, the commissioner for the mental health agency, she said that the system that was in place, they were happy because the kids were graduating. And if that's the outcome that we're looking for, you can have a robot graduating versus a healthy child who is completely in tune with their feelings. So if we just keep pumping these drugs on these children, what kind of society are we doing? So taking a little bit off of what you said and expanding it, but that's very important that we change those outcomes.
So getting to kind of revisiting the kind of outcomes that we're looking for and better understanding the process that children experience directly with their clinicians, I'm going to turn to you, Sam, and Dr. Kalibi. So Sam, as a behavioral scientist, you have observed that the systems designed to help the children can actually be the ones that are generating the behaviors that later become the justification for this cascade of interventions, more medication, hospitalization, juvenile justice involvement. Can you kind of walk us through a little bit the process that you've observed firsthand?
Yes. First, I want to say thank you for everything that you just said, as I think a lot of us on the ground, that the paperwork and kind of the focus on the wrong outcomes or the outcomes they're giving us is something that we would like to hear. As far as what I see, I think there are a lot of factors, and it depends on how high up the system you want to go. But a lot of what we see is when a child starts engaging in what's considered, problematic behavior or disruptive behavior, the first thing that the adults want to do is, dull the signal so that it decreases the pressure for the adults. And it's not necessarily intentionally that they're doing this, but they don't have the tools, or they're given wrong information, or the narrative has been there's something wrong with this child, quickly get them to a doctor. So some of what needs to happen, right, is also when they do go into the foster homes, making sure that the foster parents or the staff members have the tools that they need to, because like you said, they are coming in with trauma and behavioral issues, and that's just kind of the name of the game in a lot of those systems. But when the first, if a child is in the classroom and let's say they're missing academic skills, oftentimes, I was actually just watching Dr. Kent Johnson from Morningside say, he said, the presenting problem is rarely the problem that needs to be fixed, right? So it looks like the child is just being disruptive and fidgety, but turns out that they don't have like basic academic skills, right? But then the child's thrown out of class, or law enforcement gets involved, and then the behavior, it gets escalated, and then the child gets a record of more behaviors and elopement and aggression, and that becomes justification for higher intensity treatments. Now you have to go to a mental health hospital, or you end up in the juvenile justice system or on medications, and those then produce additional behaviors, or they learn new behaviors in those systems, and one system is relieved because they're no longer dealing with the behavioral issue. The next system, that relief becomes the next system's crisis. And if the child continues to fall further and further behind, or that system ends up accidentally shaping up higher levels of behavior in an attempt to just get it to stop in the short term, when the child returns back to the initial system, they're further behind. That system is less equipped to handle the behaviors, and then that's why I think the statistic is something like 70% of children in foster care will be arrested at least one time before they're 26, and I think that is kind of staggering too. So that's what I see, and I don't think it's an unfixable problem. I think it is getting the right tools to the people that need them. So yeah, that's what I see.
Sam, do you want to share, I can't remember exactly what it was, but you had a fun phrase that you talked about when you discovered that it was actually a lack of tools that the direct service providers had, and when you figured it out.
Yes, so we, kind of like you were saying, parsing apart the data, when we looked at kind of like micro data of kids, right? And so one example was we had two children. One youth they both were high rates of physical restraints, right? So those are also the kids that are often getting medicated. So when you peeled it back and you looked and you drilled down on the data, one child got restrained by the same staff 5 times, where the other child was across multiple staff, but it was during a certain class. So those are 2 different interventions. One is likely a staff needs some training and coaching and help, or potentially out of the system. And the other intervention is that child looks like he needs help in school, but they look like the same problems. Then there was another, just from like a systems-wide issue to the point of tools, in like secure settings, right? Having keys and radios is a safety tool in those systems. And if you don't have keys and you don't have radios, then sometimes things become unsafe. So when looking at the data, you could see that when there were more keys get broken, or radios get lost, when there were more keys and tools available, you had less staff call-offs, which then you also have less behavior issues. So there's also a way to peel back. Sometimes it's the tool. Like once you just give them enough tools, then I guess when looking at the data, what is the outcome, like you were saying, that can give us like 2 FIRs or 3 FIRs, like more for free? If I can increase academic outcomes, usually the behaviors decrease anyways, because it's incompatible. I cannot be participating and learning, and I'm also, throwing a chair through the window. So there were some outcomes that we could identify that if we focused on, instead of focusing on crisis reduction, let's make sure that we're ordering enough radios for the facility so that everyone's safe.
Great, thank you. Dr. Levy, do you want to weigh in on that?
Well, I'll weigh in a couple things. For one, you can see how our current system, if a kid arrives at school after having, a non-supportive or difficult life experience, and especially with the boys that I see, they get to school and they're really not ready to learn on a number of levels. And you can tell by 3rd or 4th grade that a lot of times it has become a hostile environment for them in school. And, kind of they're like, well, F me, no F you, kind of at the school. And that intervention has to come in kindergarten or 1st grade, or sometime earlier, before we've turned the child off from the whole process. So I'm going to kind of reiterate what Sam said. The other thing is we get a lot of dual, in juvenile corrections, we get a lot of kids in the foster care. And so they're in the system, and you can just tell that the foster care system really doesn't have much for them on the outside, and there are many of our kids who don't really care to get out of our system. So they're a huge disruption within the juvenile justice system, because it's usually based on, oh, if you get these rewards, you can move forward, and then we can get you out. So now we have them stuck in a system that they don't even want to play the game of, and we have very little control. So if we could keep those kids out of said system and sort of have provided something on the front end, we would have not had that process. So, and we need to probably have something like a untherapeutic discharge or something to get some of these, but unfortunately once they're stuck in the system, it doesn't really have that. So there's a lot of, technical systems issues that have to be fixed so we can move forward with these kids.
Do you want to, go ahead.
Sorry,
Yes,
I was going
Sam.
to jump in just to piggyback on what he said. So again, going to context, if some people take, the approach of, well, if the kid's acting out in order to stay in the system, then we need to make sure that we get them out. You don't want to feed, the negative behavior. But what we really should be looking at is why the child wants out. So we also see a lot of, if the group home or the juvenile justice system or the home is aversive, right? And the quickest way to get out of something that is somewhere that is hurting you is to engage in like a serious behavior, right? Then you end up accidentally rewarding the behavior, right? And then it continues to increase. So I think we see a lot of that as well, where we need to focus on making the conditions inside of those programs less aversive, so we're not motivating problematic.
And Sam, can you talk a little bit about how do you see that happening? Like, how do you see the system improving? Can you talk a little bit about what you've done in your practice? Can you talk about what your organization has done with your data dashboards, with the way that you're evaluating needs? Can you explain what a better system is? And Dr. Kalibi, please weigh in on this, because you and I have had conversations about this too. There are better systems. There are better approaches to child's well-being. What does that look like? How do those services manifest? How are they offered? How do you connect children with those supportive services?
So we put together a group of professionals from education, psychiatry, foster care, juvenile justice, all the child serving systems, and those of us who believe we kind of got sick of the whack-a-mole approach. Like, the system is creating these problems, and then we're having to go in and provide high-intensity treatment for kids that are this deeply involved because of no fault of their own. So to fix that, we need systems reform. So we have, like I said, the data dashboards. We're not a dashboard company or anything like that, but just in order for us to help make decisions when we're inside a school or a program, we have to have that micro level data so we can see what's truly going on. So I can make the decision that, hey, that, and teach, we don't necessarily do it, right? But to teach the providers that, hey, when you see that, that means that kid needs help academically. When you see this, that means you need to go provide some staff coaching. Or it looks like most of your incidents with self-harm are your kids with developmental disabilities. You need to get services for kids with developmental disabilities or train your staff how to work with them. But we need to be able to pinpoint where the problems are and be prescriptive about our treatments. And then also when something's not working, to pivot quickly. I don't want to keep providing treatment that's not effective just for the sake of compliance, for compliance sake, which I think is what we've gotten in the habit of doing. Yeah. If I see I want to quickly change course, and then also find what is working and then replicate it.
And this is the box checking system that we're moving away from, that Assistant Secretary Adams has mentioned. If people are just busy checking the boxes, they don't have the situational awareness for the full, complete context that the child is living in or struggling in, or the one thing, the classroom. You can't even, I imagine that most practitioners can't get there, they can't acculturate themselves to being perceptive and open to examining the context when they're hyper-focused on particular outcomes.
300-page reports, you don't have the time to do it.
Yes.
And what about, if I can add really quickly, what about the reimbursement side of it? They can't abandon process A to go to process B because that might affect that space. So That also needs to be changed.
Yeah, and I'll throw in another problem that we have in the system is the more labels that you throw on these kids, the more they hear the label, they associate it with the label, they think there's something wrong with them. You know, a lot of these kids are really fundamentally, their brains are just in the normal middle of the curve, and they really, when you throw a psychiatric label on a sort of a fundamentally normal brain in a bad environment, you're really doing that kid harm. That being said, too, I don't want to be too anti-medications because we also see kids in these systems that are really, you know, have severe neurodevelopmental problems. And, you know, generally there's a principle in medicine when someone has a more severe, persistent, difficult illness, more aggressive treatment makes more sense, right? So somehow we've lost that where we don't save the medication for those with more severe persistent mental illness. It seems almost no matter what, if you're reacting sort of normally to this aversive environment, you will get the medication as chemical restraint, basically. And you know, chemical restraint is really common out there. And I think, you know, the psychiatrists aren't honest enough that that's often what we're really doing.
And I imagine those cases are a lot more rare than what we do see, which is the diminishing of the complexity of the human condition and the human suffering, and diagnosing children in such a way that it really distorts their identity and their developing self and their perception of what they can do. And we heard earlier in the day from the lived experience panel, you know, adults who are still in some ways wondering about the diagnosis that was given to them or the identity that was, you know, thrust upon them, and it sort of sticks with people.
You know, the DSM, it's really scientific. So you have, 100 billion brain cells and 120 trillion connections, the most complex thing in the known universe, and you can just say, oh, that's an ADHD brain, or it's not. It's total, you know, makes total sense, right? I mean, this is where we're at.
Absolutely. So I want to move on a little bit. Amy, I want you to talk a little bit. You work directly with the states as a state's director, and you've been doing this for decades, and you've been really active in your own state of Tennessee and getting legislation passed, and in addition to working with advocates throughout the state. Can you talk a little bit about some of the state laws that have passed that have created additional oversight mechanisms, established different review requirements, including some that haven't actually passed that are really good, that are really pushing forward on psychotropic prescribing to children? And can you also speak to where the state level policy has made, in your view, a real difference that is like a model legislation that we could seek to advance throughout the country?
That's a lot.
Not too much, right?
Well, first I do want to comment and say not everything is legislatively driven. There's a lot you can do in that space that doesn't necessarily need a bill to connect people, to inform them, educate them. Just had a conversation today with somebody from the federal government who was unaware of what's happening in the school-based health centers at schools. And there's a lot of ways that we can make movement in that space. What's been happening around the states has been very consistent. They know the overmedicalization of children is a problem. They know there's lack of informed consent. There are parental rights being overstepped or just working around the parental rights with hiding medical records, things like that. There's also in the name of increasing access, and I think that term has been hijacked. I think it's been used to flow money through the states in any way that they can possibly. I mean, basically the floodgates are open with it. Now we're working into the rural health monies that have been going to be distributed. How do you capitalize on that? So that's kind of I don't want to be the Debbie Downer here, but there are things that are happening in a positive space to, I guess, increase access, but at the same time, not in the way that the industry is speaking of. The industry also this year wanted to increase access with giving psychologists prescribing authority. That happened in multiple states. In our state of Tennessee, we actually killed that bill. So that was not a win there. That was a win for us, but not for them. We also had the data component. We support real-time data that's real and getting information to the states that would give them ways to make meaningful outcomes to process that and to make change to the system or to the health of our children. And we did have a law that passed in Tennessee that is data reporting, and it's a small step forward, but the agencies will have to report back on psychotropic drug use in TennCare, which is Medicaid. So there are incremental steps that are happening. Wyoming is having conversations, strong conversations about mental health. Nevada, same thing. But overall, you know, it's funny when you say the model states. Texas passed something about a decade ago for informed consent, and they had a reduction in psychotropic drug use. But at the same time, is there a huge win model piece of legislation or model state that's coming out? I have spoken to so many people across the country that are experts, that are grassroots on the ground, that are participants of receiving the services, and I'm going to say that there is not something that stands out. So I think I welcome working with you guys to really making that change, and I think we have such a great space to be able to move that needle and help these children, because this is our future, as we all know. These are, our school systems are really expanding the psychiatric issue. That is very alarming. Kids are being sent home with, there's one example of Zoloft in a baggie without parental consent. So that is happening. We know that it's happening. That should not be happening. So whether it be in that space to, you know, our marriages are affected, the military is affected, the jobs in our states are affected. So where can we change now? And again, for such a time as this.
Thank you so much, Amy. I know I can speak in New York State. There are a lot of efforts, and they are relentless to increase access without parental knowledge or consent to children to medications.
We actually had a bill passed this year as well. I might be a little biased on Tennessee right now, but we did have legislation passed that your medical records were hidden as a minor in Tennessee, and that has now, you can't do that. The parents actually have access to records. There are some exceptions, you know, if there's different abuse cases, but that is something that is a win for parental rights.
Great. Okay, so I think we're going to, maybe we'll try to wrap with a final question that each of you can weigh in on, or if there's something that you haven't had a chance to share that you really do wish to share. I thought to just ask if there was just one practical change that the federal agencies could make that would have a huge impact. I mean, we've already talked about how the states drive some poor outcomes on their own without any help whatsoever from the federal agencies. But if there was one change that the federal agencies could make that would help to protect children, help to reorient us toward the sort of love and care that children need and away from the diagnoses that are not helpful, the over-psychiatrization of children, the over-medicalization of children, and towards these better outcomes, what would that one practical change be that you think would be, and it doesn't just have to be one, you can talk about a host of things, but if there's one thing that you really wish for, even if you don't have a way to describe it, you know, specifically, but a kind of an overarching change that you wish to see, and anyone can feel free to jump in, Amy, or...
It's hard to narrow down to one thing, but I think the thing that keeps coming up over and over and over are the perverse harm incentives. And to get the federal government to have the criteria in the grant making or however they're distributing money to be on the states in a way that, I'm very, very careful here because we don't like to mandate, we don't like to, you know, force things, but at the same time, we have to have accountability. There's just the accountability, you get all of this money, and then what happens? So we would like to see the accountability, and then if you can implement something there that would give kids real health and real help, educating all the different ways, community centers, I know you guys are a big part of that as well. If that's one thing, that's one thing.
All right, I'll go with my ideas. I mean, one thing I think that we need to do is grow and strengthen federally qualified health centers. I worked in them in Louisiana. They're great. They have federal control, so we can come in with our reforms. We could change them because there's federal influence on them, and we could do some experimentation and see what works. I know in those primary care centers, you could set up a system where you don't need to diagnose in order to provide counseling or therapy or whatever. We can change it. Just because it's like this now, it doesn't mean. Plus, primary care, I mean, from my take, we have insurance, we have the hospitals, and we have pharma, all with the power and the money, and primary care has been left behind in this country. And, you know, we really do need to bolster them, but we also should really be trying to get them out of the business of kind of superficially medicating kids and not having a proper system there. So I would say doing that, plus there's also a growth of some agencies that are doing what you might call social prescribing or other kind of things, where if you're a doctor, I mean, you don't have time to be their chef. You don't have time to be their personal trainer. You don't have time to take them to a yoga or drums class or whatever it is that you think would add to their life. But there are people who've created these systems where we can start to get stuff out of a medical clinic and into the community where people can get the things that they really need to be robust and strong kids.
I would say, kind of what I've been saying, a context-first framework as the approach to dealing with, childhood, behavioral issues. I think having an assessment maybe of, again, parents, when their child gets told that, oh, they're disruptive in the classroom, they just get the report of what their child is doing, but they don't get to see what is happening in that classroom or in that foster home. So to be able to see, like, is there instructional mismatch? Is the kid getting enough sleep? Is there too much screen time? Like this contextual variables should be evaluated too before we jump to the more invasive procedures. And I think we talked a little bit at lunch about there's ways to not have a diagnosis be the price you have to pay to access support, that there's ways to get tools into the hands of parents and caregivers and teachers so that they don't have to rely on that. And then the other thing I would say is definitely the responsive data. And it is good to have it on like upper levels of the federal government, but also in the hands of the people who are making the decisions. And that might need to be part of the policy, that it needs to be responsive reform. So I don't care that you are doing this thing, but I want to know that you are measuring, your outcomes, and when you're not getting them, you are changing course. Like if it shows that, doing extracurricular activities is better for the majority of the kids in your program than going to therapy, then by gosh, we're going to fund enrolling them in music class and dance class rather than enrolling them in mental health therapy, rather than because compliance for compliance sake. So that would be my rationale.
So I felt like the question might have been rhetorical to the federal partners. It was for them to provide feedback to us, which was outstanding. I mean, I think in general, my approach, like I said, is I want the right data at the right time to make data-informed decisions and allow rapid cycle innovation as opposed to narrative-driven, compliance-driven paperwork and expensive, busy work. So hopefully the totality of actions that you see from ACF aligns with that. I'd be remiss if I didn't close by talking about a little bit of what I did this morning when I said where a child is placed matters and stability of where they're placed matters. So we're running our Home for Every Child campaign where we're trying to get states to commit to increasing their ratio of foster homes relative to the number of foster kids. Why that's important is it gives states two focuses. First is they can recruit more family-based homes and kinship homes, which offer more stable, nurturing environment than group homes or Airbnbs and short-term rentals. Most importantly, states can reduce the entries into foster care by having effective preventions, preventive services, family preservation services, and you'll get more bang for your buck investing in prevention rather than just trying to recruit your way out of this. To date, 17 states have joined on to the Home to Every Child campaign. When they do so, they get record paperwork relief from us. We get monthly data to make data-informed decisions. So far, those 17 states are heavily concentrated in the SEC, but we are quickly moving to the Mountain West and Big Ten. This week, we'll be announcing 2 more states that have joined that effort. But if your state has not joined, a very easy conversation for you all to have when you get back is, why not?
Yes.
So, thank you.
I'm going to about the regulatory burden. I think that we really need to focus on what we're requiring the clinicians to do and whether that actually benefits the care at the bedside. One of the strong beliefs I had in giving up my private medicine career was to be out here to come implement change where I could have better, what we can do. I think the fabric of where we come from in the government at the state, federal, local level is how does this make care better at the bedside between the doctor and the patient, between the nurse and the patient, the psychiatrist and the patient, and so that informs, that should inform our every decision. And getting rid of the regulatory burden. And that's what SAMHSA has been looking at, looking at outcomes, not just, providing programs, checking the box that, okay, there's a program for treatment that's out there. They're looking at best practices. I think that's where SAMHSA can lead. But the federal government and the state government, that's only the top layer down. And what's really heartening to me, for me to see here is that, the cultural change that I saw that was needed to change opioid prescribing practices wasn't from the CDC saying this is how you prescribe better. It was from an awareness within the medical community and within the community at large that there's a problem and we needed to make sure that we were prescribing appropriately. And so that's, I think, that the key decision point.
Thank you so much. I just want to say, Assistant Secretary Adams and Dr. Westlake, we're really grateful for coming to the table and having these conversations. And it is pretty rare to be able to have an opportunity to bring state advocates and practitioners and people who are making decisions at the level that you are to the same table with this kind of responsiveness. And I'm grateful for your openness and also for your leadership in these ways. Thank you so much. And I want to thank you, Sam, and thank you, Dr. Kalibi, and thank you, Amy, for all being a part of this panel and part of the day. And so let's continue the conversation.
We're ready.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
It's great to meet you. Thank you for your job. Thank you.
If everyone can please take your seats, we're going to start our last panel here as soon as possible. Please take your seats. Test one.
Microphones here and there.
All right, thank you, everyone. I'm Justin Santapietro with the MAHA Institute. I'll be moderating this panel along with my colleague David Cohen, who you heard from earlier. I'd like to get started with our last panel of the day here entitled Federal Reform, a Coordinated Path Forward. As a quick housekeeping note, we are going to reserve some time at the end for audience questions. So if you'd like to submit a question for us, please write it down on some of the notepads we have here, and some of our MAHA Institute and ICI colleagues will pick those up and bring them up to us for the last 15 minutes, but we do have a very hard stop to prepare for our final speaker of the day. We're very excited to have with us today a whole group of folks representing HHS across the board, and at the MAHA Institute, one of the things that we really prioritize is trying to be that nexus between the MAHA advocates on the ground, our grassroots, our clinicians, practitioners, advocates, and the policymakers at the state and federal level. So I just want to reiterate what Deborah said earlier, that we're very grateful for your presence here today. Thank you for making yourselves available, interacting with the public, listening to some of these incredible stories we heard today. I think this is an excellent path forward for government in general and rebuilding the relationship that's necessary between the public and the government, especially on these health issues which are so deeply personal and relevant to our lives. About a year ago, HHS released, the administration released the MAHA strategy report, and that directed, among many things, HHS to form a cross-agency working group. And it was tasked with, quote, evaluating prescription patterns for selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, antipsychotics, mood stabilizers, stimulants, and other relevant drugs for children. HHS will also evaluate the therapeutic harms and benefits of current diagnostic thresholds over prescription trends and evidence-based solutions that can be scaled up to improve mental health, including through school-based interventions, diet, and foster care service. So that's a pretty big challenge. So to kick us off, I'd like to ask each of you, first of all, to just introduce yourselves, give us a brief overview of the overarching mandate of your agencies and the role that each of you play in your agency's implementation of this element of the MAHA strategy report.
Thank you, Justin. Can you hear me okay? So the SAMHSA, I think, leading the behavioral health, substance abuse, mental health treatment for the federal government. I'm fairly new coming into this role. Like I know probably most of the people at the last panel. It's my third week here, but I have a deep background in state opioid policy reform experience, and came up with a fentanyl-related substance class scheduling, which ended up being in the Halt Fentanyl Act, which passed last year. 9 years of working federally and kind of learning how things work, and just the interaction of what happens at the state and federal, and trying to work at the local level, removing the barriers to giving better care. And I think SAMHSA has the with the grant funding opportunities and leading with scientific best practices and the coordination across agencies and operational divisions. I think that there's a unique opportunity with MAHA, and I really see a mission as looking at what can we do to kind of drive the culture away from being a pill culture, and how do we create cultural change to look at health from a well-being perspective of eating and exercising and staying connected with our loved ones, and interconnectedness. And I feel like, again, Dr. Ganjotra, the CMO of SAMHSA, can speak to a little more with some of the technical pieces of it. But that's what I see, the vision that I have for SAMHSA is really looking to restore emotional, mental health and substance abuse treatment patterns in the country.
Thank you, Dr. Westlake. I'm Jim Gandotra. I'm Chief Medical Officer here at SAMHSA. I'm an addiction psychiatrist. I can say, as Dr. Westlake has mentioned, we do service delivery grants, we do training and technical assistance. That's certainly where we're trying to lean into when it comes to addressing the strategy related to the MAHA report. And we are certainly deeply honored to be selected to help lead that strategy when it comes to examining prescribing practices for SSRIs, determining which policy levers and resources could be marshaled towards addressing the problems related to the mental health crisis. And in particular, the role that we're having is that we're bringing all of our agencies together within HHS. I would say that while SAMHSA's honored to lead that working group, it is truly a group effort with NIMH, FDA, ACF, the Office of the Assistant Secretary, the Internal Office of the Immediate Office of the Secretary, HRSA, CMS. We have full representation across HHS in terms of the working group. Each one brings their own perspective. We're trying to have not only those perspectives align with the MAHA report, but also have a consolidated effort over a sustained period of time to not only understand the prescribing practices, but ultimately come up with recommendations that will be long-standing and impactful. And that's the real key, is to understand that, this didn't happen overnight. So we have to address it in a way that is truly aligned with the MAHA strategy across not just this year, but across the next several years.
Thanks very much. Thank you for the opportunity to come and serve on this panel. My name is Andrea Beckel-Michener. I am the acting director for the National Institute of Mental Health at the NIH. And our institute is the leading biomedical research institute in the world investigating mental health. And we have a large portfolio, a very broad portfolio of research that ranges from basic fundamental understanding of healthy brains and healthy brain function, applying that research to understanding how to intervene and how to develop novel interventions, and that could be psychosocial, they could be pharmacologic, could be combinations, as well as understanding how some lifestyle changes may be helpful for individuals. And we finally have a third major thrust, which is in services research and the delivery of services of those interventions that work. The bottom line is we're here to build an evidence-based, build the database that will help policymakers make the best choices and help physicians and practitioners work with their patients to know how best to deliver services and what might be best for those individuals.
So good afternoon. My name is Marta Sokolowska, and I'm from FDA, from the Center for Drugs. I'm the Deputy Center Director for Substance Use and Behavioral Health. And I wanted to start by saying big thank you to all those patients and their voices that are being raised, because it's really critical that we hear that. We hear that because that really helps us to lead the policy and really understand the risks, the communication that maybe you have to consider. So just briefly, as FDA, our mission is to protect and promote public health by, at least within Center for Drugs, to assure that we have safe and effective medication for patients. In my role, in my position, my focus is to proactively identify and analyze emerging issues related to substance use and behavioral health, and work with my center director and other agency leadership to make sure that that information is included in our regulatory decision making. So thinking back to the MAHA report, there are a number of positions that identify potential risks related to the medication. So we are looking at the dispensing patterns, and we are even importantly really work closely with our sister agencies that are right here with me on the panel, really trying to figure out as the issues are evolving, what is the role for each of our agency to help to address this issue.
Thanks, Marta. So starting with Jim and Tim, our understanding is that, as you mentioned, SAMHSA has really taken the lead in implementing some of this cross-agency collaboration. And SAMHSA itself has so many tools in its toolkit. So could you give us an overview of what resources, best practice guidelines, financial supports that SAMHSA does or could provide to the medical practitioners, to individuals, to try and promote the safe tapering and discontinuation of psychotropic medications that we've heard about throughout the day?
Thank you for the question. Certainly, we know that overprescribing is an issue now. As everyone here knows, to get that out to the nation, to get that out to prescribers, that information is the first step, disseminating that. And our working group is certainly evaluating claims data, we're evaluating pharmacy dispensing data, and ultimately we're looking to create products that will be able to disseminate that information to prescribers and to patients so that they're aware of the prescribing trends. And certainly that's going to come in the form of either a document like a report, a fact sheet. Those things are already in process. Certainly we want to ensure that not only do providers have the information of those trends, but being aware and armed with that information, patients can also take a more active role in understanding that, you know, this is not just a strategy that we have developed out of whole cloth. We know that if we educate folks, it's going to change behavior. We saw that with smoking. In particular, tobacco use has certainly gone down as we educated youth on the risks related to tobacco. In the same way, we educate patients about how prescribing has really not necessarily the first choice that's needed in many situations, or at least when it's clinically indicated, it's a shared decision between the prescriber and the patient. The other thing that we really have to understand is that with screening and diagnosis, while that is important, I think the previous panels have highlighted that it has to have the right context and the right tools that need to be addressed. If we're going to implement an intervention, we have to be able to have the right treatments available afterwards. The right consequences to that intervention need to be in place. So while medications are an important tool, it's important to recognize that, as Tim mentioned before, there's two groups, those who are already on the medications and those who may be screened and might be potential candidates. Certainly we want to utilize judicious prescribing for those who have not yet started. For those who are already on, it's really important that clinical practice indicates that there is either at some regular interval reevaluation of the effectiveness, but also the idea that those who are on it have patient autonomy when it comes to coming off of the medications. And what that's really going to take is educating providers, reminding them not just about patient autonomy, but giving them information about deprescribing. And that's one of the charges of our working group, is to figure out how can we go about doing that. And certainly, first we have to understand the trends, and then we have to look at the data and look at the research about deprescribing. And we will be working on that too. That'll probably be part of a little bit more later in the discussion, but we are going to provide resources across the federal government for deprescribing, in addition to a number of other items that we'll be able to point to say this is something that prescribers can use, this is something patients can use, and this is something states and territories that receive our grants can use. I'll highlight one last thing, and that is our funding announcements do indicate that now deprescribing is an allowable activity. Training on deprescribing is now allowable activity for our grants. So we're putting money behind this. This is now something that we're able to
I'll take over in asking a couple of questions here now, and to Dr. Sokolovska from the FDA, and I think you were in the room when Dr. Horowitz from the UK sort of listed one of the most complete lists of change proposals, remedies, operational and so forth at different agency levels that could be done. And so I'm wondering, and I know the FDA has done recently, you did recent work yourself, you participated in this on benzodiazepine warning labels, tapering guidelines, and I'm wondering what it would take to do the same for the SSRIs, for example. What would it take for an agency like the FDA to produce what you did for benzodiazepines for SSRIs?
So I think it's really important to highlight the importance that the benzodiazepine guidelines or our HHS opioid guidelines, they all started with stakeholder output and really outcry from, or the input from the clinicians and patients regarding the unmet need, which was the tapering that was not well guided. And that's essentially, it was the call that we answered as a federal agency. And I'd like to start with opiates because actually it was one of the first actions that I did as part of a federal agency as after I joined FDA, working across CDC, SAMHSA, NIH. We put together essentially HHS guide for clinicians on the appropriate dosage reduction or discontinuation of long-term opioid analgesics. We are really good with long names. Can't you tell that I have to write it down? We issued in 2019 because, again, we've heard over and over again about the unmet need, about patients who are struggling, who are being dropped sometimes from care, or clinicians, they were not well informed how to taper patients. When there was a shared decision-making, we emphasized the importance of shared decision-making. And when there was reach, how to get to the tapering effort. And as we were working on it, we recognized that opiates are frequently prescribed with benzodiazepines. So we updated the benzodiazepine labels as well. And as we are engaging with the stakeholders, guess what? We've heard again that there are guidelines in Europe and UK regarding benzodiazepine tapering, but our clinicians were struggling to figure out how to approach it better. So in that situation, FDA is actually typically not, and we are not regulating practice of medicine. That's important to highlight. So we issued a NOFO, or which is funding opportunity announcement, that we were seeking to award organization that would be willing to actually use the evidence to draft clinical practice guidelines for the prescribing of benzodiazepines. And ASAM, American Academy of American Society of Addiction Medicine, won the award, and they worked together with 10 organizations to put together their guidelines. They issued the draft guidelines. We got a lot of comments. And the final guidance was just issued last year, and together with SAMHSA, we issued joint announcement further emphasizing the importance of it, the importance of a shared decision-making, and making sure that a lot of clinicians were aware of this activity. And I just came back from ASAM last weekend, and guess what? They had a whole session on the prescribing of benzodiazepine using the guidelines that we funded. So I think it's a really great example that when there is a need, their action follows.
Thank you for that. I just have my follow-up question is what is the level of need that's necessary when you talk about stakeholders? Is there, I mean, what was the need expressed in this room? Does that need to be multiplied 10 times by different kinds of stakeholders? Is that what will grab the attention so that there's more activity, or for the SSRIs, for example?
As it was already mentioned, we are already discussing across the agencies the importance of it and potential actions how we can address it. And there are different ways we can do it, but the need is already recognized.
Thank you. Dr. Beckel-Michener, you rightly emphasized in your introduction that you lead the world's largest, really, agency, I guess, governmental agency for funding mental health research. It's amazing that we have that agency in the U.S. And in 2017, after leaving the NIMH, former director Thomas Insel made this comment that, had a lot of traction, and I'm just quoting a sentence or two. He said, "I spent 13 years at NIMH really pushing on the neuroscience and genetics of mental disorders. And when I look back on that, I realize that, well, I think I succeeded in getting lots of really cool papers published by cool scientists at fairly large costs, I think 20 billion. I don't think we moved the needle in reducing suicide, reducing hospitalizations, improving recovery for the tens of millions of people who have mental illness." And in 2025, there was a paper in Ethical Human Psychology and Psychiatry that estimated that in 2020, the NIMH spent about 75% of its research funding on physiology, genetics, neuroscience, compared to 4% on psychotherapy. And so I'm just wondering, has the NIMH begun to think about modifying its funding priorities to better understand maybe environmental, psychosocial, behavioral determinants of health and well-being?
Well, yeah, thank you for that question, and thank you for referring to that paper, which I had not seen, so it was really important for me to read that paper. Can I just respond to your previous question just really quickly before I answer that one? I just want the room to know also that in building the evidence for deprescribing of SSRIs, the NIMH is always a home for research studies on this topic as well. So most of our grant applications come in as unsolicited, investigator-initiated grant applications that go through a review process, and then we look for the most important questions. This has obviously been established as a very important question, and the most compelling research studies, and those awards will be considered for funding at the NIMH. So I want to make sure that this audience does know that. So in response to your question, David, I looked at the methodology. I am not going to talk about methodology, or I will have 95% of the audience asleep. But we did look to try to replicate that study using our methods within NIH. We have a system called Research Condition and Disease Categories, RCDC, and a very highly engaged reports and analysis branch. So they looked at these categories that are available publicly, and they actually narrowed down the search for behavioral and social science, dissemination and implementation research, and health services research. These are all categories outside of neuroscience and genetics and some of the fundamental studies that we continue to support about healthy brain function. And then also use the sort of a filter for applied research, which really helped us look at all of the grants that we have funded in the last 5 years. And what we found using that methodology and that analysis is it was about a third, in that, I want to make sure I get these categories right, relates to behavioral and social science, dissemination and implementation research, and health services research. I think I said that. And we had about a third, 30%, 34%, 33% across those categories. So I would be intrigued, and I have not had enough time to really look at the differences of the methodology that you provided to me and some of the work that our internal team had investigated. But this is a really important part of the portfolio. So I do think that, as I mentioned earlier, we do invest in lots of different categories. I think the main point for our research portfolio is things that will give patients options. Whether that is pharmacological intervention, psychosocial, or again, some of the health behaviors, the health lifestyle changes that can be very helpful for a lot of people, or combinations. Much of the research that we support, this is also hard to measure because there's often combination approaches in the research projects, but I think for many patients it's often a combination or sequencing those interventions in important ways and knowing what is best for a patient. You've seen one patient with depression. You've seen one patient with depression. So some of the precision psychiatry that we are looking to support. Some of this does go back to the fundamental studies that Dr. Insel may have referred to in the quote. I think many of those are actually looking to the future. One of the things that we observe is that we support studies now that are more proximal that can help patients now. We also have sort of intermediate studies that look to improve our interventions and the evidence-based for things that will probably be 10 or 15 years down the line. And some of these other approaches are really looking into the future. What can our children and grandchildren who become scientists and doctors apply for their patients? And so it really is looking at both the breadth of the portfolio as well as looking into the future for what might be best for patients.
Thank you.
Back to Tim and Jim. So SAMHSA is involved in a lot of recovery-oriented behavioral health care. And Tim, I know based on your experience, you have a lot of intimate experience both in your practice and at the state level dealing with addiction and behavioral health care. So can you tell us more about the initiatives, grant programs that SAMHSA is pursuing or could to counteract over-medicalization and specifically the prescribe first, the pill culture that you've described so well, as well as testing and promoting non-pharmacological or integrated approaches, and hopefully with the goal of allowing more Americans to live pharmaceutical-free futures.
So I think the kind of the overarching, question is again, what can SAMHSA do and the support and the levers that we have so that we can, best help create a culture that looks at the prescribing, as far as are we prescribing what we should be prescribing? Are the patients getting the appropriate treatment that they get? We're looking at things when it comes to recovery, which kind of tie into this mirrors the opioid epidemic that we had, 12 years ago, almost exactly. And looking at the changes that were necessary, the changes from within the medical system, and again, not just from the top down, but from the medical community itself coming up through. And so the driving the changes that Dr. Gandotra was talking about as far as best practices, that's key. Looking at making sure that there are funding opportunities to studying the outcomes of programs. Do those programs not just is it a program that starts, but is it a program that results in the outcome that you're looking to measure?
Thank you, Dr. Westlake. And certainly there's a lot that we're working on, and there's two things that I think are really worth mentioning. Education and training is one aspect that we certainly are going to lean into. I'll certainly announce that we have two webinars that are specifically designed for providers and as well as administrators and patients as well, but really to talk about getting this education out there. We have two webinars scheduled for this summer. I believe our own Laura Delano is going to be speaking at one of those, as well as experts in deprescribing are going to be providing information on, I believe, June 3rd and July 16th. That's a two-part series on deprescribing. That's something that we're going to lean into with regard to prescribers. We'll be providing educational credits. We're really happy to do that first. We're also working and knowing that primary care is one of the areas that really initiates a lot of the prescribing. We're going to have a joint webinar with our colleagues at HRSA, really focusing on the FQHCs and prescribing, and the idea that we're going to promote non-pharmacological interventions currently so that patients have the ability to have fully informed consent. That's the bottom line. Is that but we know education only goes so far. We can do a few webinars now. We'll certainly sustain those efforts in the upcoming years. We're certainly going to track the data with our own resources as well as those partnerships. I think it's worth mentioning ASPE also has been a great partner in evaluation, and in particular they've committed to looking at this data longitudinally over years, so it will inform our decisions with regard to future educational programming. And then the bottom line, as Dr. Westlake mentioned, is we've put our money into this as well when it comes to our grants now, not only having allowable activities for tapering, but also training for the tapering as well. that's something that, we're really leaning into in terms of education and money. Thank you.
Well, it's great to hear that, and hopefully, an entity as large as the federal government, this paradigm shift is an enormous task, and hopefully with your top-down effort and our grassroots effort, we can meet in the middle and see some success pretty quickly. For MARTA, we've heard throughout the day growing concern and advocacy about all sorts of adverse effects, including post-SSRI sexual dysfunction, physiological dependence, withdrawal, risk associated with taking these drugs during pregnancy, and many other adverse effects. So does the FDA believe that the current boxed warnings on these medications adequately reflect the risk of these harms? And what would be the process and threshold of evidence required to update these labels as you have in the past?
So thank you again for the question. I think it's important to highlight that FDA is reviewing safety and efficacy for medication, particularly safety throughout the life cycle of a drug. So even though bulk of our work occurs before the drug approval, after approval we continue tracking safety signals for the drugs. And once we are recognizing that there are potential additional risks, we collect information, we evaluate the information, and make changes as appropriate. If you think about opiate labels, we revised them on a number of occasions, including one just last year. Regarding this specific issue, I just want to highlight that we currently have about 5 citizens petitions requesting revision or alluding to some of the changes, some of the risks that you have identified. All but one was submitted last year or this year. So we are currently, as per our process, as we would do with any medication, we are evaluating the citizens' petitions and the data that was submitted with the citizen petition. We are, in addition to it, we are collecting other information that is in public literature and within our databases to make sure that we have as comprehensive information as we can. And once the analysis is completed, we'll make a decision if additional changes are required.
And would that occur through a public notice rulemaking, or can the FDA do that within its own authority?
No, it's done automatically through, if there is a need for safety need for label update, we will issue such an update, or we will inform the sponsors that they need to update the label, and likely to be associated also with drug safety communication if it's appropriate.
Thank you.
I have another question for Andrea, if I may. So we've heard talk of figures of 60 million Americans taking psychiatric medications. We've heard a figure quoted of the median amount of time people are on a medication is 5 years or 8 years. I forget the exact number. I've heard more. So, and the NIMH has been studying the brain for decades. And sometimes, besides unsolicited research that you get or research requests, do you have a plan or a more structured plan to study the effects of decades of medication on the brain? People who are on medication for a very long time, how does that affect the brain, and how to help people come off medications as we've been discussing today?
Yeah, so I think that we have done some work in this in the past. For example, this isn't exactly what the question is asking, but there was quite a large study, I want to say 15, maybe more years ago, called STAR-D, Sequenced Treatment Alternatives to Relieve Depression. If you probably remember that, David. This was actually looking at following patients with depression across multiple treatment steps and how much to increase medication doses or change to other treatments. This was not specifically designed as a tapering study, as you know, but it really generated important information and data about treatment sequencing, remission of symptoms, and what happens when patients stop or switch medications. And that was probably one of the largest data finds that we had. I think we can possibly do something similar, but with specifically targeting tapering as an outcome and monitoring not just the mental health outcomes, but also potentially other markers, physiological markers for those individuals. You know, there's a lot of challenges here, as I know we've discussed throughout the day. What are side effects of the medication? what are withdrawal symptoms from the medication, what might be reemergence of symptoms of the condition, assuming it was diagnosed in the right way in the first place. We heard a lot about that as well. So I think the answer to your question is there are myriad research opportunities. We typically don't discuss publicly when we are trying to look for what those funding opportunities might look like, but I can assure you and this audience that the conversation is strong inside the Institute, and we are looking at our partner agencies to better understand how we can support these investigations.
Thank you.
So the title of this panel was a coordinated path forward. So we've gotten a little bit of insight into what each of your agencies is doing internally. But from an external point of view, from the average citizen, it can appear that the work of all these agencies can be a little bit siloed, especially in the federal government as big as it is, and HHS being one of the largest agencies in the federal government. And you might have noticed this yourself, and might even be a little frustrated with some of those walls. So what is one way that you think your own agency could work together with the other two in service of the broader agenda that was outlined in the MAHA strategy report of reducing over-medicalization and potential harms?
Thanks for the question, Justin. That's a great question. I think just the example of having the NIH and the FDA and SAMHSA here together already working together is already proof that there's something different that's going on here. It's not just siloed, different, programs that are getting popped out by each different division. There's really an attempt to collaborate. This is what I really want to bring to SAMHSA. The ED experiences that I had, when I was resuscitating someone on a cardiac arrest, and the nurse would say, what do you think about this? And it was the team approach of, everyone's got their own lane and everyone is doing things in their own space, but when we work together, it's where the real power comes from. And that power that I see from collaboration, I really see this as a sea change to, what the MAHA movement brings to looking at, food as medicine, and how should we really treat disease? It really just shouldn't all be about treatment. It should be about prevention. And really, what can get us to move away from a pill culture? Those are things that really kind of excite me and drive me. And seeing the way that the federal government is coming together and the movement is starting, it's exciting. I think this is how this is the beginning of how things change. It's not going to change in a year. It's not going to change in 2 years. But this is how we change the culture and get things to be so that people can be healthy.
Thank you, Dr. Westlake, and thank you for the question. I would really point to the formation of this working group. We have representation across HHS. We correspond weekly. We meet biweekly. We strategize on how we can address this problem. I can say it's taken a whole of government approach, at least within HHS, to understand where we have shared alignment and also where we can collaborate. I've already mentioned the webinar we'll be doing with HRSA, focusing on FQHCs. Certainly we collaborate with FDA and NIMH on a regular basis. I can say that members of the working group now, we are corresponding every week, and we're reviewing things, bouncing things off of each other, trying to really collaborate on this shared goal.
Yeah, reiterating that comment that Jim just made, and a member of that working group is also here in the audience from NIMH, Dr. Matt Rudolfer. And I think one of the things that we're seeing is each of the agencies brings a slightly different focus, a slightly different lens to the question, and working in collaboration and building on those strengths that each agency has, and finding gaps that maybe we had not yet identified previously. So that really is the power of the partnership. This is one specific area. We could name lots of different areas that we also have collaborated on and continue to collaborate. But for this purpose, I think that this is going to be a real sea change in our understanding of this problem.
How do I follow that? But just wanted to add that, each of us, as much as we are working extensively across, and we spend a lot of hours on team calls, it's important that each of our group has somewhat different lens And even within FDA, I'm in the Center for Drugs, but there's a Center for Devices. And and many of us have some version of devices on us. It's another opportunity. We need to understand the patients where they are and how they are engaging. And actually, that's why each of our group has some of different lens they can bring to their discussion that can help to really make sure that we don't focus on the agency first, but the patient first, and we try to understand the patients and help the patients and the clinicians from our different vantage points. And I think that that's what we are trying to do as much as we can.
Well, thank you, Marta. Before I let David answer to his last question, if anyone in the audience has questions, if you could please write them down on some of the notepads we have, and our MAHA Institute volunteers will pick them up and bring them up to the stage for that last Q&A section.
Okay, and so this is a final question again for all of you, and the last one you answered was about cross-agency reforms, and this one is really in the service of that broader mandate of how do we address the over-medicalization crisis that has been discussed today. What is one reform that you wish to implement or might wish to implement, if you can say so publicly? We could start with you, Marta.
Thank you. I don't know if it's reform, but one thing that I think would be really helpful is to make sure that we have more targeted data that would help us to make the regulatory decision making. Because I hear a lot of passion in this room, and it's really important. It gives me a reason to work on a lot of these issues, but at the end of the day, we really need the data that will help to support it. So that's why I would ask for more data and more studies on the specific issues to help us to understand how we can help patients and meet patients where they are.
I'm going to riff on that because I think it's a great comment. I think if there was one, if I had a wish, one thing would be this precision psychiatry initiative. We've heard a lot about the ambiguity and the heterogeneity in diagnosis, and I think some of the things that we're supporting, the studies that we're supporting, that help look at precision diagnostics and biomarker development, as well as some of the behavioral outcomes that we try to measure, that will give patients more treatment options. Marta had mentioned devices. We also have a portfolio on devices, and those are really for the treatment-resistant forms of depression. And we're seeing some success, and we're also learning more about what the brain is doing in those situations. So I feel like that precision psychiatry initiative, if that were to be a dream realized, I think it would be a game changer.
Thank you. Jim?
Well, I agree with both of those. Certainly, the data always stands to be improved, but certainly we have significant gaps, and certainly our working group is identifying. I will say on a couple positive things, certainly the work that all of you are doing and strategic partnerships we hope to develop are really going to be the key. I think that that's one area, I wouldn't even call it a wish, I think we're doing it today. We're certainly going to foster further investments. The other part is through our continued work, not only collecting the data, but also being responsive quickly to those data trends is going to be key when it comes to developing policy, shifting our grant focus, all of those things. I think we've made tremendous progress, and certainly we see a lot of things to be hopeful for as well.
Yeah, I don't know that I have actually much more to add than that. I think that, just the collaboration, and that's what I'm committed to, is collaboration across agencies, not just making this, we're working well together and then going back to the silos. I think to really drive that home. And then I think to build a structure and a framework that, we're able to help, deliver the best, possible medication, not medication, but treatment for our patients and, and bring health back.
All right, thank you. So we'll just jump into some audience questions here. This is for Marta. So it's great to hear that stakeholder input can often drive FDA's actions. But why is it that it can sometimes take a patient submission to draw attention to a serious issue regarding, in this case, dependence and withdrawal? Does that mean that there's some system within the FDA that is not necessarily fit for purpose, especially issues like we saw with benzos and opioids?
Again, it all goes back to the data sources and how the signals are being identified, right? So if there is not sufficient data, then we have to figure out how do we collect the data, and that's where patient's notice is so important. So we can actually, once we get the identification that it's something that we need to address, we can look into more broadly, and that's why we are looking at the citizens petitions, for instance, and other sources to hear from the community where else is needed for us to address it.
Okay. Now we have questions from the press. This is from Politico. How exactly is SAMHSA aligning its NOFOs, Notice of Funding Opportunities, with the priority to decrease overprescribing?
So we've added, thank you. We've added standardized language to relevant NOFOs that allow for deprescribing, training, and more importantly, those allocated resources are going to be continuous over multiple grants, multiple years. But in essence, we're specifying standardized language in our funding announcements to allow for deprescribing practices, training for providers, and really ensuring that patients will be able to have those periodic evaluations throughout their treatment course.
Next question. The problem with safety signals is that clinicians are not recognizing the harms. For example, no-limbs with thalidomide is an easy example. How does FDA take into account that the withdrawal of antidepressants often looks similar to the symptoms of the underlying problem? It says here clinicians don't necessarily, can't repeat what they don't understand.
I guess the question is for me.
Yeah, sorry.
I just want to say so that is the reason why we need more studies to better understand and dissociate these two aspects. Because without it, it is difficult for clinicians and it is difficult for FDA to differentiate those two. So that's why it's so great that we do have an IMH also at this table to make sure that we can collect the data and address it together.
All right, and this could be for anyone. Clinical guidelines are written by doctors with financial conflicts of interest. What can be done to prevent this in the future?
Well, I think transparency in the process is going to be key. Bringing forward not only experts but those with lived experience, those with shared interests in achieving a common goal, keeping everyone relatively honest with regard to that. There are going to be potential conflicts of interest that can be mitigated with honest discussion, looking at not just the data, but what's best for the patient and what's best for the country. I think keeping that principle, we learned very early in medical school, you stand on patient care, you really don't go wrong. And that's how we're going to navigate that those conflicts as well.
Anyone else? Okay. We have another press question. You've listed what the agencies can do, but what would you want to see Congress do in this area? If you had a magic wand and you could have Congress do anything.
No comment.
That's the toughest one of the day.
More funding for research?
Yeah, I think that's the main opportunity. So looking from the state perspective, when we was looking at what legislation is useful, I think when you're a legislator, there's a lot of things that look like it can be fixed with a legislative fix, but I don't know that in healthcare, that the healthcare regulation is done at the state level. The federal government provides the resources for, studying, finding, doing the research, setting, what are the best practices. But there's no simple law that's going to fix this. This is a cultural change that is happening and needs to continue to happen. And we need to be careful with what we do legislatively. You got to look back to the opioid prescribing epidemic that happened and what were the causes of that. And we need to be, well-intentioned, but we need to be very cautious with the, I look at it like we need to do like legislative and regulatory jujitsu, where we just apply the most limited amount of force or leverage to get the outcome that we want.
And we have another question here from Ellen Berry, New York Times. 1 in 6 Americans takes an SSRI. Is that too many? What should patients take away from what we've heard today?
So I can, let me just jump in with some other numbers. So approximately 40% of individuals who are, first of all, SSRIs, if they're prescribed appropriately for the right patients, can be very safe and effective. And 40% of patients who are prescribed SSRIs do very well on them, and they can be life-saving for many. But that leaves an awful lot of people who do not do well on SSRIs, and that is where we need to do more research, and doctors and providers need to have better options and further discussions with their patients in order to make sure that the treatment options are there that suit the patient, that will help them get well.
I'm going to add to that. I think also that it's very important with every treatment that we use in medicine that we continue to reevaluate whether the treatment that we give is helping and necessary to continue. And sometimes it is, and sometimes it isn't. But we need to be careful of just putting people on stuff and then losing track of it. And that's where I think just the re-education process of, okay, you're on this, is it helping, is it benefiting you? Great, if it is, okay. If it's not, then what's the plan to take you off of it? And in the beginning, should you even be on it in the first place? And I don't know, it's a complicated question, but we need to just go back to the fundamental principles of doing what's right for our patients, like Dr. Gandotri said.
Let me jump in for one last thing, and that is that maybe it's the last thing, maybe there will be other comments, but that the take-home message also is that there are options. If the only tool in the toolbox is medication, so that's the only tool and it's a hammer, then everything looks like a nail, and that's the only thing that is going to be applied. But there's so many other tools that could be applied, and patients have options. They need to be aware of those options when the decision for medication is being made. And then, patient autonomy is certainly going to be the principle that overrides the rest.
If I can just add something to it. Shared decision-making is something that FDA has been, and not only FDA, the number of agencies on this panel have been advocating for together as we are trying to approach this issue across the different drug classes. But I think that and I understand that we have federal panel, but I think to really address the question, we are really missing representation of medical societies, because they really represent a lot of groups. They know what happens with boots on the ground, and we really need to have them at the table to help us to understand some of the issues and challenges that they are facing, same as we need to have patients at the table, because otherwise it's somewhat challenging, and it could be very misaligned if just federal agencies with best intentions are trying to drive the conversation. We really have to have all the stakeholders at the table and hear their comments too.
Yeah, where the rubber really meets the road is with the professional societies, the medical boards, the hospital systems. Those are that's what's going to change prescribing practice. It's not going to be coming out, like the CDC guidelines when they came out, they were great, but that's not what changed the prescribing practices. It was the understanding that there was an issue, that the prescribing had gotten out of hand, and then there were the needs to change that happened, and that came from, like you said, within the medical community itself. And so it's very important to engage and not alienate, because as doctors, we want to help people. We want people to be healthy. We want them to heal, and that's where we all come from with that.
Here's another one for Dr. Beckel-Michener. Some of these drugs have been on the market for 30 years, and there are no studies for how to safely stop them. Shouldn't there be as many studies on how to stop drugs as there are to start them?
Yes. Let me just say that actually I was looking at some of the literature last week and over the weekend, and there are actually thousands of studies that use the word tapering for psychiatric meds, and these many of these are more recent. And then more recently, there's deprescribing is a term that's used, and so there are a number of studies that are out there. My impression is that many of these are one-offs. They look, most of them, the ones that I looked at in detail, were good studies, but it's not enough. It's sort of, again, this goes back to David's earlier comment on Dr. Insel. It's a study on the shelf. the critical feature here is how we work with our partners to help to broaden the evidence base of what deprescribing is, how we get that information out to providers and to patients, and to make sure that what is being advised and what is being discussed in that exam room is something that is based on the evidence and will help the patient ultimately.
This is for, I guess, for everyone. Diagnosis has become the price of entry for help. What changes can federal agencies make to ensure children are not required to be pathologized to access help? May have been a better question for the previous panel, but
I think, well, did you want to answer? So if I understand the question, I want to first make sure I'm going to answer the right part of that question, which is that what are changes that could be made to ensure that, in this case, over-medicalization, that children are not given a diagnosis just to get entry?
Yeah, I think that's the gist.
So I think the idea that that a problem exists means that it needs to be addressed. But putting a label on that problem is not necessarily the cost of entry. I would somewhat challenge the idea that a child needs a label to get services. I know that in some places that's the way that things appear. But I think we focus on the problem and then the outcome. We've heard from so many panelists about how there was this difference in problems or the response. And I would think about the idea that maybe we shift away from that diagnosis being required for, and I'm going to call out payers, that we don't need a diagnosis for reimbursement, that what we need is a problem that needs to be addressed. And I think that might be a way to slowly move towards something else, but we may not be able to move directly to the next stage without addressing the problem that is being presented. It's just my 2 cents on that.
So I can answer this also as a mom, and I think this is a problem. I think that when you have kids in the system, and I know the previous panel, I'm not going to reiterate their expert opinion on this, but you have kids that are entering a system and then they do get this label, and that could be extremely challenging. One of the ways that we are addressing that from the research perspective is to look at something that Tim mentioned earlier, and that is prevention. Prevention is the best intervention. Obviously, early intervention when you do start to see problems. But I think focusing on prevention and knowing how to keep children well and how to better understand the diversity of behaviors that you would see in a kid, I think is so important. And we do support work on prevention, and I think that's a really important area that we could invest more in.
So this is sort of a follow-up, another motherhood question. From some of the discussion, it sounds like the assumption is that the medications are safe for long-term use or for pregnancy unless they are definitively proven to have any safety issues. Doesn't this violate the precautionary principle? Shouldn't a basic assumption be that these chemicals are likely to cause harm with long-term use or in pregnancy, and that if we see signals, then we must warn the public?
We need data, right? We need data for everything. So it will be important to collect data so we can demonstrate if there is a signal, because there is a benefit. If there is a benefit, we do not want to take it away from the right patient. But if there is a signal, we also have to be in a position, and we need to have a data and be able to collect the data. And now with evolution of the data and the new system being created, hopefully we'll be able to get the data quicker so we can inform patients, because it is a balancing act. And you want to make sure that safe and effective medications are provided to patients, because if they are not having the treatment, they are not in a good position. But also at the same time, we do need to make sure that as soon as the data is available, it is communicated both through regulatory agencies as well as through others.
Sure, I'd like to ask this question. I'm not sure what it is. If that's okay,
Sure,
maybe
please.
are we calling it?
Yeah, we'll have this be the last
I think this will be
one.
the final question.
Yeah.
You're being very patient and very gracious in answering our questions. Governor's Challenge, I'm not sure what that is. The Michigan Governor's Challenge appears to be the only state in the country to have a subgroup focused on psychotropic drug safety. This group held an accredited CEU CME training in the state capitol in November of 2025. Does SAMHSA plan to continue the Governor's Challenge and possibly use it as a vehicle to train providers and communities nationally?
So I will say, certainly we can look into that specific CEU activity. We are going to have our own sponsored CEU activities on June 3rd and July 16th, and another one over the summer. We plan to open that up at least to thousands of providers to be able to attend. Look out for those announcements shortly.
Thank you. Thank you to Tim Westlake, Jim Gandotra, Andrea Beckel-Michener, and Martha Sokolovska. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your
being
pitch.
here today.
Thank you.
I just want to make a quick announcement, which is that we're going to close the doors now, so we're going to take a small break before Secretary Kennedy arrives, but we're not leaving the room. Sorry, so you're locked in, locked down for just a few minutes. But we'll take a small break while we rearrange the stage for that. Thank you. Sorry that you can't.
Yes, I just got sworn in.
Sorry, I just need to make one more announcement. If everyone could just, for 1 minute or less than a minute. So when the program ends, when Secretary Kennedy wraps, we all have to remain seated until he leaves the room. So again, when Secretary Kennedy arrives and when he parts, we are not allowed to approach the stage, and we have to remain seated until he leaves when he's done. Okay, that's just a request. That's for security reasons. Thank you very much. Can you turn? Hey there, we need everyone to take their seats, please. If you could please find your way to your seat, that would be very helpful. Thank you. Can you go help and make sure people are seated?
We're waiting for Secretary Kennedy, but I appreciate the gravity of the. Okay. I now have the privilege of introducing our next speaker, United States Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. For years, Secretary Kennedy has been a leader championing the fight against health system corruption. He has bravely spoken out against the corrupting forces that have been sickening Americans. He has stood side by side with parents of children injured by our corporate predatory medical system. He has refused to back down in the face of withering criticism and massive well-funded slander campaigns. His courage has earned him the respect and the devotion of a large fraction of the country. During COVID, nearly all mainstream press reporting supported an official public health narrative which we now know to be false. And as the leading critic of the establishment orthodoxy, Secretary Kennedy was deplatformed, canceled, and treated as a non-person by the mainstream media. In 2023 and 2024, the mainstream press twisted its reporting to support the establishment Democratic presidential candidates. Again, Secretary Kennedy's fight to stop medical corruption was viewed through a narrow partisan lens, and the coverage of him was incredibly unfair. By allowing partisan mandates to guide its coverage, the mainstream press has found itself on the side of predatory drug companies and has horribly mistreated a courageous and honorable man. By attacking his righteous work, the press has given aid and comfort to corrupt interests, contributed to the sickening of America, and lost the trust of a large fraction of the public. If we are to reclaim our health system from the clutches of moneyed interests, we need to leave behind partisan filters and be guided by the North Star of the health of the American people. I hope that the press will recall the high aspirations of journalism, challenge the corrupt interests which have captured our health system, and do its part to heal our broken health system. And without further ado, I give you the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr.
Thank you, everybody. And thank you for that introduction, Mark. Mark should have been speaking about himself because he was, during COVID, an island of critical thinking in a sea of conformity and consensus and orthodoxy. And on all of these subjects, I'm so grateful for what you've done with the MAHA Institute, because you brought together people again and again to talk about these critical issues for which there's always been these taboos, and we're not allowed to talk about them. And, suddenly there's people actually talking about them, and you've always been a leader, and you were critical, provided absolutely critical financial support to CHD at a time that nobody was giving us money, and he really allowed us to grow and be fruitful. And I just want to thank you for your personal friendship with me, which is so important to me and which I treasure. And I see a lot of familiar and friendly faces here. And welcome to all of you. The issues that you've been addressing today at the MAHA Institute Summit demand action, and I'm here to take them on with you. The United States does not just face a mental health crisis, we face a dependency crisis driven by overmedicalization. The data is clear. 1 in 6 American adults takes an antidepressant. 1 in 10 children are on prescription medication for their mental health. 30% of college students report using psychiatric medications in the past year. And in nursing homes, more than half of the residents are on prescribed antidepressants. That's not a marginal issue. This is a system-level pattern. Too many patients begin treatment without a clear understanding of the risks and how long they will stay on these drugs or how to come off of them. And that's not informed consent. We are going to fix it. Today, the Department of Health and Human Services released a Dear Colleague letter issued by 4 of my HHS agencies, SAMHSA, CMS, HRSA, and ACF. It directs providers across the country to expand the use of evidence-based, non-pharmacologic treatments and to strengthen informed consent and shared decision-making. We're backing that guidance with action. SAMHSA, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, will publish new data on prescribing trends and release guidance for clinicians and physicians. In June and July, SAMHSA will roll out national training modules on psychiatric medication risks, on tapering and deprescribing. This summer, SAMHSA and HRSA, the Health Resources and Services Administration, will train providers at more than 1,400 federally qualified health centers, community health centers across the country, which treat 39 million patients, and on how to do medically supervised tapering. So they're all going to get training on this for the first time. In July, HHS will convene a technical expert panel to develop formal clinical guidelines grounded in evidence and informed by clinicians, patients, and their families. At the same time, CMS, the Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services, is issuing billing guidance that allows clinicians to get paid for deprescribing work for the first time. Care plans. They'll be paid for care planning, for monitoring withdrawal, for coordinating treatment, and for tracking outcomes. We are aligning policy with practice. Psychiatric medications have a role in care, but we will no longer treat them as the default. We will treat them as one option, used when appropriate, with full transparency and with a clear path off when they are no longer effective. Patients must understand the benefits, the risks, and the consequences of long-term use before they start, or they continue, and when they consider stopping. Without that information, consent does not exist. Right now, gaps in data, labeling, clinical guidance deny patients and physicians the full picture. Our policies will close these gaps. When the MAHA Commission released the MAHA strategy in September, we committed to confronting overprescribing. Today, we begin to deliver on that commitment. I want to thank President Trump for his leadership, for driving this effort, and for advancing the Great American Recovery Initiative through executive action, which aligns directly with the work that we are doing today to restore health, accountability, and trust in the system. We're also confronting a basic question: what happens when treatment does not work as intended? Some patients report improvement on SSRIs. Others report emotional blunting, loss of motivation, difficulty continuing use, and suicidal ideation. Withdrawal can be severe. It can be prolonged. You know, I made a statement, I think early on in my administration, that withdrawal from SSRIs can be more difficult than withdrawal from heroin. And the New York Times and a lot of other outlets published a response from that saying that the experts disagreed with the secretary. And we all know that whenever they say trust the experts, they got nothing. But I happen to be an actual expert on this because I was addicted to heroin for 14 years. I never wanted to be. So I was constantly getting off of it and then getting back on. And I went through cold turkey withdrawal probably over 100 times. And so I know what it's like, and it's not fun, but it is limited, it is finite in time. After 72 hours, it's over. So you just have to steel yourself for 72 bad hours. But I've watched people come off of SSRIs, and it's not even comparable. And I watched a family member get off of them after a couple of years on them, and she was suicidal literally every day. She woke up every morning and said, I don't want to live. And she said, the only reason I'm staying alive is for you guys, for the family. And that's heartbreaking to hear from a family member. And I've heard that from hundreds and hundreds of people. The same story again and again. It can be prolonged, and for many patients, it's completely unexpected. And the physicians handle this by saying, oh, this is your original symptom. Reasserting yourself, you need to get back on the SSRIs. And they get locked in a lifetime cycle that is, that for many patients is absolutely cataclysmic. This is a system failure. We're not going to ignore it. And let me be clear, if you are taking psychiatric medication, we're not telling you to stop. We're making sure that you and your clinician have the information and support to make the right decisions for you. That includes a safe, evidence-based path to tapering and discontinuation when clinically appropriate. At HHS, we are building that path. We are giving clinicians the tools to guide patient safety. We're giving patients the information to make informed choices, because an informed choice is the only choice. Nearly 48 million Americans experienced depression last year. More than 48 million struggled with substance use disorders. These are not abstract numbers. These are family members. These are individuals. These are people who other people love. That is the scale of the challenge. We are not going to solve it by defaulting to medication. We're going to solve it by strengthening prevention, expanding non-drug treatment options, and restoring clinical standards that prioritize outcome over volume. Our goal is straightforward: to reduce unnecessary dependence on medication, to improve patient outcomes, and to return control of the patients. And this is how we're going to make America healthy again. Thank you all very much. And thank you. Thank you all.